Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Too much, man!
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich white man.
I'm staying in the race.
What you talking about?
Consequences. You read of the Second Amendment?
Oh, girl, baby, girl.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, can't get fooled again.
Oh, never occurred to me. Interest. It's just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science.
Break now.
Now you'll see just how I want it.
I see that you know you know.
Facebook, Zuckerberg.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't be creepy.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch. How rude.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Precision of language. Please.
Welcome to the resistance.
Immediately, if not sooner.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Give me a joke. Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. It's been too long since we've seen each other last, Space Fams, which means we've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight. Don't forget, as always, to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void that we call space. Absolutely fantastic to see all of you people here today on this Thursday evening midweek report. I'm gonna do some shout-outs before I get into my spiel here. Bob Carmody, Charlie Martini, and Sarah Layla 123 in the YouTube chat. Hermit Horologist, a very close fourth. Mo Nob's here too. B-Cat. Christopher DeBlante, PB, The Lucky Minute. Donald James X with a sweet, sweet super chat. Always enjoy the evenings with GNN and community. Well, we enjoy you spending your evenings with us, Donald. By all means. Cheetah Man here as well. Who else we got? That might be it. Did I get everybody? If I missed you, I'm sorry. I apologize. Doing my best here. Just trying to get everything back together. Unfortunately, this has been a blunderous and terrible week. Sunday Fun Day, we had a meltdown with the stream. That same night, before even going to bed, as I was testing the stream, I had a health problem flare up with the same thing that I was dealing with last month. Doing okay now, but that was combined with me this week. Between Monday and Wednesday, I did over 100 test streams, trying to figure out what the hell was wrong with the old, what do you call it? The stream, with the stream, and why it wasn't working. But thankfully, we're at least functional for now, knock on spacewood. I am doing some things I'd prefer not to make it work, but it's working, it would seem, for now. Let's do the news. What do you say? America style. Okay. America.
The president is mixing official and personal business at Trump golf courses in Scotland. I want to bring in CNN's chief national affairs correspondent, Jeff Zeleny, who is traveling with the president in Scotland. So, Jeff, what are we expecting from Trump's meeting with European Union's leader today, and what's been the reception so far from the Scottish people?
Good morning, Mehdi. President Trump is back on the golf course here in Scotland this morning at Turnberry. He'll be playing golf for a couple hours before he is heading into a very important and critical meeting with the chief of the European Commission. Of course, there is a deadline.
God damn it. I forgot about this. Sorry. I had this list ready for, part of this list was ready for literally Sunday/Monday/Tuesday. I've had to amend this list multiple times. But I forgot that I don't need this whole goddamn thing from them. Please hold. Please hold. Thank you for your patience. Son of a bitch.
Zeleny live for us in Scotland. Thank you so much. And let's break this all down with my excellent panel this morning. Politico's Dasha Burns, Jasmine Wright from Notice, CNN's Isaac Dover, and the Wall Street Journal's Molly Ball. Nice to see you all. Trump overseas. Look, this has been a tumultuous second term, to say the least. This has probably been one of the most tumultuous periods.
It's incredibly understated,
term, not just with Epstein, but also these crises overseas. In Gaza, the starvation crisis in Gaza doesn't seem to be getting any better. This is obviously a difficult period for the president.
Indeed, although he seems like he's having a great time over there, we should say. But I think it is a reminder that, you know, he has left the domestic chaos behind to some degree. And to a remarkable extent, we did see the Epstein scandal start to sort of consume Washington and the administration. But it's a reminder that there are just as many crises facing him overseas as well, whether you're talking about all of these trade deals that have yet to be made with the deadline looming, whether you're talking about the international crisis.
God damn it, this is not what we're here for. We're starting this off with fucking Epstein. The plan was to start with Epstein. Now we're talking Scotland and trade deals. You people are killing me right now.
Have described it to me because of this Epstein scandal that they just have never been in this position where the president cannot change the subject on something. He's so good at wielding the media, at spinning the narrative, and that's just not working right now. At the same time, this is a moment where they really thought that they would be doing a victory lap. 6 months in, they've gotten their agenda passed through Congress. He's making these deals, but a lot of those promises that he made, to your point, Molly, they have not been fulfilled. And he's got these two strong men in Putin and in Bibi, guys that he thought that he had great relationships with, that he could wheel and deal with, and that is not working. Those two are massive crises that have his base split, by the way. You're seeing some folks get frustrated with his seemingly unconditional support of Bibi Netanyahu and what he's doing in Gaza, and frustration with getting further involved with Ukraine. Some are championing it, like Lindsey Graham, others are not. So his base is not on the same page on a number of issues. Of course, Epstein has been looming over all of it, but that's just one element of a number of cracks that have formed over the last 6 months.
And that's why he's trying to do things to get the base back in line. You mentioned some of the things he's trying to do to change the narrative on this. We saw just over the past day on his Truth Social post. If you're going to get a sense of what Trump is thinking, just look at his Truth Social post. Of course, this is Barack Obama in the OJ white van escaping the LAPD. Trump has been baselessly accusing Obama of committing crimes and suggesting that he and others should be prosecuted. Illegal. Even saying that in another post yesterday, that Beyonce, Oprah, Al Sharpton, Kamala Harris, among others, they should all be prosecuted.
Not Beyonce. No, let's not go to Beyonce. Come on. She's in Vegas right now. We're all excited.
I know, the last night of her tour, my God. Listen, this is just food for the base. These are the greatest hits that the president can play. The normal people that he can be derogatory towards, that his base will pick up, particularly in a moment where you're right, there is that split, there is that tension. I was talking to one White House official last week, and he was complaining that we continue to say that this is a distraction, or that the president...
I 100% agree with her on that. Like, that's exactly what Donald Trump's been doing. He's been trotting out all of the greatest, anything that he can think of. Whether it was the Washington Commanders, aka Redskins, very offensive term that that team chose not to use, that Donald Trump then like decreed from the White House. Oh, you shall change your name back to the very offensive name that you... you know, think about how much money probably went into changing the name, right? Like, they had to change the mascot, they had to change letterhead, they had to change signs. They must have spent millions and millions and millions of dollars switching over. And Trump's like, actually, to distract my base, would you please change your name on my behalf? Thank you for your attention to this message.
Trying to distract, but the reality is that Donald Trump does not want to talk about Epstein. That was very clear when he left the U.S. on Friday. When he was continuously asked by the press, both when he left the White House, when he got to JBA, and when he got to Scotland, whether or not he's considering a pardon from for Ghislaine Maxwell. He said, I'm not even thinking about that. I'm allowed to do that, but you should be talking about Bill Clinton. You should be talking about all these other people who are not me. And so
talk about all the credible stuff.
Consistently facing this kind of breakdown with their base. It's unclear how far it goes and how long they will ride with the White House as they kind of try to move the ball a little bit with Epstein.
But if you want, you know, you can close the door on the Epstein saga for doing a lot of different things, but on the Ghislaine Maxwell piece of it all, why not just say there's no way I would pardon?
Yeah, he could say a lot of things. Like,
he could say
all
that.
Of these meetings also.
He could say that, but he's not saying that because he's leaving that door open for like. Donald Trump refuses to say what he's going to do about it, just like with many things that he hasn't yet decided what's going to be most beneficial for him. He is he is a narcissistic deal maker. A man who makes deals not on behalf of the United States, although they are on behalf of the United States. They're on behalf of himself. Everything that he does is transactional in a way. So he's waiting to figure out whether it'd be better for him to, get Ghislaine to shut the fuck up and then give her a pardon, or get her to say all the nasty things about Bill Clinton. The credible stuff. Only the credible stuff. But Donald Trump has continued this sort of strange flailing around the Epstein files, telling people to stop talking about it, then talking about it himself, then saying, stop talking about all this stuff, talk about the other stuff in the Epstein files. Look, listen, all right? Some stuff in the non-credible stuff in those files, but there's a lot of very credible stuff that you should all be talking about. So talk about it, don't talk about it. I don't care, and I also care very much. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It's very confusing for everyone, honestly, I think. I've been hoping, I honestly wish we would, at this point, I wish this wasn't something we had to talk about every single day. We could just put a kibosh on this whole thing. Just release the files, and then, well, I think if they release the files, it'd take us like another week to stop talking about it fully, but I think at that point, it'd be a nice,
President Donald.
It would be a nice change of pace. Okay, let's go here. Back to this insane thing that Donald Trump wants. You might be asking yourself, StreamLord, what do you mean? Which insane thing? He wants 10,000 insane things, and that's fair. I was too generalistic with that. Let's talk about the insane thing Donald Trump wants to happen in relation to his lawsuit against Rupert Murdoch.
President Donald Trump is asking a federal court in Florida to force media mogul Rupert Murdoch to give a deposition in the president's lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal within 15 days. President Trump cites Murdoch's age, 94, and recent health scares for the immediate action. Trump sued the Journal, owned by Murdoch, for its story reporting on the Republican president's ties to Jeffrey Epstein, the financier and alleged child sex trafficker who died in a New York jail in 2019 before trial. The Journal reported on Trump's relationship with Epstein and described a sexually suggestive letter it says bore Trump's name, and it included a 2003 album compiled for Epstein's 50th birthday. Trump denied writing the letter, calling the story false, malicious, and defamatory.
Very nasty.
A spokesman for Murdoch's
non-credible story. Now, what I find so insane about Donald Trump's desire to have Rupert Murdoch testify and be deposed in his lawsuit is this opens up. I mean, if it gets to that level, right? It has not reached that place yet. This is the very early stages of the lawsuit. But if it were to get to the point that Rupert Murdoch himself was testifying, I can guarantee you Donald Trump will be the next person to testify in this lawsuit. I mean, it is insane. If it gets to depositions, Trump is fucked. He is going to have to speak to all sorts of stuff that I'll bet he doesn't want to speak to. He would have to do it under oath in front of in front of the lawyers of Rupert Murdoch. And believe me, Rupert Murdoch has some pretty good lawyers, considering he's a billionaire media magnate. And it is fucking insane to me that Donald Trump is pushing this, being like, that Rupert, he really needs to testify. It's like, dude, if you testify, you are going to have to either perjure yourself, straight up, you're going to have to straight up lie, or you're going to have to accept the fact that you're going to have to answer some very tough questions about your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, because that's what the whole lawsuit is over. The whole lawsuit is over the Wall Street Journal's publishing of an article about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which would make all questions regarding Donald Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein they would put them on the table in a hypothetical deposition that would happen. I think it's incredibly idiotic for Donald Trump to say this, to continue to push on this, like that he thinks he's got something. I've got him. I got Rupert right where I want him. After all the billions of dollars of free media that he has given me, I got him exactly where I want him. In a place where he can really, really hurt me and my reputation publicly. I cannot wait to see Donald Trump deposed in this lawsuit. If he really follows this all the way, I think we're all gonna really revel in the testimony that he gives. I wonder how many times he'll have to declare the fifth or some other constitutional amendment to protect his ass. I've been wondering about it every single day since he declared this lawsuit against Rupert Murdoch. I'm not going to lie. It's been something that's been in the back of my mind for days. Days and days. Has it been weeks yet? How long has it been now? It's been like 10 days, I want to say. Maybe a little less. Maybe it's been like a week. Either way, it's wild. Just thinking about it. It's almost like Donald Trump doesn't know. The thing about this that I find most fascinating is Donald Trump, of all people on the fucking planet, should know this information perfectly well, right? Donald Trump is maybe the most litigious man in human history. He has sued so many people for libel and defamation and all this other garbage time and time again. He has lost so many of these lawsuits too, by the way. It's only more recently that he's been more successful as, we see, media organizations and colleges capitulate to him. He knows full well, at least to some degree, how these lawsuits go. And for him to be making these claims, we need Rupert to fucking to be deposed. It's like, dude, you're the next guy to be deposed after that. Stupid. Now let's hear this horrifying thing Donald Trump had to say. Speaking of Donald Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, he had this fascinating thing to say earlier this week. I was a little stunned when I heard this one, not gonna lie.
And people keep writing stories about the time you flew him out of Mar-a-Lago. Can you settle that? What was it about?
That's such old history. Very easy to explain, but I don't want to waste your time by explaining it.
I don't want to explain it.
For years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein. I wouldn't talk because he did something that was inappropriate. He hired help. And I said, don't ever do that again. He stole people that worked for me. I said, don't ever do that again.
Don't do
he
that.
did it again.
Stop. Why
threw him out.
Why are you so nasty, Jeffrey? Jeffrey hiring people away from me. Now, it's a strange way to describe what happened because, of course, Jeffrey Epstein is a sex trafficker. So he didn't really hire people so much in the way that Donald Trump is saying it. But that's what I found fascinating about this. I mean, there's multiple things in this statement that I found utterly fascinating. But Donald Trump has been claiming that he thought Jeffrey Epstein was a creep, and that's why he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. But now it's because he was, quote-unquote, hiring people out from under him at Mar-a-Lago, which I guess counts as being creepy. I think a lot of people, at least, and including, I think, Donald Trump, at least at one point, when he called Jeffrey Epstein creepy, and that's why I got rid of him, most people assumed that the reason he was calling Jeffrey Epstein creepy was due to some sort of behavior, like that he had been, lewd or lascivious at Mar-a-Lago, or been caught doing something untoward. Instead, he was a very nasty guy who stole my employees, okay? My teenage massage girls, he was stealing them. It's not nice. It's not nice.
The place, persona non grata. I threw him out. And that was it. I'm glad I did, if you want to know the
I'm glad
truth.
I did.
And by the way, I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. I never went to the island, but Larry Summers, I hear, went there. He was the head of Harvard. And many other people that are very big people. Nobody ever talks about them.
Now, of course, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were fucking neighbors, so he didn't have to go to the island to hang out with Jeffrey or to get a massage from one of his underage sex slaves. So, just want to remind that of everybody, that they literally lived in the same neighborhood in Palm Beach. A literal walk away.
I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to
I
his
turned it down.
island.
Jeffrey, we were good friends. He's like, you want to go to the island? I'm like, no, Jeffrey, I don't like islands, okay? Surrounded by water? It sounds nasty. Terrible. I found it utterly... the use of language by Donald Trump.
Precision of language. Please.
Yes. The precision of language which Donald Trump chose in this moment, I found to be very strange. Privilege, quote unquote, is a privilege to go to the island where all this, all these crimes were happening. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Illegal.
Jesus Christ, who says it like that? It's so strange. It's so fucking strange. Oh my God. So he's claiming Jeffrey stole people, which is weird because it sort of alludes to people being property. And then claims that he never had the privilege of going to the depraved sex island of Jeffrey Epstein. It is so wild. You thought it was from the real estate deal. Well, Donald Trump claimed that at one point. And in fact, that's the one that we've heard most corroborated, because Jeffrey Epstein's own brother said in an interview earlier this year that Jeffrey had told him that he had personally decided to stop hanging out with Donald Trump, not vice versa. That somehow Jeffrey Epstein, after Donald Trump had basically bought this property by overbidding him, that had rubbed Jeffrey Epstein the wrong way, and Epstein had chose to leave. So I mean, it's strange. It's strange how there seems to be all these different stories around when and why their relationship ended. Donald Trump's not even sticking to the same fucking reasons. He's just like, you know. Sometimes reasons change after the fact. It's called retcon. Look it up.
Just to button up on Mar-a-Lago, you're saying that Jeffrey Epstein poached 2 of your staffers. Who were they? Were they young?
I don't want to say 2, or I don't want to say any number. You're talking about many years ago. But yeah, he took people. And because he took people, I said, don't do it anymore. You know, they work for me. And he took, beyond that, he took some others. And once he did that, that was the end of him. I didn't like, when they steal people, I don't like it.
Mr. President, Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. I'm just curious, were some of...
I am just noticing in this picture right now, but can you see this? There is some yellow jacket, some brave yellow jacket going after the orange visage of Donald Trump. Look at it. Bzzz. You see, it's like right here.
Workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows.
I don't want to say
that
it.
were taken. And
I don't want to say it. Oh my fucking God. It is fucking insane. This guy, Donald Trump, has completely lost the, like, he used to be on the ball. I would have described him as being a man on the ball when it relates to messaging and like sort of media savvy. Donald Trump has completely lost the ball. He's like, look, I don't want to talk about it, but everybody knows, so I might as well say it. Yes, there was a bunch of young girls working for me in my club doing massages on grown men. That's totally normal. I don't know what's weird about that. And of course Jeffrey went after them. They're exactly his type.
I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were. Yes, they were. Yeah.
The answer is, well, yes. At the spa.
Yes, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago.
One of the best, the world's best underage girl spas. The masseuses are very young. Great spa.
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone.
Just gone.
And
hired.
Other people.
Gone. They were mine. Those were my massage girls, and now they're Epstein's massage girls? That's ridiculous.
By him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told them, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa.
Whether it was spa or not spa.
And
spa or not spa is actually, even if you take the gardener, I will be very upset. Pool boy, that's ridiculous. My pool boy. Okay, you don't get to take him.
People, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again.
He was
and I
fine,
said, out of here.
And then not fine. Spa or not spa. Fine and then not fine. Donald Trump is fucking struggling over here. The more details that come out about this, the more that the media focuses on this, the more that Donald Trump seems to lose his fucking shit and does not even know what to say about this anymore. He just starts saying random shit. Whether it was spa or not spa, Epstein, stop taking my employees. Ah, boy. Yes, that's right. That's right, chatters. I see you talking about, yes, Donald Trump does treat employees like property, which is, of course, incredibly creepy, but probably not that shocking for most people, considering who Donald Trump is, a billionaire, entitled, narcissist, you know, who hangs out with sex traffickers. Not shocking that he sees people as property. All right, let's keep talking about this scandal, which continues to haunt dear leader Donald Trump.
President Trump trying to distance himself from Jeffrey Epstein as questions around the Epstein files have followed Trump on his trip to Scotland. Let's go to CNN's Caitlin Collins.
Scotland? What is
Yeah,
Scotland?
Jake, obviously these are still questions that the president has been facing as he's negotiating trade deals, saying he'd rather be talking about that, but still leaving open the possibility of a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, as he did with reporters today. And also, Jake, offering something that we have not heard from the president before, which is kind of offering an explanation, a new explanation for why he had the fallout with Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, hold on. I think we already heard this one, but we're almost at an hour in. So I'm going to start a goal. As always, nearly an hour in, so that we can get all the content. Free hour is essentially finished. I'm still upset. I'm still upset that we did not get all the streams in this week. I was planning on doing literally all streams all week. I was like, I'm gonna end this month off with a bang. Then Sunday came and everything just fell apart. It's very frustrating to me. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna count Donald James's super chat from earlier, so we're actually at 2 of 10, not 0 of 10. That's right. DJ X getting us started. Ice broke the goal before the goal even started.
Course, as we know, decades ago was a member at the Mar-a-Lago Club. We knew his membership had been terminated, and the president today, as he was fielding questions from reporters while sitting next to the British Prime Minister, had this to say about his falling out with Jeffrey Epstein.
For years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, we already heard this part. Literally just now. Catlin, tell us more things.
Jake, the president listing off other people he claims that went to Jeffrey Epstein's island. But when it comes to that, Jake, it was new that he was saying that is why they had a falling out, because Jeffrey Epstein was trying to hire his staff away. We had not heard that previously. Just it had been reported that they had a falling out, something the president himself has alluded to. But Jake, also something the president said today was saying that he does have the right to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, which of course we know he does, but leaving open that possibility, though he did tell reporters no one has approached him about a pardon for her. He said it would be inappropriate to talk about it at this time. But obviously, Jake, it comes as the Deputy Attorney General, Trump's former personal attorney, just met with Ghislaine Maxwell for about 9 to 10 hours last week. It's not clear what came as a result of that. They said maybe they would release more information at the appropriate time, but we haven't learned more. But we do know that Maxwell is obviously seeking a pardon, Jake. I mean, you read any of the statements from her attorney, and it's making quite clear that is what they believe is on the table, or at least maybe a reduction in her sentence as well. And of course, this comes as right now the Trump-led Justice Department is fighting her appeal for her conviction to the Supreme Court. We just had a brief today from her attorney where they were making a direct appeal to him, Jake, and saying, quote, "We are appealing not only to the Supreme Court, but to the president himself to recognize how profoundly unjust it is to scapegoat Maxwell for Epstein's crimes." So, of course, Jake, she was convicted for her crimes by a jury and is serving that 20-year sentence. It's a question of whether or not the president steps in there.
And just as a factual matter, Caitlin, I'm not sure President Clinton, that it's been confirmed that he's visited Jeffrey Epstein's island once, much less 28 times. Certainly people visited Epstein's island, and certainly Bill Clinton, as well as Donald Trump, used Jeffrey Epstein's plane. But is there any proof of any of what he just said?
No, and I should note also that Bill Clinton, similarly to Donald Trump, has denied any knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's crime, saying that he did not know about any of that in the decades leading up to it, because there were, of course, questions about this as we were talking about that birthday book where there was a birthday greeting from Donald Trump, which he's suing the Wall Street Journal over for reporting on, and is...
Catlin. No, actually, no. There is no evidence. Gotta love Catlin. Oh, Catlin. Not gonna lie, Catlin's gotta be one of my favorite CNN reporters. Because she does a lot of actual reporting, it feels like. Rather than trying to tell us how Democrats should feel about stuff, she's just in here being like, okay, so this happened today, and no, actually, there's no facts about this, and whatever else. Whatever else Catlin does on a daily basis. It's mostly just her. I feel like she does genuine reporting. That's all I'm saying, you know? Like, if I had to pick between CNN anchors, she's certainly well above a Dana Bash or a Jake Tapper. Caitlin. I know it's Caitlin. I call her Catlin. I've been calling her Catlin since the very beginning because I thought that's what... Originally, I thought that's what her name was. And then I realized that it was spelled differently. But I've just continued calling her Catlin. It's really... What do you call it? I can't think of the word, like the colloquialism. Like I'm picking on her because I like her, you know? It's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with Catlin. I just say her name different than everybody else.
Southern District of New York from 2009 to 2017. Preet, good to see you. So President Trump again did not rule out pardoning Epstein's accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell, saying he had the power to do so, which of course he does. She sat for 2 interviews with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche last week. Blanche, of course, Donald Trump's former personal attorney. Is there any sort of information that Ghislaine Maxwell could provide that in any way could possibly justify her getting a pardon?
I can't think of any. Look, she, like every other defendant in the federal and state system, and certainly in the Southern District of New York, always has an opportunity to cooperate and get leniency from the outset. If that person is credible, if that person accepts responsibility for their actions, and if that person has real substantial information to provide substantial assistance to prosecutors to hold other people accountable, generally and preferably up the food chain. All of those opportunities were available to her at the start of her prosecution, at some point in the investigation of her. And serious, professional, credible people at the Southern District of New York didn't find that to be in the offing. So on the one hand, given the crimes for which she's been convicted, which are very, very serious, she conspired with and aided and abetted what I think the administration itself has called the greatest pedophile in American history. So on the one hand, it wouldn't make any sense to give leniency to such a person. On the other hand, not to be overly cynical.
Yeah, it would be weird to give leniency to such a person. No shit, pal. It would be incredibly weird, unless maybe you had a personal, impetus with which to do so. Unless you had some sort of something to gain, it would be very strange. It would be almost inexplicable why you would give her a pardon. But of course, Donald Trump hasn't ruled it out because he does have something potentially to gain amidst all of this. Narwhal by nature. My God. Gifting 5. Sweet galactic memberships to the community. Who got them? Together. Metagetta. Aqua Mace. Joshua Keller and Morbius Dragon. My God, Narwhal. Incredibly generous. That gets us 3 more on the goal, which gets us to 5 of 10. We're already halfway done. Think about that, chat. The goal's only been going for 10-15 minutes, and we've already gotten halfway through. That's a great sign. Also, that's getting us even closer to being on the actual path to 19 emotes. I haven't checked today. The last time I checked, though, we were 10 away from getting to where we were not last month, but earlier this year, when we were on the verge of getting 19 emotes, but then we failed. We were so close, but now I think we are with that getting once again very close to that. So that is exciting. That is very exciting, and it's a great way to not only contribute to the galactic goals, but also spread love through the space fams and the galactic community. Endowing others in chat with sweet space benefits. I would like to also remind people of something. Oh, it's not even up yet. It's not even up because I switched. Son of a bitch. I switched platforms. Hold on. What was that at? Son of a bitch. It was at 211 of 375. Sorry, everybody. We still have we are still running a galactic deficit. I hate to even bring it up. Not gonna lie. But we still have a galactic deficit running. And I was like, look, we're going to stream for the rest of the month. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I was going to do Thursday. I was going to do all week. I was going to stream in an attempt to fix the galactic deficit. Just going to put that back up there. Wait. Is this solved or not? I cannot. My brain is broken. I'm thinking about too many things at once. I'm just putting that back up for now. But yeah, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon all go to the galactic deficit financing goal. And you can donate over on Cash App, PayPal, or become a galactic patron. And for now, that will also count towards the YouTube chat goal that we got going on to ensure that we get all the sweet galactic content. 2 for 1, people. 2 for 1. But yeah, I had to switch platforms. I had to switch streaming platforms, which is why the goal looks different, which is why we have some things back that weren't here previously. I don't know if everybody's noticing. We got the galactic aquarium back up in the space station. With giant goldfish the size of my head and a sweet guitar playing skeleton. Although none of my stream softwares are working perfectly. Right now I'm having to run Streamlabs in performance mode. Hopefully someday soon I'll be able to solve the situation. I'm fairly certain if I had a slightly more powerful computer, we wouldn't be running into the problems that I've been running into. Not gonna lie. But that costs a lot of money. And we don't have the money for that right now, even close. Okay. Okay. Let's see. I'm fairly certain I could do this stream no problems in a completely different format where I wasn't creating an entire world through animation, but that's my life. Alright. Alright, focus, StreamLord, get the focus. Oh, let's go here. Let's see what the family of Virginia Giuffre had to say after Donald Trump said that Jeffrey Epstein had stolen her from him. Which, yeah, if I was the family of Virginia Giuffre, I'd probably be a little
Virginia Giuffre's family
peeved.
wants to know what President Trump knows about convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. In a new statement, the siblings of Giuffre saying, "It makes us ask if he was aware of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's criminal actions. We and the public are asking for answers. Survivors deserve this." In 2019, when Epstein was charged with trafficking, Trump said they had a falling out and had not spoken in 15 years. The Giuffre family now speaking out after Trump was asked by reporters this week if Giuffre was one of the employees he claimed Epstein stole from his Mar-a-Lago resort.
I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know. None whatsoever.
Giuffre.
As you know, I don't know that. How would we know that she had no complaints about Donald Trump?
Family saying it was Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, who targeted and preyed upon our then 16-year-old sister, Virginia, from Mar-a-Lago.
Illegal.
I was recruited at a very young age from Mar-a-Lago and entrapped in a world that I didn't understand, and I've been fighting that very world to this day.
Giuffre, who died by suicide in April, accused Maxwell of recruiting her while she was working as a locker room attendant in 2000, claiming she was groomed to be a teen sex slave for Epstein. Maxwell denied participating in sexual activities with Giuffre and Epstein and denied instructing Giuffre to have sex with others. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche met with Maxwell last week, part of the Justice Department's effort to uncover information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims. Maxwell, currently serving 20 years in prison and appealing her conviction to the Supreme Court, offered to testify before Congress for immunity.
Horrifying. I can't imagine being her family and having to go through this right now. Especially, you know, considering the fact that she died earlier this year. She took her own life. Months later, you're dealing with this as well. The president basically coming out and saying, yeah, I knew all about the Epstein taking Virginia from the Mar-a-Lago slave staff. It's horrifying. The fact that he talked about her in the way that he did, all this other stuff. I mean, this is the president of the United States treating her with very little regard, treating the families with very little regard. Sorry. Wow. Wow. This isn't even a super chat, but I gotta put this one up. This is an incredible compliment. My god. GNN is the late night majority report / surf time / Luke Beasley. It would be cool to donate to one for all on Zateo. Okay, that last part of it makes no sense to me. I don't know what that means, but the fact that you would compare us to the majority report, the surf times, any of these big YouTube content creators is truly, I mean, wow.
That's too much, man!
That is too much, D-Derb. Also, I have to respond to this with just real quick. A dude in the laundromat in the Midwest is listening to Glenn Beck today. Gave you freedom to address him openly. I asked how he felt about the president being good friends, and in the videos. You know what I say to that?
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
It's true. It's true. Paula Smith arrives at your laundromat. That laundromat becomes holy.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, let's go here. Forbes breaking news from yesterday.
And that's okay. But, you know, it doesn't mean I have to agree.
Mr. President, you said yesterday your falling out with Jeffrey Epstein was over him taking some of the workers from your business. But your administration in the past said that you threw him out because he was a creep. So can you explain that discrepancy?
Well, maybe they're the same thing. You know, it's sort of a little bit of the same thing. But no, he took people that worked for me, and I told him don't do it anymore, and he did it. And I said, stay the hell out of here.
So is that what was meant by being a creep? I'm the travel pool, but I'm with NBC News.
NBC.
NBC.
Fake news.
Fake news. Fake news. Stop asking questions. Stop. Why are you asking questions like this? Why are you asking me questions about me being inconsistent with the things that I say? Sure, I said he was a creep. And creep can mean all sorts of things. It can mean you're into young girls, or it could mean that you're, you know, taking my employees for yourself. What's so confusing about that? Oh, it's NBC. Fake news. Fake news asking fake questions from NBC. Jesus Christ. What a ridiculous time that we are living in right now. Jesus Christ. Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about the bro podcaster universe and how the MAGA influencers are dealing with all of this stuff. People like Joe Rogan, Andrew Schultz, struggling to wrap their minds around all of this.
New this morning, as we said, the top Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Dick Durbin, is demanding the Justice Department release all recordings and transcripts from the meetings between Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and convicted Epstein conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. Senator Durbin is also demanding the Justice Department make the commitment that Maxwell will not receive a pardon, something that the president has refused to rule out.
Well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's approached me with it. Nobody's asked me about it.
Nobody's even asking me about it, aside from all the reporters asking me about it.
It's in the news about that aspect of it, but right now it would be inappropriate to talk about it.
Right, with us now, Republican strategist Neil Chatterjee.
Now it's inappropriate for us to talk about it. Me and many people have been talking about this a lot. But now is inappropriate time, okay? Can you read the room? Okay, I'm hanging out with Keir Starmer. Alright, this is not Epstein time. Please stop bringing it up. It's very, very rude. Very, very rude. Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta do something because I just noticed 2 different people donate on Cash App. I don't want to out you to the rest of the community. I mean, feel free, of course, to take.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses, Chairman. And
what the fuck?
And I want to thank you the incredible setting, and I want to thank you the young backdrop that we have, and for a business that was founded many years ago that continues to be successful.
What is happening?
Similar to,
oh my God! I'm living in an echo chamber.
Kelly, you know, right now, I come from the
Democratic
Party in New York City.
What is happening? Okay, that was weird. That was freaking weird. What was I saying just now? Was I totally thrown off? What the fuck happened? Oh, right. Okay, I was saying different people just contributed on Cash App to the the galactic deficit financing goal, and of course that counts towards the goal in chat, which has only been going for 21 minutes, is now going to be ended. I'm ending it right now. Even though we still have some ways to go on the galactic deficit financing, we have in fact completed, because of course it's a 2-for-1. You contribute on Cash App, you contribute to the galactic deficit financing goal and the content goal. So content goal's over. It says 0 of 10, but actually it's 10 of 10. Thanks to all of the genuine my brain just broke. Generous contributions from space fams like you. Okay, let me see if my audio is back to. Oh my god. Oh my god, what is happening? Okay, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to restart my browser because it's absolutely lost its freaking mind. Please hold. By the way, I almost forgot. I don't know how I forgot, but I did forget. And what we deserve is confetti. Great job, everyone, for getting us there. Could I keep the goal up for the confetti? Sure I could. Sure I could. I'll start a new goal. I'll start a confetti-only goal of any size super chat, not just $5 super chats, literally $1 super chats will count. I think that makes more sense than leaving it up in the way that it was. There we go, 10 super chats, all the colors. I'll give you 3 hours. Not that it matters, because of course we're getting all the content. Now it's just about the confetti. All right. Confetti goal started for extra confetti. Okay, sorry, I'm still trying to get my browser windows back up here. Go over there. No, this monitor. Yes, good boy. Well, bask in the glory of the confetti party, which of course space fams like you have helped earn us. Extra long confetti party while I try and figure out my browser situation. Okay, where were we? We were this one, CNN, Joe Rogan. Full screen, please. Thank you very much. Full screen.
How rude.
There we go.
Neil Chatterjee and CNN political commentator Karen Finney. And Karen, at a certain point, when the president keeps on refusing to rule out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, one might assume that he's not ruling out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes, correct.
Yes, when he keeps saying, we know that kind of language from him, right? People say, I can do it. Used that before. And this is part of the reason that this story isn't going away. If he were able to definitively say there will be no pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, then, you know, that at least branch of this story, which has so many branches, would be at least shut down.
And Neil, part of the place where this story lives is in the world of podcasts and among supporters of President Trump, where he made active outreach in the campaign. Now, Joe Rogan is certainly much more mainstream than some of the more niche podcasters and conspiracy theorists out there. But Joe Rogan is wildly popular, one of the most popular podcasts in the country. Joe Rogan endorsed President Trump before this most recent election. And listen to what Joe Rogan is now saying when discussing the Epstein issue.
When we thought Trump was going to come in and a lot of things are going to be resolved, we're going to drain the swamp, we're going to figure everything out. And when you have this one hardcore line in the sand that everybody had been talking about forever, and then they're trying to gaslight you on that.
When you have Joe Rogan talking about the Epstein case as a line in the sand and gaslighting, what does that tell you about where this story is and where it's going?
Yeah, look, there's a reason, as Karen pointed out, this isn't going away. This isn't Democrats or the media.
I gotta say, I think it's pretty hilarious. Just having Joe Rogan use the term gaslight, I find to be quite comical. That would suggest that somehow Joe Rogan is in tune with reality, I guess, is really what I think is most ironic about his use of it. But he's not wrong for once. Joe Rogan is not wrong about this. You are being gaslit, Joe. It's true, pal. It's true. It's very sad. It's incredibly sad. Actually, let's listen to a little bit more of this. I'm just amused by this whole situation.
Driving this is a huge component of the president's base that has been key to supporting him throughout the last decade, that is frustrated by the way that the administration is handling this. And I got to tell you, speaking of frustration, as a Republican, I'm feeling pretty good about the first 6 months of the Trump presidency, of wins on the economy, on trade, on tax,
Who the fuck is this guy, and what is he talking about? The first 6 months of the Trump administration have actually been great. Thank you, stupid. Have you actually assessed any of these statements that you're making now on live television? No, you're just sort of saying them for the first time. That's not shocking.
Line of questioning.
Now I want to turn to President Trump's legal team, because they're actually pushing ahead with a lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal. They want to depose owner Rupert Murdoch within the next 15 days. Trump's lawyer asked a judge Monday to let them depose the 94-year-old media mogul because of his advanced age. They argue he would likely be unavailable for a trial. Trump is suing Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal's parent company for a recent report dealing with a birthday card Trump allegedly sent Jeffrey Epstein featuring Trump's name and an outline of a naked woman. Trump has denied ever sending such a note or even doing such a drawing.
I don't write pictures. I don't write pictures, okay? I don't even know what does a woman even look like, okay? How would I draw a picture of a woman when I've never seen one in my entire life?
A building, and I'll draw 4 lines and a little roof, for a charity stuff. But I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings of women, that I can tell you. They say there's a drawing of a woman, and I don't do drawings of women.
Okay, group chat is back. Sorry, I couldn't let you escape without talking about this story somehow. 2 things are going on here. One is him going up against Murdoch. Just because you're in that world of media, Jonah, is that notable?
Rupert Murdoch and Donald Trump have always had a frenemy kind of relationship.
Okay. Is it a frenemy relationship? You know how Rupert Murdoch gave Donald Trump endless media coverage on his news organization, almost all of it positive. Oh, they're frenemies. Because sometimes those have aforementioned news organizations say something Donald Trump doesn't like. Is that what it is? I mean, it's kind of a hilarious thing. And I don't doubt that Donald Trump does take offense whenever a single story is published by the Wall Street Journal or Fox News that might either question Donald Trump's actions or words. Of course, that causes Donald Trump a great deal of discomfort and upset. But Rupert Murdoch and Donald Trump, I mean, I think frenemies is going too far. I think they're friends who sometimes Donald Trump especially is the friend who calls things off, and then next week he's like, all right, let's go to the bar. You know, he's like, dude, I am never gonna hang out with you ever again. All right. Cut to next Friday. Ring, ring. Hey, Rupert, I hear about a great new bar. Let's go. Come on, Rupee. I know I said some nasty things last week and I didn't mean it, and we're still best buds. Okay, look, I just need a wingman. Let's keep talking about those podcasters who are upset with, it's not Chris Hayes, is it Ari? I think it's Ari who's on this one. MSNBC earlier this week.
He is rebuking the base, like almost like spitting
by the way,
like they're asking for.
Please shut up, Andrew, for 1 second. By the way, what the fuck is up with this guy? Why is he here? Is this who I think it is? Am I just mistaking him for a different person? Is that not Abundance Boy, Ezra Klein? Why is Ezra Klein doing the pod? Like he's not only got his own podcast, now he's hitting up all the other podcasts. What's his deal? Did that book not sell very well or something? Why? Am I wrong? Is that not fucking Ezra Klein?
Is rebuking the base, like almost like spitting in their face. Like they are asking for it. He campaigned on it. He puts Bongino and Cash in there, which might be the stupidest thing in the history of the world. Like, why would you put the two guys that have nonstop pounded the pavement talking about how we're going to expose this Epstein thing, and the second they get in there, like, you better shut the f up.
Yeah, to shut him up.
Go on Rogan, lie. Like, it is a very peculiar thing. It worked in that I think it moved any of the smoke off of Trump. Because, at least for me, I was like, there's no way that he's involved if he's putting Bongino and Cash in who have campaigned on exposing it. Like, why would you hire those guys or appoint those guys, right? So I'm like, he can't be. But the fact that he will not touch this, and then this last week, him doing the distractions,
bro,
dropping the MLK file. Like, who asked for the MLK file? Yeah. The second you start talking about...
Yeah, I rarely agree with Andrew Schultz. I find him to be sort of an idiot who is locked into great success. But he makes a very fair point here. Who the fuck asked for the MLK files? I mean, the King family themselves were asking for them not to be released. Yeah, nobody asked for them, as it turns out. Donald Trump just threw them to the masses in a very sort of pathetic attempt to distract from his own horrifying news stories.
Bro.
Dropping the MLK file. Like, who asked for the MLK file?
Yeah,
the second he started talking about Obama, I was like, oh, he's guilty. Yeah. I'm like, why are you talking about Obama and treason? You got a guy who has sex with teenagers that you are protecting.
The Epstein stuff is so crazy because when Kash Patel was on here and he was like, there's nothing. And I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I didn't even know what to say. My thought was, and people are like, why didn't you push back more? My thought was like, I'm just going to put this out there and let the internet do its work. Because there's nothing I can, the guy's saying there's no tapes, there's no video. That doesn't make any sense. Everyone knows it doesn't make any sense. The whole thing is nuts. And then he's like, well, we have a film, we're going to release that film. And the film has a minute missing from it.
Yeah.
Like, do you think we're babies? Like, what is this?
The backstory, of course, FBI Director Kash Patel.
I mean, to be fair to Donald Trump, it's not a crazy leap to think that they're babies. Have you listened to the Joe Rogan podcast before, or the Andrew Schultz Hour, whatever the fuck the name of that podcast is? I heard somebody asking about what the name of that podcast is in here. I think PB was asking. I have no idea what the name of that podcast is. I'm always forgetting it. Although I know that one of the names of the guys in there is Andrew Schultz, who was formerly a comedian. But yeah, no, I mean, to be fair to Donald Trump, it's not a great leap to think that his followers are babies, a bunch of baby-brained dummies. It's fair.
Who was on Rogan's show last month, promising to release everything that the administration could.
That lefty says, "Do not be fair. Do not be." It's not. I'm being fair, ironically, right? It's ironic fairness, okay? Intended for its ability to elucidate further irony in the situation. Like, I mean, like, I'm pointing out that, yeah, if you voted for Donald Trump, you probably aren't a very smart guy or gal, and you might be baby-brained, and it's not crazy for anyone, including Donald Trump, to think that you're a baby, that you're a big dumb baby. Now people are claiming I'm being unfair to babies. Jesus Christ.
That's too much, man!
But Patel has since faced blowback from Trump supporters after the DOJ earlier this month released a memo confirming that Epstein had died by suicide and that there was no evidence the financier had a client list that could lead to more prosecution. So, John Heilman, you're our Manosphere correspondent, and I wanted to get your sense as to why you think this is a rift. We know that the Epstein conspiracy theories really erupted on the right, and President Trump, for the first time, has been unable to sort of put it back in the box. Like, these people, Rogan, Schultz, the like, they're not letting it go.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
And a lot of those guys like Andrew Schultz and Rogan
sorry, they're not
really
idiots.
Have been portrayed as being MAGA.
I always forget this guy's fucking name, mostly because I don't watch a ton of MSNBC. But what? They're not idiots? Have you listened? Have you listened to their podcasts before? This is a ridiculous claim. They're giving talk about giving too much credit. Okay, this guy comes right off the bat. Right off the bat, Mr. Matching Glasses with Suit guy. Actually, they're not babies, and that much is evidenced by. I have nothing to back that claim up with, but just take me at my word. They are not babies.
And a lot of those guys like Andrew Schultz and Joe Rogan are really have been portrayed as being MAGA media. They're not really MAGA media. They ended up siding with the president in 2024. You know, famously, Joe Rogan was a Bernie Sanders guy for a long time.
Siding with the president, something that a baby would do, okay?
I mean, you can listen to Andrew Schultz. He talks about how much he likes Zohran Mamdani.
This guy, I don't know what universe is this guy living in? Like, I love this. Like, it's like, honestly, I feel like the neoliberal mainstream news just does not know what to do in this moment at all. All these pundits literally just don't know what to talk about. Joe Rogan, he's a Bernie supporter. This is bullshit. I mean, he has said a couple of times that Bernie has some good ideas. He had Bernie on one time, twice actually, on the podcast. But he's not a Bernie supporter. He's not out there canvassing for Bernie. He's not out there. Like, it's ridiculous to claim that Joe Rogan is somehow a Bernie supporter. Like, he is not. And yeah. Did Andrew Schultz and crew talk about Zohran Mamdani? Yes, they did. And they talked about how he might actually have some good ideas. Doesn't mean that all of a sudden Andrew Schultz is a fucking democratic socialist. And it is fucking wild. It is wild the way they talk about this. Like, if you say one word, like, one good thing about Bernie, you're a Bernie supporter. It's like, okay, by that very metric, we could make any claim about anybody.
They are anti-establishment. They are anti-elite.
Oh my God.
And they are
Joe Rogan anti-elite. The anti-elite Joe Rogan. Nearly a billionaire. Joe Rogan just hates the elites. Billionaire Joe. He's just a man of the people.
Not about Rogan, but if you listen to that Andrew Schultz podcast with Ezra Klein the other day, he's done with Trump. I mean, he's finished. He's moving on. He thinks Trump is now, to Andrew Schultz's mind, at least as I listened to that 2.5-hour podcast, he basically is like, Trump has revealed himself to be just another elite politician who's covering up.
Now, if you've been tuning in to this podcast more than I think this guy has, Me personally, I'm not so sure that that's true. I mean, there's been multiple instances where Andrew Schultz in the last month or so, a little bit longer, has, come out and said some negative things about Donald Trump. I don't see him as having completely washed his hands of Donald Trump. I think he realizes that his audience is starting to become more and more sort of critical of Donald Trump to some degree. And those podcasters like Andrew Schultz are very aware of what their audiences are thinking, what they're saying in the comment sections. They're afraid. They're afraid of losing that audience. I think this guy is weirdly he's like just shucking credit out to everybody right now. He's like Mr. Credit Haver. He's just doling it out left and right. Here, you get some, Joe Rogan. Here, Andrew Schultz. You want some credit for saying a couple of critical things of Donald Trump. Enjoy.
For the rich and famous. And that is the...
Okay, I'm done with this guy. Move on from your shenanigans. Please stop talking. Are they going to let this guy go on? How long do they let this fucking guy talk? 10 minutes? Jesus Christ.
Epstein. No one is going to believe it. It's going to make Trump look even guiltier. Yeah. Another potentially vast misreading of what he has unleashed here.
Yeah, that would be an extraordinary firestorm. And Ali Vitale, let's go to you. You cover the Hill. Let's talk about Mike Johnson, who, for so much of his political career has prided himself. No daylight between speakership and the White House. But yet now, I mean, for a week, 2 weeks now, he has been willing to break with Trump on the matter of Epstein. What is that reflective of? Is that his constituents and, frankly, his caucus talking to him about it?
Yeah, it's the reality.
Okay, I'm actually done with this nonsense. Oh, God. Mainstream media always killing my buzz. All right, let's keep things moving. Let's talk quickly about what Democrats have been doing as it relates to this issue of the Epstein files. Senate Democrats are attempting to use something called the Rule of Five to force the release of the Epstein files. Oh, God damn it. Why did I click that? You mother. No. Why would I want shopping? Why is there even a shopping tab on YouTube? Can somebody explain to me why there's a shopping tab on YouTube? Doesn't even make sense. You're not Amazon, YouTube. Stop trying to be Amazon. Please, for the love of God. Stop trying to be a commerce platform. You are not a commerce platform. Write that down. Write that down, Sundar Picharia, whatever your name is. All right, to the Democrats. We will win. We will win. That's right. Chuck Schumer is going to tell us what Democrats are doing.
And this morning, I was really proud to join every single one of my Democratic colleagues on the Homeland Committee.
Why don't we have GNN merch? It's a fair question to ask, Monob. It's a fair question, and the only answer I have right now at this time is really that we just don't have the money to invest in merch, right? I'd have to invest in the merch itself before selling it, right? I can't just sell you all merch that I don't have. So I'd have to go through the process of designing the merch, doing all this stuff, and right now I just don't have the money to put out there to go buy that merch. But it's a fair question, and I would like us to have merch. I would like to at least be making some amount of merch. Not a lot, I don't want to be contributing too much to the destruction of our planet, but I know people want to be able to show their support and love of GNN to the world. And I've been considering different things for a while now. We've talked about merch in the past, way back. I thought there was a time where I was considering merch like a year ago, and that never came to fruition. Then we've had all these other things go on that have really taken my attention away from things like merch. if we could manage to solve the stream problems with the software, the lagging and all that stuff that's been happening, it would give my mind a lot more to focus on, a lot more room with which to focus on merch, right? And hopefully I will have that issue solved. But for instance, this week, rather than, I don't know, doing literally anything else, I spent my entire week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and much of today, doing test streams. I did 115 test streams between Monday and today. I mean, thankfully, those test streams have come to fruition in terms of this stream actually working. But I could have used that time thinking about things like merch or how to maybe improve other things around here.
And this morning, I was really proud to join every single one of my Democratic colleagues on the Homeland Committee in invoking a century-old and little-known law known as the Rule of Five to compel the Department of Justice to release the full and complete Epstein files. Under federal law, when any 5 senators on the Homeland Security Committee call on the executive branch must comply. Our request covers all documents, files, evidence, and other materials in possession of the DOJ, the FBI, related to the case of United States versus Jeffrey Epstein.
I mean, wow. This, honestly, and of course, we make fun of Chuck Schumer all the time and his inability to do anything. But I found this to be one of the more effective things that Chuck Schumer has done all year. Because, I mean, the fact that Democrats, like, you cannot blame Democrats for this anymore whatsoever. I mean, they are going above and beyond to release the Epstein files. And honestly, this pits Trump against his own base by basically being like, look, Democrats are going above and beyond, doing absolutely everything in our power to release the Epstein files, while the Trump administration tries everything they can to bury and obfuscate those files from the American people. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the Rule of Five, it is a federal law known as Section 2954, which allows 5 members of the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs to submit an information request on matters within its jurisdiction to a federal agency. And this may be the thing that gets us the Epstein files, I'm not going to lie. Like, this might actually be the thing that gets it done. Chuck Schumer could use more zest. Chuck Schumer could use a lot more than zest. In fact, Chuck should just find somewhere to go. I mean, it is unfortunate that it really is. It is really unfortunate that in this moment, we are led by people like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, Richard Blumenthal. Not Richard. What's his first name? I forget his first. Is it Richard? Whatever. These ill-equipped Democrats who have absolutely no fight in them whatsoever, no ability to really genuinely message to the base anymore, completely held up by donor money and all this other sort of garbage. All right, how are we doing on time? Okay, we're an hour and a half in. Oh, shit. I gotta update the goal. Somebody just donated $20. Wait, I did that wrong. $20. There we go. That looks right. Thank you. I think you know who you are. Getting us much, much closer to solving the galactic deficit financing goal. All right. Now, not only did Chuck Schumer and Democrats move for the release of the Epstein files, he's also moving for the release of the interview which Trump's deputy AG Todd Blanche, Donald Trump's personal private attorney turned deputy AG of the United States. Of course, he had an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell earlier last week, was it? Was it over the weekend? I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was last week. And Democrats are also pressing for the release of that interview. Which, I mean, yeah, why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we want that information? That was one of the most obvious possible, like, what do you call it? It's like an opportunity, like obvious opportunity for fucking blatant corruption. This fucking interview, which was being done between Donald Trump's personal lawyer and Ghislaine Maxwell in the midst of all of this. I mean, it's just insane.
Yes.
Would this law compel information that's underground or sealed by the courts to be released to the committee? And are there other things that could be redacted? Law enforcement.
Yeah. Look. There can be redactions, and we're not going to break. Whoa, you okay? We're not going to force any agreements that have been broken, but we believe almost everything can come out, barring any. Well, that'll have to be litigated. Yes.
Would you accept the Justice Department limiting the reading of these files to leadership or members in a?
I think they should be made public. I mean, certainly to the Congress and to the public. The public has a right to know.
Including the interviews that were done recently with Maxwell in the last couple of days. All the notes that were taken, any recordings, should be made public as well. And, you know, the redactions that Senator Schumer mentioned are standard operating procedure in the Department of Justice when it does a report based on an investigation. It's
Yep, standard operating procedure. I mean, it is. That is, I think, something that the people of the United States deserve to know. What was said between Donald Trump's personal attorney and Ghislaine Maxwell? I mean, just the obvious corruption, the possibility of corruption here is just insane. Donald Trump, we've already established, he's in the Epstein files, big time. The DOJ told him personally he was in the files. They had an entire team of FBI agents going through those files with a fine-tooth comb looking for any place where Donald Trump or his family were mentioned. He's clearly in the files. He is now president of the United States. His personal attorney is now the deputy attorney general of the United States. And in the midst of this fucking Epstein scandal, has decided to send his own personal attorney to talk to the woman at the center of that scandal. And we don't deserve to know what happened there? No, I think that's ridiculous. I think we definitely deserve to know what happened there. I think that much is quite obvious to everyone, that that sort of void, that vacuum of information there is real problematic. Ay, ay, ay. Now, the Department of Justice, really Donald Trump's Department of Justice, as they are essentially working as a prosecutorial office of Donald Trump's personal vendettas and whims. They are now seeking to do more things that will hopefully obfuscate for their base whether or not they're doing enough to release the files. They've done a lot of this since the very beginning of this situation. You know, whether it's releasing fake files, to Jack Posobiec and, Chaya Raichik, to asking for grand jury depositions being released in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. And now the DOJ is seeking to, once again, not release the Epstein files, but to unseal testimony from 2 agents within the government. Which is strange, if you ask me.
There are new indications that the White House plan to extricate the president from the Jeffrey Epstein controversy might be starting to crack. The Justice Department told a federal judge that the grand jury transcripts it's asking to unseal include testimony from just 2 witnesses. And both of those witnesses were law enforcement officials. No direct testimony from the victims themselves, no client list as it's been called. And the revelations about this grand jury and what is going to potentially come because a federal judge in New York was asking the government to supply more specific details before he makes a ruling on whether or not this information should even be disclosed. If it is released, will testimony from 2 law enforcement officials be enough to satisfy the president's base? That remains to be seen tonight, but it comes as the House Speaker Mike Johnson says the president is doing everything he can to ensure maximum transparency.
Ah, yes, the max transparency. I just want to say this. I just noticed on Cash App a message directed to me. I didn't notice initially, but one of the people who donated to the galactic deficit financing goal was Mish, who is in the chat right now. Thank you, Mish, for helping us shore up the galactic deficit. One day I hope to not have to do galactic deficit financing, that somehow our earnings throughout the month would suffice on YouTube and, well, I guess no longer Twitch, but Patreon and YouTube combined maybe one day will be enough. And we won't need to do any deficit financing goals. Okay, where are you? 1:30. No, alright, we'll stay with this. Let's go back to CNN.
I'm pushing aggressively for the full release of everything that is possible. And by the way, so is the president. He has said the same thing. We're using every mechanism within our power to do that and to do it as quickly as possible.
Of course, for the Speaker himself, a reminder that he essentially shut down the House rather than take a vote that would force the release of the Epstein files. And the Speaker says the president is aggressively pushing himself, urging
Gatlin with some more just the dynamic reporting. Now, it's totally fair. It's a totally fair point. While a little Mike Johnson is out here declaring that we need, we want maximum transparency. He is in fact the one who ended the legislative session and sent everybody on vacation to avoid taking a vote on releasing the Epstein files. So, I mean, I guess it depends on how you want to define transparency. But Caitlin Collins making a good point.
Power when it comes to these documents. But other than those grand jury materials, the Justice Department does have the power to release nearly everything else with redactions to protect the victims who are in those documents. The president, for his half, after mishearing a question today that was initially about the Russia investigation, keep in mind, instead answered about Jeffrey Epstein and repeated his stance.
Well, I want everything to be shown. You know, as long as it's fair and reasonable, I think it will be shown and it should be shown. And I think he feels that way, and I think Pam feels that way.
As long as it's the credible stuff.
It's got to be, it's got to be stuff that really...
It's got to be only the credible stuff, and we all know what that means. It's got my name in it, not credible. I don't know who, Epstein? I don't know who that is.
And I think Pam feels that way. But it's got to be, it's got to be stuff that really doesn't hurt people unfairly, because you have so many people involved. And if they can do that in a fair way, I think it's great. I think it's really great. The whole thing is a scam. It's a scam set up by the Democrats. And
Democrat scam. Fake
Democrats
news.
were definitely talking.
Those Epstein files are fake Democrat hoax witch hunt news.
About it today, the Democrats on the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee invoked a rarely used law to request that the Justice Department provide them with the Epstein-related files by mid-August.
Our request covers all documents, files, evidence, and other materials in possession of the DOJ, the FBI, related to the case of United States versus Jeffrey Epstein.
And tonight, my colleague Paula Reed is reporting via a source familiar with the thinking inside the Justice Department. The department is not expected to comply with that demand that you heard there from Senator Schumer. That could tee up a legal clash between Senate Democrats and the Trump administration, which would prolong even further the story that the president very clearly wants to go away. My White House insiders are here tonight, along with CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig, also joining us back. And Alex Eisenstadt, when you look at this, and in terms of how the White House is handling this, what they're looking for, I mean, what have you heard from officials, especially if this grand jury testimony is only going to include potentially just hearing from 2 law enforcement officials?
Yeah, it's pretty clear the White House is going to have to do more to quell the uproar. And you have members of Congress, senators, who are going to be back at home in August hearing from constituents. They're very amped up about this. The Republican base is very amped up about this. Majorities in polling show majorities of Trump voters want more information released. And so you're going to see pressure on the White House for members of Congress to release more information. And it seems likely, the White House is going to have to do more to release information. The question is what is enough?
Yeah.
The files, I believe, is what would be enough. Is doing the actual thing that everybody has been asking for, not coming up with all sorts of other sorts of, I don't know if sly is the right word, I wouldn't call it all that inconspicuous the way they've been doing it, but it would be not releasing things that people are not asking for, right? Like that would be, I think, for many people enough. To stop pretending like you're releasing the files and just release the files. Stop playing these games. Stop trying to release things in this piecemeal fashion so that you can avoid being, outed. That's what I think people would prefer at this point. I think that's bipartisan. It's not quite bipartisan consensus, because I'm fairly certain many Republicans are still in denial about Donald Trump's involvement. Okay. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say about some other stuff. We're going to move on from the Epstein files for now. Go to the White House presidential briefing room thing. I don't know what this thing is called, honestly. Okay. Don't worry. Donald Trump, sure, not releasing the Epstein files, but he is here to tell us about a great victory. A great victory Republicans have had, apparently.
Welcome home, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you.
It was a great trip. It was an amazing trip.
Look good.
For the country. For me, it was okay, but for the country, it was an amazing
trip. The country, it was a great trip. For me, it was a fine trip. But for America, the best trip ever. Fuck yeah! I love how he talks about it as if all of us got to go on vacation. Like, actually, the vacation to Scotland was a vacation for America. A vacation from me. Actually, I take it, I think about it. Actually, that was a great trip. You should stay. You should go back. Don't never come back.
Many parents are preparing to send their kids back to school in a few weeks. Now, this will be the first time they've gone back to school under the second administration for you. Now, the previous administration labeled a lot of parents domestic terrorists for showing up at school board meetings. What's your message to parents now as they return?
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, all those schools are just randomly labeling parents as domestic terrorists. Really, those parents didn't do anything at all. They were just like hanging out, and one day someone was like, "You, sir, are a domestic terrorist." Illegal. Are you sure that was all that happened, or were any of those parents perhaps acting in terroristic manners at any of these school board meetings, perhaps? I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
Kids to school knowing that they have the support of you.
Well, the beautiful thing is, as you know, we've gotten rid of the woke. Woke is gone, and I think pretty well buried. We're going to make sure it's buried. But the parents are now taking over the school boards. They're getting rid of these people that
are taking them over. Now the terrorists have taken over the school boards. It's great. It's going to be great. There we go. We got rid of the woke. Donald Trump. We've gotten rid of the woke. It's dead and buried. No more woke. It's gone. It's pretty much gone. We're going to do everything we can to make sure it is eradicated. And now all the terrorist parents can take over the school boards. Force everyone to read the Bible instead of math books. Who needs trigonometry when you've got Jesus?
Jesus, I say that.
Settle down. Settle down, Omarosa. Exactly. Yes, the woke is gone, just like on the South Park episode. I mean, this is Donald Trump is a meme of himself. That is basically who Donald Trump is at this point. Gotta say. Okay, everyone. I'm just gonna start the first break a little bit earlier than normal, mostly because the next thing we've got is very long and in depth. I would prefer not to break up the next video. So we're gonna take a quick break. Don't worry though, we will be right back after these brief space messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so you can get the latest notifications from this here spacecast, ensuring that you never miss a single episode. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support: YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to financing the stream rather than contributing to YouTube's bottom line. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Just $3 a month. That's 10 cents a frickin' day. It's practically free. You can get yourself more space benefits than the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, your Earth dollars could go much further by becoming a Galactic patron. Get yourself a sweet, sweet avatar. Be hanging out by the pool or the bar. Maybe the lake is your jive. Streets up for grabs too. You could be hanging out at any of these places. Just gotta become a patron. Then tell me what you want your patron avatar to be. You also get shoutouts at the end of every stream, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. everybody. I think everybody knows what that sound means. It is time for us to get back to the stream, so get back in those seats, Space fans. Otherwise, you're going to miss the latest in the second half of this Spacecast. That's right, the second half is coming immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That, for this half, we are going to get started. Why does this look, this looks wrong? God damn it. I changed this earlier. Ugh, whatever. I'll deal with that later. What was I saying? Ah, yes. Yes, that's right. We are going to get the second half started. Talking Republicans, talking Donald Trump. Mehdi Hasan had something of a, I guess you call it an informal sort of debate between himself and Mick Mulvaney, Donald Trump's former White House chief of staff at one point, also the Lincoln Project guy. And I've had some real issues with the Lincoln Project, even though sometimes it feels like our whatever, sometimes like randomly like will align on something. Like I've always been very skeptical of the Lincoln Project guys, and I honestly was not aware that Mick Mulvaney was involved in that. But listening to this discussion between him and Mehdi Hasan really made it clear to me why perhaps I had found the Lincoln Project to sort of be an annoying group of people more than anything else.
America is back. And so is Donald Trump. And like last time, he's ushered in chaos, confusion, and controversy.
I'm sorry, I don't have a plane to give you.
I wish you did.
The news cycle is moving at dizzying speed as Trump enacts mass deportations, a regressive economic agenda, and an unpredictable foreign policy. My guest tonight is a former Republican congressman who was both budget director and chief of staff to President Trump during his first term. The one-time White House insider has a unique understanding of Republican politics, and especially Trump and how he operates. I'm Mehdi Hasan, and tonight I'll be going head-to-head with Mick Mulvaney in London's historic Conway Hall. I'll challenge him on President Trump's immigration policies, whether Trump is mentally stable, and why he still supports the president after once vowing to never vote for him again. Tonight, I'll also be joined by a panel of experts. George Conway, a lawyer, former Republican and co-founder of the Lincoln Project, Christina Greer, Associate Professor of Political Science at Fordham University, and Greg Swenson, Chairman of Republicans Overseas UK. Mick Mulvaney, thank you for joining me on Head to Head tonight here in London.
Eddie, I'm looking forward to it.
So let's start with your own journey on Donald Trump, who you know well. I think it's fair to say you've been on quite a flip-flopping journey when it comes to President Trump. You once called him a terrible human being. Then you became his White House chief of staff.
Yes.
Then after January 6th, you resigned from the government and you said you wouldn't vote for him again. Then you did vote for him again last year. A man you know incited an insurrection against the US government. Why?
Fair enough. By the way, I'm not the only person to have varying opinions on Donald Trump. In fact, I think his vice president currently has said some interesting things about him. The part about the horrible person, I remember very vividly because he would remind me of it on a regular basis. I was running for Congress at the time, and I had a debate that evening that the Access Hollywood tape came out.
Yes.
This is the one where he said you grab women by the privates and so forth. I gave a candid answer to it.
That's not quite what he said.
And he never let me forget it. By the way, the man's capacity for forgiveness is infinite. His capacity for forgetfulness is absolutely non-existent. I can tell you this, is I worked with him for 3 years. I never saw any misogyny. I never saw any racial disparity, racism. I never saw.
Mick, whatever your name is. I love this. And he takes this tact on multiple occasions. He's like, look, I have hung out with Donald Trump, and he was never racist towards me, a white guy. He was never sexist towards me, a man. It's like, dude, no shit. Wake the fuck up, you idiot.
Things that people accuse him of doing.
We'll come back to that.
Is he a perfect guy? No.
But you said you wouldn't vote for him again because of the insurrection.
Yeah, well, I didn't vote for him in the Republican primary, and a lot of folks did.
But you chose to put a man back in the Oval Office who you said, let me just quote you.
Yeah.
You said that he lit the fuse for the insurrection and attempted coup in 2021. You said we needed a president that day. We didn't have one.
Yeah, and a lot, listen, I think Bill Barr said something very similar. Bill actually testified against him at the January 6th committee and said, look, general elections are binary choices in my country. They really are. We don't have a third party. It's this or that. Yeah. And you have to say, okay, do I take this person with all of their warts and all their difficulties, or this person?
I mean, an insurrection against the U.S. government is not a wart. It should be disqualifying, should it not?
I quit over it. I quit over it for a different reason. I don't.
I quit, but it's not disqualifying. This guy is so disingenuous, and this is why I hate. In some ways, this is why I hate neocons more than I hate the sort of extreme right, because they try and put on this veneer of respectability. When it comes down to it, they are still 100% part and parcel of a contributing factor to the fascism. They are voting Donald Trump into office. They didn't vote for Kamala Harris. We saw how that fucking strategy played out in the 2024 election. People, the Kamala Harris team went out and hugged as many just despicable Republican figures as they could find out on stage. That didn't get us any more votes. And I'm just sick of playing these games with these people who are clearly, even though from time to time they'll come out and criticize Donald Trump, doesn't matter. They still support him. They still vote for him. They'll still defend him on most issues. So what's the point?
And say that Donald Trump should be president again.
Yeah, I think.
So you're not a reasonable person.
Look, American politics is a nasty business.
Look, I'm not reasonable.
Are you saying basically you're happy to shift your views because that's how politics works? Or are you saying you get the man wrong? Because you also, I just got to remind people here before we move on, just before the 2020 election, you wrote in a Wall Street Journal op-ed that, quote, if he loses, Trump will concede gracefully. He will fight hard to make sure the results are fair.
Give me a joke.
And in the end, he'll accept the result, whatever it is. How did that work out?
That's the easiest question I'll get tonight.
Is it?
Because people misunderstand this. That was not a prediction. That was advice.
It was a prediction.
It absolutely was not. And here's why. I know how Donald Trump works. By this time, after the election, I had been shut out and wasn't able to.
It wasn't a prediction. I see. Get ready for it. It was actually a love letter written directly to Donald Trump. Even though it was published and the phrasing of it clearly sounded like that of a prediction, this was Mick Mulvaney trying to trick Donald Trump into doing the right thing, don't you see?
Talk to the folks on the team. I believe that the RNC was lying to people like myself who were trying to encourage a discussion about the election and so forth. People stopped taking my phone calls, and I knew how Donald Trump takes information. And one of the things he reads religiously is the op-ed pages of the Wall Street Journal. I wrote that piece for an audience of one.
So you didn't believe he was going to hand over power? You said you didn't just write.
You published it in a public, very public way, but it was actually just for Donald Trump. Now, you were Donald Trump's former White House chief of staff. Why couldn't you just write him an email? Why couldn't you just give him a call, send him a text, tweet at him, get on Truth Social? Nope, didn't do any of those things. Instead, he went to the Wall Street Journal to publish an article. Right.
You went on CNBC and said, I recommend that he accept a peaceful transition of power, which I think he would do absolutely. That sounds like a prediction, which is wrong.
It
does sound like a prediction.
Advising the gentleman, and he did not.
He does not advise.
He hasn't taken.
This dude is hilarious. First off, the self-importance involved in this, like, I just want you to think about this for a second. Mick Mulvaney, in his defense of having predicted something that was very wrong about Donald Trump, accepting the results of the election, thought so highly of himself, and so it was so sure. Like, I'm just trying to follow him with his own logic here. He was so sure that the Wall Street Journal is something that Donald Trump was absolutely going to read, he would see Mick. He would see Mick on there, and he'd be like, "Oh my god, look at it, Mick. Mick is saying I actually should." His feels like advice. He's not predicting things. He's actually talking directly to me. This is what's in Mick's mind, essentially. Look, Mick got a lot of smart points over there, that Mick guy, and maybe I will just accept the results of the 2020 election. That makes sense. What a fucking idiotic, what an idiotic claim, and like just wildly narcissistic claim from fucking Mick Mulvaney. Oh boy. But it's really, he's just retconning, right? Like he's just trying, like he's a dungeon master right now, trying to come up with a reason for why that elf from last session is suddenly doing something differently, and there's like an inconsistency. He's like, well, actually, the whole time, what the audience didn't see was actually this wasn't an article, this wasn't a prediction, this was me talking directly to Donald Trump. Don't you see? My God. Morbius Dragon. Gifting a sweet, sweet Galactic News Network membership to the community. Who got it? Miss Tanner. Miss Tanner just received a Galactic membership from Morbius Dragon. Thank you, Morbius. You're a generous and fine individual.
Advice on a lot of major issues. I think you were one of those people, including his vice president, his attorney general, who said, don't pardon the violent criminals from January the 6th.
I thought that
he
was
came in and pardoned nearly 1,600 people, many of whom attacked police officers, many of whom were prosecuted for having deadly weapons, many of whom had other convictions or pending charges for manslaughter, drug trafficking, rape, sexual assault of minors.
Yeah.
Trump pardoned them all against the advice of his own people. What kind of person does that?
I thought it was a bad decision. I don't know why he did it. If you're not in the room with him when he's making the decisions, it's hard to understand exactly why he's doing it. By the way, his vice president said the same thing. A week beforehand.
So he threw them all under the bus and just did this thing.
And he should have pardoned.
And then you all just fell in line. The party always falls in line, no matter what he does.
He is the leader of the party. There's
He's
no question about
the dear
that.
supreme leader.
From the Republicans. Blind support. No,
I mean, this is a pretty.
It's not blind support. I can see that I'm completely contradicting myself. I can see that I have absolutely no ideology of my own. It just really, it's when it comes down to it, he's the supreme leader of the Republican cult, and we must oblige.
You can criticize, you can disagree, and then still support.
Well, nobody resigned over this. I mean, you're not in the administration, but none of these people resigned. It's a pretty big deal, right? To pardon insurrectionists who assaulted police officers.
I don't think it's the worst decision he's made. I think the worst decision he's made was to take security away from various members of his first administration.
Oh, John Bolton losing his security was actually much worse than releasing a bunch of violent criminals onto the street. Right. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Because one thing affects one guy. The other thing affects thousands and thousands of people. Actually, it's worse. If John Bolton doesn't have fucking federal protection, we're all screwed. That makes sense.
Mike Pompeo, John Bolton.
Oh,
I don't
God.
like John Bolton very much, but I thought there have been some
It's a horrible
bad
thing to do.
decisions.
He's a vindictive man. You say he's forgiving. He forgives the insurrectionists, but goes after his critics.
I think he's done a fine job as president. There's a lot of decisions.
But hold on, how can he have done a fine job as president
right now?
Well, he did. January 20th was his presidency. He began his presidency by pardoning insurrectionists. How do you just ignore that is what I'm wondering.
Anybody who's president does 100% of the stuff that anybody wants, other than the president.
But there have to be some red lines.
No, there. This is the Lincoln Project guy. Actually, red lines. We don't have to have red lines. You know, ideology. It's a. Who knows? Who knows what anybody's supposed to do with ideologies? I mean, come on. Come on! That's not fair. Uh-oh. Don't do this. Do not do this. Motherfucker. Why is this happening? Really? All of a sudden, just out of nowhere, we start lagging. Out of fucking nowhere. Everything was running perfectly fine. Yeah. I mean, what was I saying? Okay, yeah. So I mean, this fucking guy, Mick Mulvaney, like this is why we can't trust. This is why we can't allow Democrats to try and hug Republicans into submission. Okay, these people are all in the cult. Doesn't matter if you're MAGA or if you're center right. If you're neocon type. It's all the same. There is no red lines. Donald Trump can do whatever he wants. In post, maybe they'll criticize something later on, and Democrats, CNN will come out and applaud them. They'll get like 10 spots on CNN in a week for saying one thing about Donald Trump. But the fact is they are not allies. They are not even close to being allies. These people are genuine cultists. Sure, Donald Trump can make mistakes, but he's still perfect. He's still a perfect man who I will not go against. That's basically what's happening here. All right, let's try this again. Hopefully the lag doesn't start back up.
It's for good in the country. And I don't like this idea of having law enforcement cover their faces. If you knocked on my door in the middle of the night with a mask on, I'm probably going to shoot you. And we don't want to be that place.
But we are that place now. It's expanding. Multiple police forces are borrowing. If you live in a country where masked goons, armed goons from the federal government can grab people off the street. I'll take back the goon.
There you go.
Masked
okay.
Oh, wow.
From ICE.
Yeah.
Mick.
Violently. We all see.
Mick takes offense to the word goon. My God. These people are such pedants. It is fucking, this is just such childish outrage over here. The goon? Goon, you would say? I would, what?
Precision of language, please.
Fucking precision of language, bitch ass Mick Mulvaney. Goon? How dare you say goon?
How rude.
How dare you say goon, Mehdi?
Videos, it's all on tape. Violently grabbing people off the street. Gardeners, dishwashers, hairdressers, American citizens, kids, elementary school children. That is not fascistic authoritarianism. That doesn't concern you.
The part that I don't like is the mask part.
The part I don't like is the mask part, actually. I love having goons going into schools and violently detaining children and mothers and old people. I love that, says Mick. The part I hate is that they're wearing masks. They should be proud of what they're doing, these goons. Oh my God. This, honestly, I listened to this whole thing. It was fucking wild. I am not gonna lie. This whole conversation was fucking wild. Ay. Honestly, Mick didn't have a single good answer during this entire thing. Not a single good one. Not one good answer. This dude is pathetic.
Awful. Weak.
My White House over how to handle that.
I'm glad you're not defending it, but you've defended a lot of other stuff. So let's bring in our patient panel of experts. Let me begin with George Conway, lawyer, co-founder of the anti-Trump Lincoln Project. George, you were a lifelong Republican. You're now a very well-known, outspoken critic, I think it's fair to say, of the president. Mick thinks it's unfair to talk about fascism, authoritarianism. He didn't accept any of the examples I gave. Why do you think Trump is an authoritarian?
Because of the very things that Mick wrote about. In 2020, he thought it was possible that Donald Trump would ignore the results of the 2020 election. That's a fascist. That's authoritarian. He's also a pathological liar because he continued after people told him, people who came into the White House and told him, you lost. And he didn't want to believe them. He brought in other people. No staff person could prevent him from doing that. He wanted somebody to justify his lies. He is a pathological liar with no moral conscience, no decency, no honor, and that is the problem. And all of those people end up being fascists. You were right after January 6th, and I think it's a disgrace that you now sit here and try to defend him when basically he's done nothing but get worse.
I know the information he was getting at the time. And if you were in the White House and every single person who walked in and said, you won, you won, you won, you won, what would you believe?
The evidence was to the contrary. They didn't say he won. His own lawyers told him he won. The Justice Department people told him they would resign if they tried to make him. As George points out,
I just find it fascinating that Mick is willing to bend over backwards to defend Donald Trump at every stop, basically. I mean, look, Donald Trump, he's just a product of his environment, don't you see? All the people around him were telling him this stuff. The president of the United States can't be expected to have, you know, critical thinking abilities that would extend beyond just comments being made by his staff. No. We cannot have those kinds of high expectations of the leader of the entire country. We can't expect them to be able to decipher true from untrue.
The DOJ were telling him he lost. Bill Barr was telling him he lost. The guy's telling me he won was the My Pillow guy. Maybe he shouldn't have been inviting the My Pillow guy into the White House.
And
maybe that's disqualifying.
I don't like the fact that My Pillow guy was a senior advisor to the president.
Whose fault was that? Whose fault was that?
Donald Trump is ultimately responsible for his advisors. There's no question.
So why give him a pass then?
Because I understand how the presidency works. It's one of the most isolated.
There's never been a president like this. You know this.
That's fine, but that doesn't mean it's fascist. All presidents are different. Yes, he is his own thing, and I get that.
All presidents are different. Some presidents are fascists. Other ones are, into democracy. Yeah, it's weird. It's a fun distinction.
Isn't the problem, though, Mick, twice now tonight you've said he got bad information on the photo, he got bad information on the election. Maybe the President of the United States should be someone who's smart enough to reject bad information.
Again, in fact, it's an easy rhetorical point. It doesn't make you...
Leaders should be smart,
It doesn't make you a fascist authoritarian if you don't do what you just said.
Put that to one side.
Face it.
You accept that leaders should be smart and not dumb.
Wait, you're confused? You can't find anything saying Mick Mulvaney is with the Lincoln Project? I could have sworn he's with the fucking Lincoln Project. Am I losing my mind?
Yes, I would prefer people to be smart and not dumb.
And yet tonight you've told the audience that Donald Trump was dumb on 2 occasions. He listened to a My Pillow guy and he listened to an unnamed aide who gave him a clearly doctored image.
My difficulty with the Trump decision-making was allowing those people to be advisors to the president in the first place.
Okay, let me bring in Greg. Greg Swenson, do you believe that Donald Trump won the 2020 election?
I'm really not sure, but I think what's important here is one of the reasons he won in 2024 is because of the pressure from the press, pressure from critics, not only calling him a fascist and a racist, but also they start accusing you. How could you vote for a guy who's a misogynist, even though he's not? It's one of the reasons he won, is that the people, got a little bit offended by this sort of judgment and this virtue signaling from his critics when he's done a lot of things really well. No one's perfect, but he's doing so much good for the people that voted for him.
Maybe I got confused because I see like a tweet here. When I first searched Mick Mulvaney Lincoln Project, and I see like Lincoln Project's Twitter account like retweeting Mick Mulvaney. Maybe I just got that confused. It could be on me.
Especially the working class people in America.
I apologize, Greg, I didn't introduce you to the audience. Greg is the chairman of Republicans Overseas UK, which is why I asked you about Trump and the election. Christina Greer is here, Associate Professor of Political Science at Fordham University, been waiting very patiently. Christina, is this just about liberals being upset about the way Trump speaks, or is it something more than that in your view?
I find that the defenders of Trump like to sort of talk about semantics and sort of get tied up in words. What we are looking at is public servants. You have served this country diligently. We know your CV, but you know better, yet you refuse to do better. I think that's the piece that is so frustrating with liberals or people on the left, where you were in Congress, you understand the separation of powers, you understand checks and balances, and what you're looking at right now in Trump 2.0, where he's steamrolling Congress, where he's ignoring the courts, where he's absolutely no respect for the Constitution, and in the litany of things that you listed, George, the one thing that you forgot was shame. We are dealing with a man who has zero shame. And what's even worse is that we're looking at people who were serving in Congress, who were Republicans, who actually know that this man is actually eroding our constitutional rights And he's only able to do it because there are good-meaning Republicans who've just forgotten that they are here to serve the American people and not writing op-eds for one man and not serving one man.
I get the part that you don't like the fact that he has any shame. I get that. Is he the ideal person for president of the United States? No, but I'm okay with him being the president. I'm especially okay with him being the president over the other choice, because that's what we had. We had a binary choice. You don't get a chance to sit back. It's one of the reasons I was critical of him in the Republican primary. Primaries are when we get a chance to go and say, you know what? I get to vote for the very best person I want. In a general, it's a binary choice.
Can I just ask, what did Kamala Harris do? You obviously disagree with her politically. She's a Democrat, you're a Republican. Yeah. But what did she do that was worse than lighting the fuse of an insurrection?
Listen, it was the... I put it to you this way.
Okay.
You were worried. We all should be worried about a deterioration in democracy. There's no question about that. I happen to feel that the policies that she represented would be just as deteriorating. By the way, why did Donald Trump do so well in 2024? Because he got...
That is insane. That is insane. I cannot think of a single policy that Kamala Harris had proposed. And the fact is the fucking campaign wasn't exactly full of policy suggestions from Democrats. It was mostly just joy, right? We were supposed to be joyful and all this other stuff. But I cannot think of a single stated policy from Kamala Harris that suggested that she would dismantle American democracy, which is basically what Mick is saying here right now.
Presented would be just as deteriorating. By the way, why did Donald Trump do so well in 2024? Because he got a message. He was struggling going into the primaries. Ron DeSantis, if you remember, was doing very well. And then he got charged in New York with this criminal charge for this financial thing. And it gave him this message. Look what they're doing to me. I'm rich, I'm famous, I'm white. If they can do it to me, imagine what they can do to you. That's a very powerful message, because that is what the Democrats were doing.
That's not
my point.
You didn't answer my question.
I am answering your question, which is that a lot of us sat back.
Charging Donald Trump for crimes that he clearly committed is worse than an insurrection.
So,
I mean, I'm quoting Bill Barr. Bill Barr said he committed a crime in Florida.
My point is, if you're worried about the long-term health of the democracy, you could look very critically at Kamala Harris.
Okay, let me ask you this. Last year you said the Jeffrey Epstein scandal would have no political impact at all on Trump's election chances. And you were right about that. It didn't. But it's certainly impacting his presidency. It's probably the biggest story in America, right?
Okay, hold on. We don't need to listen to more of the Epstein stuff. We've gotten plenty of that. There's one spot in here that I'm trying to remember where it is. It's like an hour-long discussion. But one of the things that Mick said here, I just found to be fascinating. A number of things. I mean, sure, but where?
Short break, don't go anywhere. Terrific guy who likes younger women, so. Mick Mulvaney. Welcome back to Head to Head on Al Jazeera English. I'm joined today by former acting White House Chief of Staff for Donald Trump, Mick Mulvaney. Mick, we've been talking about Trump's style of government since coming back into office, how authoritarian he is. We did touch on his mindset, and you've advertised yourself online. We checked your speaker bureau.
Oh, wow.
You say one of your skills is explaining how Trump thinks, how he works, and how he processes information. It's hard to believe that anyone, including Trump himself, knows how he thinks. But let's put your explaining skills to the test.
Right.
When Trump posts in May, has anyone noticed that since I said I hate Taylor Swift, she's no longer hot? What was he thinking?
May I see it?
She's no longer hot.
So hot right now.
Not hot.
That's hot.
Not at all hot anymore. Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
She's no longer hot. What was he thinking?
May I see it? And I'm looking for the timestamp on this, because the general rule of thumb is if it's between 11 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock at night, it's him at work with the team. This is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which means this was run by a group of people. If you get a tweet from him at 2 o'clock in the morning, it's him by himself. What's he thinking there? I have no idea. There was a conversation for some reason in the Oval Office about Taylor Swift's impact.
Wait. So Mick Mulvaney, the guy who's claiming to have an insight into Donald Trump's thought process. I have no idea what Donald Trump's thinking or what process he went through.
something off.
And that sets something off.
When he says, shares to his 10 million followers on Truth Social, he shared a post earlier this year saying, there is no Joe Biden. He was executed in 2020. He was replaced by a cloned double. What's he thinking there, Mick?
Illegal. I have no idea what he's thinking there.
Does he think that Joe Biden is a clone?
No, I don't think so.
Why share that?
Keep in mind, a good bit of what he does is trolling the left. Let's take something serious, more serious than a Biden clone. The running again in 2028. He was talking about it for a long time. Maybe I will, maybe I won't.
You don't think he's serious at all?
I don't think he's going to run again. I do think some people will talk about him running again because it suits their agendas.
Well, he hasn't shot it down, which is, again, why people worry about authoritarian.
On a Sunday program one time, he said, I'm not running again. And I believe that.
And on another show, he said, I'm not joking, I'm seriously considering it.
Yeah, and I cannot wait for Mick Mulvaney's response to Donald Trump's 2028 run. I cannot wait for him to be like, actually, it's fine. It's actually fine that he does this. That's going to be his response. Well, you know, he didn't mean it, but now that he's doing it, it's fine.
But a lot of that, he does like to troll the left. There's no question about that.
This is more than just trolling. Two chiefs of staff under Trump 1 bought books about mental illness to help them understand and deal with Donald Trump. One was John Kelly, the other was Mick Mulvaney.
Yeah. No, it's a fascinating story about how every president is different. The book was a...
It's a fascinating story about how you personally went out and struggled with Donald Trump's mental state, it would seem. Poor Mick.
Listen, is it unusual? Yeah. Do I think it disqualifies you from office? No. And again,
all right, what about someone in between?
Apparently he's not the first person to be like that in office.
It's not someone we've ever seen.
That's because you never saw FDR. Go read the passage.
No one who worked with FDR wrote books about how crazy he was. They didn't.
Go read it.
When you were chief of staff, Trump tweeted that Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and Ayanna Pressley should go back and fix the crime-infested places from which they came. How is that not an inherently racist statement to tell a bunch of non-white American women, 3 of whom were born in the US, to go back to where they came from? And did you not call him out at the time, either privately, publicly, as his chief of staff?
I'll tell you a story.
Oh boy.
When Charlottesville happened, I was in the Office of Management and Budget, and I had many number of people threatened to quit. I was doing a Sunday talk show someplace. I was in Maine, and we had to do it remote. And Charlottesville had just come out. This is where he was allegedly said there was good people on both sides. I'm walking out by myself, and a very looking African-American man.
He said it on national television. Why is Mick acting like it's like some sort of like some sort of secret? Allegedly, he said it. Dude, there is no allegation. This was a public statement made on TV. He said it in front of cameras and on microphone. Donald Trump said, very fine people, both sides. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous to claim it's alleged. Mick just trying to give Donald Trump as much runway as possible.
He said there was good people on both sides. I'm walking out by myself, and a very imposing looking African-American man followed me down the hallway by myself. And I'm like, what is going to happen? He's like, hey, Mulvaney, are you going to see the president later on? I'm like, yeah, I am. I think why. He goes, you tell him Ronaldo said hello. He's the best boss I ever had. I'm like, what is that? He goes, I was the cameraman on The Apprentice for 10 years. The best boss I've ever had. I've seen him interact with folks of all races.
No, if you have a black friend, it doesn't mean you
It doesn't. It doesn't. It absolutely, no, it doesn't. But that's not.
When he tells non-white women to go back to where they came from, is that not racist?
Who knows better about whether or not somebody's a racist? You or the person that might have interacted with him for 10 years who is a minority?
Well, all the 4 women who got the racist abuse said he was a racist.
And you don't think politics has anything to do with that?
All right, how about all the black and brown?
I love that claim. Do you think you know what racism is, or do you think I, the white guy over here on this panel right now, do you think I know what racism is better than you maybe, Mehdi? I mean, that's basically what Mick's saying. Like, look, you can pretend to know what racism is, but you don't know the man.
People watching who have been told since they were kids, go back to where you came from playground onwards. It is the most racist insult known to black and brown people.
I can't speak to that. I can speak
yeah, no kidding, Mick. You can't speak to that. You know why Mick Mulvaney can't speak to that? Because that's never happened to Mick. Because Mick is, I would assume, has never experienced racism in any shape or form, right? No, he never grew up being told to go back to where he came from. He's never experienced racism, so he can't speak to any of this because he doesn't understand it. He just doesn't understand it. He's a fucking idiot.
I can speak to Donald Trump, not a racist.
Hold on, you've told me earlier you know the job of chief staff. I don't, so I'm asking. Yes. Is the job of chief staff to say something when the boss puts out a racist tweet?
Publicly, no, never.
Privately, did you call him out and say you
I don't talk about what I said to the president privately.
You do.
No chiefs of staff do.
You do.
Very rarely.
It's funny, you can tell us a story about Ronaldo and you went and told the president and you've told us what the president said.
Yeah.
But when it comes to what he said to you when you apparently may or may not have called him out for racism.
I did not, let's be perfectly clear. I did not call him out for racism on this because I don't believe it to be racist.
Why not?
Because I know those people.
Okay, what country is Ayanna Pressley from?
I have no idea.
She's from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Okay.
So what country is she from?
She's American.
So why did you say to tell her to go back to the country from which she came?
Because this is how Donald Trump communicates.
In racist communication,
a black woman,
right?
Born and raised in the United States.
By the way, and
to go back to the country she came.
It's like Mick, he's like, he almost gets it. He like almost gets it. Like, well, Donald Trump just speaks like a racist. He says racist thing. It doesn't make him racist. Okay, he is like constantly going after, people of color, in all sorts of ways, and that's just his thing. He just hates people of color, and his base laps it up. But that's not racist. That's not racist.
Genuinely, explain to me how telling a black woman born and raised in the United States, by the way, and to go back to the country she came from,
until you told me the
racist.
Story, I didn't even know she was a black woman. I don't know who she is.
You probably work in politics more. You don't know who members of Congress are, senators are. All right, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
I could pick her out of a lineup.
Where is she from?
Is she Puerto Rican?
She's born in New York City.
Okay.
And Puerto Rico is part of?
Puerto Rico is a protected of the United States, and you are a citizen.
I love his sort of begrudging, like, oh, okay, all right, yeah, I guess she's an American.
Born in New York City.
Like, look how hard he's squinting. He's trying to squint this information out of existence. Like, if I can get my eyes as close to shut as possible, it's like it'll stop existing.
And Puerto Rico is part of?
Puerto Rico is a protected of the United States, and you are a citizen.
So which country should AOC go back to?
She's American.
So why did Trump tell her to go back to the country?
I think maybe she should get her hell out of Washington, D.C.
That's not what he said, though. Let me read to you. They originally come from countries whose governments are a complete catastrophe.
Look,
what is he talking about?
Betty, if you're trying to convince me that Donald Trump is a racist...
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm asking you on television with an audience watching to explain to me in good faith, what did Donald Trump mean when he told...
He's trying to shut them up.
By making racist remarks?
I don't consider them to be racist.
Why?
You do.
And I'm asking why.
Because I know these people, and I do not believe that is racially made up.
No,
yeah.
You know someone doesn't mean a statement's not racist.
Yeah.
Well, sure, absolutely.
That's not
Mick just does not understand what racism is. Mick Mulvaney seems to be one of these white guys, since he's never, ever experienced racism firsthand. Because he's a white man in power in the United States, he's never personally experienced racism. So unless somebody says before they say something, I am a racist, they can't be racist. Like, that's basically what his thinking is. It's like, the fact is you can be racist and not even think of yourself as a racist. You believe me. White people are walking around thinking racist fucking things all the time, and not necessarily ascribing those ideas to racist racist thinking, because they've never been challenged on those ideas, right? Like, they've just lived their life one way, surrounded by white people, and have never perhaps had brown people in front of them pushing back on the insanity of the ideas that they espouse from time to time, and it's a real epidemic among guys like Mick.
Abrasive, aggressive personality.
Let's bring in Christina Greer, who's Associate Professor of Political Science at Fordham. Christina, I mentioned the racism of Donald Trump multiple times tonight. Greg and Mick have said he's not racist, he's not misogynist. The Republicans have stood with Trump, even as he said and done things that Republicans in the past would have called racist. In fact, I believe Paul Ryan, your old boss in Congress, said textbook racism is how he described Donald Trump's attack on Hispanic judges. We're 10 years into the Trump phenomenon. What is going on here with people just denying what's in front of our eyes.
Well, you have people who have worked for Donald Trump who have said, well, he hasn't said it to me, right? And so, of course, he can't be because he hasn't said anything racist to Nick. We know that part of the reason why the Republicans voted for him in droves is because he said he would take things away from the immigrants, meaning...
What exactly would Donald Trump even say to Mick that could be construed as racist? Right? I'm just trying to think. Oh, Mick, you want some potatoes, buddy? It's like, you know, like, what is he going to say to Mick Mulvaney that he would even construe as being racist?
Black people, Latinos, Asians, you name it, they're coming to attack you, they're coming to take away. He said this, he campaigned on it. It's very, well, let me finish. It is very attractive to people, and always has been attractive to people, because the history of the United States is predicated on anti-black racism, white supremacy, patriarchy, and capitalism, which is Donald Trump in a proper nutshell. And he sells this past vision of making America great when it was never great for anyone except for great white men. And that's what he's selling to people. For some, they want to go back to those days, and for others, it's aspirational. This is textbook Donald Trump, and he does it, and he's successful because a lot of people also could not, would not bring themselves to vote for a black woman as the leader of a free nation. And so they would ignore all of the other things. They'd ignore January 6th. They'd ignore grabbing women by their private parts. They'd ignore all of the facts that we have had.
Why did he do so well with minorities? He did.
Jesus Christ, Mick. I love how they keep claiming the Republicans did so good with minorities. For Republicans. They never point that out. That when they bring up this statistic, it's for Republicans. Donald Trump did well historically for Republicans who have historically not done well with ethnic minorities in the United States. All right, we're going to watch the very end of the video.
We call that a cut in spending in my country. We spent $100 last year on a program, healthcare, rural healthcare, and we spent $103 this year. We call that a cut because we wanted to spend $105. There won't be any noticeable decline in American health because of the bill. But she also, I deal with the second half of her question was healthcare in the United States. I wrote the same budget in 2017. We really don't like USAID. Some of us do believe in soft power, some of us don't. But we believe that it is wasteful. We believe a lot of conservative Republicans.
But a lot of Marco Rubio, Lindsey Graham, George W. Bush,
yes,
big supporters
a lot of the neoconservatives of the party do. They believe more.
You don't like the fact that the U.S. funded 1,000 kitchens in Sudan last year to help people who were starving, and now you're not. You don't like that.
I have no difficulty with doing the good stuff that USAID did.
But you're not now. That's cancelled.
I don't like throwing out the baby with the bathwater. That being said, if we have to cut the spending back to
zero. Oh my God! What an ill-fated attempt at using using that colloquialism. Must be one of the worst attempts I've ever heard. Using the I don't like throwing the baby out with the bathwater analogy and then following it up with, well, if we have to throw the baby out, that's fine. That's basically what we got to hear that one more time. Mick Mulvaney.
Get it right. We're
Shut
absolutely
up.
going to do
Shut it, Mick. Say that one more time for me.
To help people who are starving, and now you're not. You don't like that.
I have no difficulty with doing the good stuff that USAID did.
But you're not now. That's cancelled.
I don't like throwing out the baby with the bathwater. That being said, if you have to...
But that being said, if you have to throw that baby out, sometimes you gotta kill a baby. That's Mick Mulvaney for you, everybody. He doesn't like throwing babies out, but if it comes down to it, he will throw your baby in the trash. That is Mick Mulvaney, Donald Trump's former White House chief of staff. My God. My God, Mick. Okay, that's all we're gonna take from this. I mean, Mehdi honestly obliterated Mick during this discussion on Al Jazeera. We are pro-life, but pro-baby catapult as well. Yes, correct. As long as that baby is Sudanese, we are fine with throwing it out. I've never heard anybody make that like I've never heard anybody say that before, and I just found it utterly just incredible. I'm gonna try that sometime. I'm gonna I'm gonna try that sometime in public. I'm gonna be like, look. Oh god, I can't even do it right now. It's just too much. At some point in my life, I am going to try that. I'm not sure when it's going to come up next, but I am going to try and pull that one off. Look, I don't like throwing the baby out with the bathwater either, but sometimes you got to throw out a couple babies. I love that. Love that. All right, let's see how the media ecosystem surrounding Donald Trump has been dealing with Trump's, I don't know what you would call it, sense of humor? I don't know. That's what CNN is calling it in this video title. I would call it more insanity.
Trump ally Joe Rogan repeatedly slamming the Trump administration over the Jeffrey Epstein investigation.
He's like, well, we have a film. We're going to release that film. And the film has a minute missing from it.
Yeah.
Like, do you think we're babies? Like, what is this? How does Pam Bondi say we have thousands of hours of footage? And then Kash Patel says we don't have anything that you're looking for.
Rogan demanding answers, but he is increasingly isolated in that demand. Donnie O'Sullivan is out front with more on how MAGA is starting to fall in line.
Those that say they'll no longer support President Trump because he didn't release every single thing we've ever known about Jeffrey Epstein, just because they say they're done, they're not done.
The Epstein. By the way, who is this guy? I've seen him a bunch lately. His eyes seem to always be like, it's like he's having some sort of an allergic reaction. Like they're constantly like closing in on themselves. I love that from him. He's like, just because Donald Trump doesn't release all the stuff that we already know about, like, what does that even mean? Like, nobody's complaining about Donald Trump not releasing the things that we already know about. Why would we want that? We want the documents that we don't know about. It's a very weird sort of Orwellian thing he's saying here.
Jeffrey Epstein. Just because they say they're done, they're not done.
The Epstein saga has rocked the MAGA base for weeks.
February 2015, Trump stands at CPAC.
Bill Clinton. Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein.
Like, you train.
That's Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend. Is that true? Is that true? Hold on. I gotta look this up. Is that how he got this sweet, sweet media job? I still don't know this. I can't figure it out. What is his name? I can't find it anywhere. Oh, Brian Glenn? Is that his name? Oh, yeah. There he is. Yeah, what is up with him? Why does his eyes, like, refuse to actually, like, show themselves? It's like they're hiding or something.
Us to go after this issue.
Does the president believe that justice has been served in the Epstein case?
President Trump can't get away from questions about Epstein.
Ghislaine Maxwell says she'll only testify if you pardon her or she gets immunity.
But at the White House, few of those questions are coming from Trump-supporting media outlets.
If you look at the 20 of the top 47 promises President Trump made, he delivered on all those campaign promises.
Brian Glenn is the White House correspondent for MAGA media outlet Real America's Voice.
People say, Brian, why don't you ask questions about Epstein? I'm like, because everyone else is asking the question about Epstein.
We need to get to the bottom of Epstein.
He just wouldn't want to. Wouldn't want to be doing something superfluous, asking questions people are already asking. Yeah.
That's too much, man! Epstein is the key that picks the lock.
Some in MAGA were initially unhappy with Trump's handling of the Epstein case. But after the Wall Street Journal broke this story and Trump denied it and sued the paper for defamation, many in the MAGA base rallied to his defense.
This is a centerpiece of the deep state trying to destroy Trump, going to destroy Trump, and going to destroy the MAGA movement.
In the wake of the Wall Street Journal attack on the president, I think the administration has already taken several of the steps that that are going to be good steps in the right direction. So, but the idea that like Donald Trump is covering up the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing, like that doesn't make sense, right?
Matthew Boyle is Washington bureau chief for Breitbart, an outlet that supports Trump but has asked questions about.
I love that claim from him. He just sort of moves right past that. He's like, that doesn't make sense. Donald Trump would never cover anything up about himself. He's never done anything like that.
You mentioned the Wall Street Journal story as an attack. I mean, was that an attack or was it just the Wall Street Journal reporting a good scoop?
Well, the president says that he never wrote that thing, and I have no reason to believe that he did, right? Like, I at this point, I don't know.
But their reporting shows.
Well, their reporting says that he did, right?
Yes, correct. I mean, that's how reporting goes. You say things, you know, first you research and do things like that. And then you say it, you write it down, something like that. But just because a journalistic outlet said and wrote it down doesn't make it credible. Fascinating coming from somebody who works at Breitbart News.
At this point, I don't know.
But their reporting shows.
Well, their reporting says that he did, right? Like they say that, but I mean, we've seen other media outlets get stories wrong about President Trump.
Potentially trying to distract from Epstein, the Trump administration has started baselessly accusing Barack Obama of treason, even posting a fake AI video of the former president being arrested.
Trump posted the video of Obama getting arrested.
Well, we all know that President Trump has an insane sense of humor. You know, he likes to troll, and we all know that. He is the master at that.
These people love talking about how Donald Trump is such a great troll. Now, previously being a troll, I felt it would be somewhat disqualifying for, president. But it seems like Republicans are actually pro-trolls now, strangely. I don't know. No bridges are safe.
Could that, in a way, mislead the base thinking that that's going to happen? I think there's a chance that could happen because people will see that and go, oh, it's going to happen. It's going to happen next week. When it doesn't, they get a little disappointed.
But while some in...
Oh, God. Oh, God. Some Trump supporters might be disappointed when they find out Donald Trump was trolling them on social media. No way. Maybe because he's the fucking president and he shouldn't be trolling anybody. He should just be saying things that are factual and not insane fever dreams that he came up with. Post-truth world. Gotta love it.
MAGA might be happy for now on how the administration is handling Epstein.
You guys can watch Brian's pre-show.
Brian and his girlfriend, the Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, warn that the Trump base still wants answers.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's your partner, said, if you tell the base of people who support you of deep state, treasonous crimes, election interference, blackmail, and rich, powerful, elite evil cabals, then you must take down every enemy of the people. If not, the base will turn and there's no going back.
Pretty hard words, huh? Maybe people in the administration saw that tweet. Maybe they understood.
Their relationship is fascinating to me. I gotta deep dive this shit. Somehow I missed this in my first watching. I thank you, chat, for explaining to me who this man is and his interesting relationship with Marjorie Taylor Greene. What I love, though, most about this guy's response to Donny here is, like, 2 seconds ago, he was telling Donny O'Sullivan, look, I don't ask questions about Trump and Epstein because everyone else is asking questions. 2 seconds later, Donny O'Sullivan pulls up Marjorie Taylor Greene's Twitter account. It's like, what about your girlfriend? She's been saying some stuff, asking some questions. Hey, maybe some of the people in the administration saw that. It's like, wait, huh? Wait, so actually, if Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing the reporting for you, I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. Journalism, everybody, enjoy. All right. Now let's go from talking about Republicans to talking about Democrats. One Democrat who we've had some serious issue with went on to the Breaking Points podcast with Crystal and Sagar. That's right, I'm talking about Alyssa Slotkin. Terrible, terrible woman who did that very weird Democrat response to the Trump State of the Union thing, whatever you call it. Like, she's like a former CIA operative or something, turned Michigan state senator. I find most of her takes to be sort of just horrible and representative of the neoliberal wing of Democrat party politics. And I'm fairly certain the Democrats like Chuck Schumer are hoping that she's going to be the next leader of Democrats after he dies. It's something we have to do absolutely everything we can to prevent from happening. Okay, let's go here. Let's see this fascinating conversation.
Joining us now is Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. Senator, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate
Thanks for having me.
We have a very limited amount of time. This is the internet, so you're here, and it's important that we ask some of the questions that are animating some of the younger voters and others. I assume that's part of the reason that you're here. The first is about Jeffrey Epstein. It's a story that's really captured a lot of America's interest. So you're a former CIA officer. Do you think that Jeffrey Epstein had any connections to U.S. or Israeli intelligence agencies?
So, not that I've ever seen or heard, but there's No, I haven't asked. But you know, this is like a solvable question because President Trump's CIA director, John Radcliffe, can answer this question, right? There is no shortage of people in this administration who can answer that question. I would be very surprised. I'm going to be honest. I know your views on it. I would be surprised.
Okay.
But I'm like a Middle East analyst. I was doing my time going after terrorist groups and militias in Iraq. And so I never saw it. I never heard anything about that. I, again, would be surprised, but there's an easy way to solve that problem.
Well, that's the question then. So in terms of, because I know you've expressed some concern about classified information, et cetera, in the past, would you be fine then with the full release of these Trump-Epstein files, even if they did reveal an intelligence connection?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, like, it's such a distraction from, in my mind, like what I really care about, which is helping people like live well in Michigan. Just get it over with and get it out. And this wasn't like my issue. It's still not the thing that wakes me up in the morning and I want to work on. But I think it's okay to say it's a full distraction now in Washington. Everyone's talking about it. So just unveil it, do whatever you need to do, answer the questions, and move past it.
Well, that's the last question then. So this.
Wow. What effective messaging from Democrat Alyssa Slotkin. Look. This is terrible for Donald Trump's popularity, which is why we just need to get the Epstein files out so we can go back to sending bombs to Israel. I would love to know what it is Alyssa Slotkin thinks Democrats should be getting done right now. I'm genuinely interested. I don't know what it is, aside from giving Israel more bombs to continue to wage their genocidal campaign. What else are Democrats getting done right now? Exactly. In Congress. In the Senate, specifically. Nothing is the response. Literally nothing. They've done fuck all year. This is maybe the most effective thing they've done all year, is to push even slightly on getting these files released. And Alyssa's like, look, can we stop talking about the files and talk more about how Israel needs more fucking bombs, please?
Accusations here from the Republicans on Epstein here, just about, why didn't you care for over 4 years? I know you asked the question in 2020. You said, I don't care particularly about Bill Clinton, etc. I mean, that's somewhat understandable, but, we do have a person, very specific circumstances, let alone, the sex trafficking organization, others. So, why don't you answer that question? Like, why is this now is the time that you do care?
Yeah,
or do you just not particularly care?
It's horrible when you have a pedophile and someone who had a literal pyramid scheme of recruiting 14 and 15-year-old girls for illegal sex. I mean, it's horrible.
Oh boy. All right. I cannot listen to this whole thing, mostly because Alyssa is just such a useless individual. I just want to move past when Sager, whatever his name is. Whatever Sager's saying here. Get to Crystal. Crystal had some very, very good points to make here.
I mean, what kind of a message Schumer and Jeffries, shouldn't they endorse?
They're both from New York.
Donnie, they're both New Yorkers.
Yeah.
And what kind of a message does it send if, this guy won the Democratic primary. Yeah. He is the Democratic nominee. Yeah. It was overwhelming. If then the centrist leadership of the party said, we can't get behind him.
I mean, you just asked me before we started the exact same question about the Michigan Senate primary, and I'm like, Michigan Democrats don't get involved in primaries. We all are friends. So I can't speak to what they're doing. I think.
I'm sorry. You can't speak. The primary is fucking over. This is such a weak, pathetic, cowardly answer from Alyssa. Because she's conflating two different things. In the middle of a primary in Michigan, she refused to voice her opinion on particular candidates within the Democratic Party who are vying for position, which I can understand. But then she conflates it with this other thing where the primary is fully over. The Democratic primary resulted in one candidate who is a Democrat, and Alyssa's like, it's the same thing. It's over, but we're all friends. But there's nobody to even step on the toes of because the Democratic primary is over, and I still can't comment because I am a pathetic, weak, terrible woman, incapable of actually saying what I feel, and what I feel is I hate Zoran. She just say it. It would be more genuine if she just came out and said, "Look, I don't like Zoran. I don't like his politics, and he sucks."
I hope that they're meeting. I mean, if this person is,
they did,
yeah. Okay,
and Hakeem Jeffries still refused to endorse him. I mean, think about it.
Why is she so unaware of things that are happening in Congress right now? She is a senator. This woman is an elected senator of an entire state. And she's like, oh, this is the first time I'm hearing that. Crystal? Really, Alyssa? Look at this face, too. What the fuck is going on in her brain right now?
I mean, if this person is...
They did.
Yeah, okay.
And Hakeem Jeffries still refused to endorse him. I mean, think about it from this context. Let's say in 2028, a more moderate figure wins the Democratic primary, and a bunch of progressives... AOC or whoever says we're not backing, we don't agree with you. I feel like you would have a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think
would.
I will say this: the way that this party works is when there's a coalition that sticks together. That's like a numbers issue. That's a date.
So we should stick together sometimes. Basically, is what Alyssa's saying. Look, we're great when we stick together. We don't always have to stick together, especially when I disagree with somebody, but. Progressives need it. Really, what she's saying here, in my opinion, is look, Democrats like myself, establishment neolibs, are perfectly within their rights to not endorse progressive candidates, democratic socialists, things like that, even if they win primaries. But if progressives attempt to do the same thing, well, they can go fuck themselves, and they should be more unified with us, actually.
Works is when there's a coalition that sticks together. That's like a numbers issue. That's a data issue.
Oh, it's a data issue.
And so I'm always going to be someone who's trying to find unity. That doesn't mean we all agree with each other. And I think I wasn't in the conversations where they met privately. What they debated, what they talked about, I don't know. But to me, we got to figure out what's common among all Democrats right now. And that's why I focus on the economy, because that is, to me, the cost of living and people not being able to achieve what their parents achieved is the existential issue of our time.
By the way, Alyssa has zero, count 'em, fuck all solutions for the economy as it relates to people being disenfranchised in this country. But she knows that it's important, so she's got to talk about it. She just doesn't have any solutions.
Is the unifying issue of like all the right wing, left wing, like Americans. I don't even think it's a Democratic Party thing. And to me, that's where I spend my time, because I think 80% of my constituents in Michigan, that's where they live, is like, I just want to be able to go to Disneyland and take my kids the way my dad took me. So that's where I focus on. I'm happy to sit down with any leader. I can't speak to their particular decision to endorse or not.
But,
I'm not endorsing in my own
Right, but just
primary.
the last question on
but
that.
he won the primary.
Right, that's my question.
That's what's different.
And
By
they
12,
haven't, I'm
by
sorry to
12
ask
points.
this. They have another election though, yeah?
A general election.
A general
He
election.
is the Democratic nominee.
I see, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Alyssa, you don't seem to really understand what's going on here, do you, stupid? Yeah, but she, I think she does understand it, and she's just trying to play fucking stupid. She is trying to play stupid right now. She's trying to play dumb. She knows full well Zoran won the primary. She understands how elections work. And she's holding out. She's holding out, waiting for Chuck Schumer to endorse Andrew Cuomo. That's what she's waiting for.
That's why I'm saying I don't follow New York politics, and I think you'd have to ask them. I don't know. I know that for me, whoever wins the Democratic primary in the state of Michigan for the Senate seat that's up, that's who I will endorse, regardless of who it is.
All right, that was my last question. So I'm going to turn it to Chris.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I'm actually a little curious, and forgive me if this is impolite. Like, I'm curious why you wanted to talk to us.
What do you mean?
Well, like, we don't have actually a lot of senators, especially ones who have very different ideology than us, reach out. So I'm curious what your goal was and why you thought to come here.
Well, first of all, I think you have a good audience. I mean, right?
We agree.
If you appealed to like 4 friends on YouTube or whatever, then I probably wouldn't be here. But I think, to me, part of the problem is that people have kind of gone to their corners. And I live this, right? I live on my family farm in a town that voted heavily for Donald Trump. I've never won my town. I've never won my precinct. I've never won my neighbors. We get along, but I never won them, and I probably never will. So to me, I think that the people have gone to their corners, and like people who used to be able to talk about politics and disagree don't even get in the same room together. So I kind of like the idea of your show. Like, it was interesting to me when my team pitched me, right? We go through, and like, there's no hiding it. Lots of people are like, how do we evolve in this new space? You know, like that's not you know, it's not that conversation isn't happening. It is, and I think that's good, and to the credit of lots of shows like yours.
Thank you.
But I think your show appealed to me as I was being pitched because you guys don't agree. And like, I am very focused. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat. Like, Michiganders want to get back to a place where we can disagree on politics and not have it be so, like, bitter.
So I hear you on.
God, poor Alyssa. Oh, just living this horrifying life. Living on her farm. People can't even hang out anymore because of the politics. Everybody is so bifurcated. Oh, God, so disenfranchised from one another because of politics. And she just wants to go back to a time where we can all get along. And she is a fucking idiot for saying this. I mean, at this point, in 2025, if politics isn't causing you to lose friends, lose, you know, relationships and whatever else, I would say that you should probably be out of politics. You know, you should probably just leave it alone. You know, if you're one of these centrist fuckbags sitting around asking yourself, why can't I hang out with my Republican friends anymore? You should leave. You should just please leave. Get the fuck out of politics. Sure, go ahead and vote, but do not try and represent. Certainly in Democrats, in the Democratic Party, I am so sick of this exact thing. This is what lost us the 2024 election. Is Zlotkins just tripling down on it. She's like, look, we need more Liz Cheneys. We need more Liz Cheneys and John Boltons. People who probably wouldn't vote for Democrats, but will come out and hang out with us. It'll be so much better.
The idea of like you want to talk about the economics and the unifying and cost of living, and I think that ignores a big elephant in the room, especially when you're talking about even Zoran Mamdani. The reason Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer don't want to endorse him is because of his position on Israel. The single most viral clip that he had in that election actually wasn't about cost of living, even though that's what he wanted to make his campaign about. His opponents, Andrew Cuomo in particular, wanted to make it all about accusing him of anti-Semitism and attacking him for his views on Israel and Palestine. So the most viral moment from that entire campaign, I believe, was this moment on the debate stage. Guys, this is E1. Let me go ahead and play this for you, and then I want to get your reaction.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
Now, this was considered very controversial when he said it.
How dare he suggest that Israel should have equal rights in a supposed democracy? That is too much.
That's too much, man!
Now, for me, that wasn't the most viral clip. I could be wrong about this. Feel free to check me on views. I could have sworn the most viral clip that he had was of him screaming his fucking lungs off at Tom Homan when ICE was doing things in New York, if I recall correctly. That one was huge. Around here, we certainly watched that one a couple of times.
And I think the results are in at this point that he didn't win in spite of his position there. He won in part because of it, including if you listen to Andrew Cuomo's numbers, he won a majority of Jewish voters inside of New York City. And so what I'm curious for your view on is, while, you know, I would love to debate you on your healthcare policy. I think we need Medicare for all. You think public option, your housing policy, et cetera. I'm just being really real with you. I don't really hear what you say if you are still supporting a genocide in Gaza. And that's, for me, you know, I'm speaking for myself, but I know there are millions of other people who feel the same, that you have to at least cross this sort of moral threshold. And what it indicates to people, and I think part of why, you know, Zoran won so many people in New York City, young people in particular, but Jewish New Yorkers, people across the board, is because it was a sign of, number one, okay, you're focused on New York City first and foremost. Number two, you're willing to take the heat on an issue that is really difficult for you, where you're being overtly smeared as an anti-Semite. And number three, there's no, you know, entrenched interest that's going to control. You have a spine, you have principles, you're willing to stand up for something. And so, you know, I'm curious for your reflections on that because of your voting record and where you've stood on this conflict.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the proudest moments that I had in my last election, where I just won on the same ballot as Donald Trump, was that I won a majority of Jewish voters in Michigan. We have a large Jewish population. And I won Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, and Hamtramck, the 3 Muslim-dominated cities. Trump won 2 out of the 3. So I think the thing that I would push back on is the voters vote with their feet, right? We have a moment in an election where they get to decide. And there was no issue that was more difficult for me in this last, I would say 6 years, but certainly in this last election, other than this issue, because it's personal. I'm a Middle East analyst by training. And so what I tried to do, and why I think I managed to win both those communities, is call balls and strikes, literally up to this week, on what's going on. So
this woman is disgusting. She disgusts me. Jesus fucking Christ. As a former CIA analyst of the Middle East, of course, the CIA has never done anything bad in the Middle East. I'm just here to call balls and strikes. What a bunch of fucking bullshit. Yeah, like the CIA is just calling balls and strikes. Like that's Alyssa's forte. It's just calling the balls and the strikes. Not, you know, manufacturing consent or pushing a particular narrative. That's not her deal. She's like an umpire, don't you see? She's just like an umpire. Anyways, yeah, Alyssa Slotkin's interview here on the Breaking Point podcast really did not go well for her at all. Crystal utterly slayed her. We do not have time to watch this whole thing because we got a hell of a lot to get through here today. Already in the second half, and I've barely gotten through 15 videos. We're moving super slow. It's bad. That's bad. That's a bad sign. I gotta keep this. I gotta keep this moving. All right. Shit. I have to pee. Speaking of keeping things moving. All right. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about the delay, folks. Alright, let's keep this thing moving. Now, since he was brought up in the last discussion about between Breaking Points people and Alyssa Slotkin, I figured we'd go to New York State, where New York Representative Claudia Tenney had some things to say. She is from New York's 24th. And she represents basically Western New York, Finger Lakes region, Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, Binghamton, maybe? Not clear. Maybe all the way up to Watertown. I'm actually not sure. But this woman sucks. And had some very just insane things to say. Now, unfortunately for Western New York, Claudia Tenney is a Republican, so she is equally not equally, what's the word? Uniquely problematic for New York. Let's go here, see what this terrible woman had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses. This is an incredible setting, and I want to thank you, the Young family, for all this amazing backdrop that we have, and for a business that was founded many years ago that continues to be successful in Nevada. We're grateful to everyone in your hospitality. I just wanted to first just echo the sentiment of my colleague, Mr. Kelly. I come from New York. It's similar to maybe Las Vegas. And, you know, right now, the leader of the Democratic Party in New York City, the contender who will likely be the mayor of New York, is a Marxist anti-Semite who believes in taking away the means of production from the people, who believes in, you know, a lot of things that are...
That's all we need. That's all we need from this fucking woman.
A fucking bitch.
Oh, wow. I love that at the very end of it, she loses the, what do you call it? The thread, if you will. A Marxist, socialist, anti-Semite who's trying to take the means of production away from the people? That last part really threw me off. Is like, the people, which people? Oh, right, the capitalists, right. Trying to take away the means of production from the capitalists and give it back to the people, right? Oh, that is terrifying. That is terrifying. She goes on to suggest that Albany is being run by Marxists, that somehow the Marxists have taken over the State House in New York and Albany. This is the first time I heard of it. We're not going to watch this whole thing. It's like, it's way too long to get through it. I can't remember exactly where she says that shit, but everything this woman said was fucking either hilarious or just insane. Damn, Albany taken over by Marxists. There you go. By the way, what the fuck was up with this? Can we go back real quick? What the fuck is up with this? By the way, this is the House Ways and Means Committee, which for some reason, all of these people were in Las Vegas, Nevada for some reason, in the middle of some sort of warehouse for signs or something. It's not clear. I just don't understand why they're here. It just doesn't make any sense to me why these people are where they are. Why are you here? Go back to Washington. Why are you in Vegas right now? It's making no sense. All right, speaking of Washington, the Trump administration, Donald Trump, has been very upset recently. Oh, wait, sorry, one more story in here. So, damn it. Oh, right, this story. When I saw this earlier, people not know what's up with Albany. Albany is the capital of New York. I know that sounds weird. That's right. New York City is not the capital of a New York state. Albany is the capital of New York State. That's where the state Senate Congress is at. Okay, what was I doing? Okay, right. This fucking story. This was earlier this week. And I feel like this is also sort of tied into Donald Trump's attempt to continue to throw bits of meat to his base while also not doing the thing that they want him to do with the Epstein files. I could be wrong. What is a lie? Is a lie that Albany is the capital of New York? It's just facts. Write that down. Write that down for later. It's definitely true. I would not make this up to you. Alright. I wish I was making up this next story. Let's talk about what the Trump administration is claiming that federal workers can now do. Oh, God. We are living in the worst possible fucking timeline. Theocracy, America style. Trump administration says federal workers can challenge religious views for correctness. What? Real quick. Can anybody tell me what the correctness, like, what does that mean? Correctness of religious views. Based upon what? Like, what does that even mean exactly? The word correctness is utterly just fucking mind-boggling. I don't understand what that means. Does that mean that we can challenge religious views in general? Like, hey, you shouldn't be religious? It's not clear. Federal workers will be allowed to discuss and promote their religion in the workplace, as well as challenge the correctness of religious views held by other employees, according to an Office of Personnel Management memo released Monday. I mean, this is fucking insane. This is fucking insane. This means that all federal workers now, federal government workers, can now go around promoting their own religion. Like, don't they have other things to do, like their actual federal jobs? Like, why would this be something that we would encourage within the federal government? I thought we were going to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. But now we're talking about people wasting time to talk religion, and that the executive branch of the government is in fact giving them the green light on this, to tell people to go around converting people, basically. And not just converting people, like just outwardly attacking other people's religious views, right? It's fucking insane. Can you imagine? Like, think about what this actually means. Like, this is this departs from so much precedent over the years. It is insane to think that this is what we now have. The fact that we genuinely now live in a theocratic autocracy. The fact that the Trump administration is giving people just the green light to be religious zealots while also conducting their duties within the federal government. Saying, hey, actually, no, I know we've gone 250 years, separation of church and state, but actually that was a bad idea. Church and state should be together, especially particular church stuff. Like, it is beyond all my capabilities of like fathoming. Like, I every single day I hear something new from the Trump administration, but this one really did disturb me. Like, you could be just minding your own fucking business in your federal job, and now your colleagues can just randomly approach you and tell you that your religious views are bad, and say what it's insane. It is insane. Oh my God. All right, I'm going to keep reading this. I'm going to try. Trump administration's latest efforts to expand the religious, the role of religion in the government. In guidance sent Monday to leadership of federal agencies, OPM Director Scott Cooper directed outlined protected activities by federal employees and argued that, quote unquote, allowing religious discrimination in the federal workplace violates the law. Really? Really? Like, this is the exact opposite of the law, what they're trying to do. This doesn't violate the law. Like, what they're doing violates the law. People not talking about their religious, not just talking about it. It'd be different to just be like, I am a Christian, and so I believe in Christian stuff. This is completely different. This is people saying, this dude saying, look, while you're working for the federal government, getting paid the American taxpayers, like you're being given money from the taxpayers to now enact your own religious desires upon your coworkers. I mean, and also, does this feels to me like, because of some of the vagueness in this, I feel like this also extends to just random citizens, right? I'm fairly certain But now American citizens, non-federal employees interacting with U.S. Government federal employees could also be subjected to federal employees telling them that they have the wrong religion. And that now the Trump administration is going to protect that. And they're going to claim that this is somehow constitutional. It's fucking insane. Wait, what? Threatens to adversely impact the law and recruitment and retention. Wait, I'm sorry. People aren't going into the federal government to work because they're not allowed to also simultaneously do religious conversions and tout their religion or to demean their fellow colleagues for their religious choices. That's keeping people from going into the federal government. Well, good. Those people shouldn't be there. If you love your God so much, get the fuck out of government and get on the streets. Have you met the Mormons before? Maybe you should get some notes from them. Maybe you should, be more like the Latter-day Saints. Spend your time walking the streets, knocking on doors, and telling people about the good word. Get on it, pal. I don't know what you're doing here in government. Protected activities include engaging in conversations regarding religious topics, quote unquote. Ooh, religious topics. That's not at all vague. With other employees, including attempting to persuade others of the correctness of their own religious views, as long as those efforts are not harassment. What counts as harassment? Who decides what's harassment? Federal employees may encourage co-workers to participate in expressions of faith, like prayer. Wow. Wow. This is a complete violation of the Constitution. Not even an amendment. It's straight out of the fucking Constitution. I can't read any more of this. It disgusts me. It disgusts me that this is what's happening in our government. The Trump administration is encouraging people to be fucking just horrible people. Why have a constitution anyway? Screw it. Anarchy time. Alrighty then. Let's go here. Let's talk about what's been going on in Republicans, sort of the Republican infighting. This one's not an Epstein-related situation, if I recall correctly. But Donald Trump was furious at Republican Senator from Iowa, Chuck Grassley. He took to Truth Social to attack him for something which Congress has been doing for a very long time.
And this morning, Grassley made clear he was not thrilled by the president's broadsides.
Last night, I was surprised to see President Trump on Truth Social go after me and Senate Republicans over what we call the blue slip. I was offended by what the president said, and I'm disappointed that it would result in personal insults.
It's almost like Chuck Grassley's been asleep for the last decade. I mean, he's probably been taking a lot of naps, being, I think, the oldest member in Congress. The volume is at -13. Oh my god, it is. I am so sorry. It is at -13. I'm very sorry. I am very sorry, chat. That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
That is my bad. Take two.
President Trump set his Truth Social sights on a powerful member of his own party last night, Senate Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley. After taking credit for Grassley's reelection, he then dinged him for not changing a long-standing Senate custom meant to preserve one of the last vestiges of bipartisanship for federal judiciary appointments to lower courts. And this morning, the repost started, saying Grassley is a rhino. He always has been. We need to light up Grassley's office. Come on, Grassley. Those are just some of the posts from his supporters that Trump sent out to his millions of supporters on Truth Social. And this morning, Grassley made clear he was not thrilled by the president's broadsides.
Last night, I was surprised to see President Trump on Truth Social go after me and Senate Republicans over what we call the blue slip. I was offended by what the president said, and I'm disappointed that it would result in personal insults.
My excellent reporters are back. I mean, this is something. I mean, Grassley has been a loyal soldier for Trump through and through, helping usher through a whole host.
Yep, and now Donald Trump's coming after him, as always, in the Trump cult. Even the highest appointed priests of the cult still are completely and utterly meaningless when it comes to Donald Trump, no matter how much loyalty they have exhibited over the years. If you don't do your sermons in a particular way that the Supreme Leader wants, you are going to be under fire. But I just find this fascinating. Donald Trump's very upset about this. The fact is, the thing that Donald Trump is complaining about is something that Republicans have used on a bunch of numerous occasions. Numerous. Including in the last 4 years during the Biden administration, Republicans did the same thing. All that, and just in case anybody is unaware of what a congressional blue slip is, it sounds confusing. A blue slip is effectively a method in which people in Congress can, it's like a poll almost, right? It allows for state, like state representatives, people who work within like, what do you call it? Like the state congressional apparatus, rather than the back in DC, to voice their opinions via a blue slip sent back to the judiciary committees to basically voice their opinions on any particular nominee, and has been used as, you know, a way for senators to determine their votes. Right? They're like, well, back home, you know, I've got, you know, 10 different state senators telling me we don't want anything to do with that guy, right? And that's all it is. It's really all it is. You get rid of this, it just becomes a more sort of complicated. You have to come up with some other method of determining what the people in your state at home want, essentially. But Donald Trump's upset about these blue slips because people have been telling him that supposedly that is why some of his judiciary nominees are not making it through, even though it's just because people don't like some of these nominees. And even if these blue slips didn't exist, you know, people in Congress are going to vote how they're going to vote. The blue slips are really just there for them to determine more information, glean what the vibes are back in their state happen to be. That's really all that they are. Okay. How are we doing on time? I feel like we're doing bad. Yes, we are doing bad. Jesus Christ. How am I moving this goddamn slow? Motherfucker. Okay. Let's go here. PBS NewsHour from earlier today on Thursday. Wait. Oh, shit. I feel like we should do this one on Sunday, fun day. Fuck it. No, we're doing it. I take it back. I had one thing, and now it's a different thing, and that's my bad. Let's talk about a man who's no longer, who's left the earth for the afterlife. A blonde hot dog by the name of Hulk Hogan.
We have our wrestling correspondent here on this day, this auspicious day. Hulk Hogan has died. I don't know too much about any of this, so it's good we have Binder here. What I do know is he sued Gawker, he was Peter Thiel's frontman to sue Gawker out of existence, and he is just like a bad guy and also like abusive, if I'm not mistaken. So take it away. Maybe not rest in peace, Hulk Hogan.
Right. So let's get this part out of the way. There is, without a doubt, this basic fact that Hulk Hogan is unfortunately the most influential pro wrestler of all time. He came up in a time when the industry was changing. Vince McMahon was trying to take WWE out of the old territory system that wrestling was under and trying to make it a global brand. Hulk Hogan was at the right place at the right time with the right sort of, charisma and aura around him, and he became the largest draw in pro wrestling history, the most, legendary face in wrestling. All that's out of the way. Hulk Hogan, the person, Terry Bollea, has been a pretty bad, horrible guy throughout, as far as I know, his whole adult life. Even back in the wrestling days, and this is a story that Jesse the Body Ventura, former governor of Minnesota, has said before. Back in the day, in the 80s, during wrestling's big rise into the mainstream, he tried to unionize the locker room. He tried to get a wrestlers union. And Hulk Hogan, well, he didn't know this at the time when it happened, but somehow Vince McMahon found out and fired
We have this
Jesse.
clip, Binder. Do you want to play it?
Yeah, let's play it. Let's play it. Yeah, this is Jesse Ventura telling the story about how he got fired from the WWE back in the 80s for trying to form a wrestlers union. And lo and behold, who ratted him out to Vince McMahon? Wrestling's biggest star, Hulk Hogan.
You and Hulk were once good friends.
Yeah.
What's the likelihood of that ever being repaired?
Never.
What?
Can't trust him. I'm not friends with anyone I don't trust. I have to have a trust with someone to be their friend. And he's the one that ratted me to Vince when I tried to unionize. I found that out under federal deposition when Vince was put under sworn, and he didn't hesitate at all. I told my lawyer the story, and in deposition you can ask about anything. And so I wanted to know who ratted me in the locker room, because there were no agents, no one from the office was in there when I did it. So it had to be one of the boys. And when my attorney said, Mr. McMahon, has there ever been a union in wrestling? And Vince said, no. He said, has anyone ever tried to? And Vince said, well, I think Jesse Ventura spouted his mouth off about it once before. And my attorney said, did you hear Mr. Ventura? No. Well, then how do you know he did? With no hesitation, Vince went, Hulk Hogan told me. And I didn't show any emotion, but I almost tipped over in the chair because he was my friend. And I thought, but then I understand why. When we went to court, I saw in WrestleMania 3, Hogan got paid more than all of us combined. Now, why would he want a union when he's getting taken care of? Imagine that, WrestleMania 3, 93,000 people, and he got more than Andre the Giant and all the rest of us combined. If there was a union, would that happen? No.
What communication did you have with Hulk after you found that out?
None. I've never spoken to him since and don't intend to.
Well, that guy is a living legend.
Yep. Jesse Ventura. Laying the smackdown, if you will, on Hulk Hogan and his anti-unionist vibes. But I mean, yeah. I mean, since Hulk was making the most money, why would he want a union? That would just almost ensure that he would make less money. Why would we want fairness when you're banking off of the unfairness? All right, let's go to talking about the state of Texas and what Texas is trying to do with its congressional district maps. PBS NewsHour.
Texas lawmakers are revisiting their congressional maps in a rare mid-decade review, looking to redraw their lines in favor of Republicans in the state. Ali Rogan has more on the controversial fight that could have a major impact on future elections. Ali?
Now, redistricting typically happens at the beginning of the decade after the release of new census data.
I'm sorry.
President Trump has urged leaders in the state to restructure.
Why are they sitting at two different desks? Can somebody explain to me why? Why are they talking to each other from across the room? Who set this shit up? What is the deal here?
Future elections. Ali?
Now, redistricting typically happens at the beginning of the decade after the release of new census data, but President Trump has urged leaders in the state to restructure their maps in an attempt to maintain Republican control of the U.S. House. In a statement, the Republican Party of Texas praised the move, saying it is, quote, an essential step to preserving GOP control in Congress. But some residents have pushed back at hearings regarding the proposed district lines.
How about we all stop allowing ourselves to be treated like pawns? Reject this attempt by Trump to serve and protect himself at your expense.
For more on the Lone Star State's redistricting battle and the impact it could have on next year's midterms, I'm joined now by Abby Livingston of Puck. Abby, thank you so much for being here. The legislature last drew its map just a few years ago. Why is President Trump asking them to do it again now?
Well, the people who drew the map in 2021 were actually Texas Republicans, and they drew a map that would prevent any sort of competitive races in the state and that would bolster all of the incumbents. And Donald Trump and many other Republicans in Washington saw room to give, and so they directed Texas Republicans to redraw the map in a much more aggressive way in order to bolster Republicans next year in the midterms.
And what are the differences between the current map, which was drawn in 2021, and the new proposed map?
The biggest difference is several Democrats are going to have a very hard path for re-election. 4 Democrats were drawn in the same there's 2 pairs of Democrats in 2 districts where they may have to run against each other. These are very painful types of races for the Democratic Party, but it also frees up districts where Republicans can win.
Now, Governor Abbott of Texas initially resisted this push, but came under some pressure from President Trump's political team. What does that say about President Trump's influence right now? And what kind of precedent does this set for redistricting fights all over the country?
I think this shows Donald Trump's total domination of the party from the top to the bottom. When I first heard of this, I was very surprised, and some of my Republican sources were very surprised he was moving forward on this. But that is one of the #1 takeaways of this beyond the actual political repercussions.
And as you just
This situation is totally fucked up. And this is just an insane power grab Republicans are trying to do. And they are running roughshod over people's rights, over, equal representation, fair representation in their state. And this is not shocking coming from Texas, I guess, as much as it would be from another state, but it is insane. It's going to be utterly problematic for the people that live there, especially minority communities who are now, possibly going to lose their representation, lose their vote, essentially. Republicans are going to steal those votes and give them to themselves. blue states need to do this. Problem with that is that a lot of blue states, unlike Texas, have laws against this sort of gerrymandering. Not all of them, but like New York does. Just the first one that comes to mind, honestly. But I don't disagree that Democrats need to hit back on this. It's just going to be a little bit more complicated since Democrats seemingly respect democracy more than Republicans. Let's go here. Some of you may have already seen this, but since we were already talking about it, I figured we would have Texas Democrat House Representative Al Green tell us what he thinks about this gerrymandering.
Mr. Speaker, and still I rise, a liberated Democrat, unbought, unbossed, unafraid, censured, but not silenced. And I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to address the topic of racism infused in Texas politics. Racism infused into Texas politics. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand a letter from the Justice Department. It is a letter that has as its reference unconstitutional race-based congressional districts, and then it cites the districts. Texas District 9, occupied by a person of color. Texas 18 was occupied by a person of color who is deceased, to be filled soon. 29, occupied by a person of color. 33, occupied by a person of color. Now, this letter goes on to infuse race into the conversation. Read the last line, last sentence in the last paragraph. It reads, if the state of Texas fails to rectify the racial gerrymandering of Texas 9, Texas 18, Texas 29, and Texas 33, the Attorney General reserves the right to seek legal action against the state, including without limitation under the 14th Amendment. So race has been infused into this letter. It is sent to the Honorable Greg Abbott, that's the governor of the state of Texas, and the Honorable Ken Paxton. Dear friends, at the end of the day, if they can fulfill what they proclaim in this letter, there will be more white representation in Congress from Texas and less black and Latino representation. This is nothing more than an attempt to silence many of the voices that are emanating from communities of color in the state of Texas. It is racist. Now, there in this country seems to be a problem with people saying racist. It's okay to say anti-Semitism, but don't say racism. Racism has not received the same amount of acclaim when it comes to dealing with racist issues that anti-Semitism has received when it comes to dealing with things that are anti-Semitic. Well, I'm not afraid. I'm going to speak truth to power and about power. And here is the truth. Under this president, Republicanism is eroding and devolving into racism. Under this president, who has declined to allow persons from countries of color to come into the country when he has opened the door to Anglos from South Africa. This president has found a way to circumvent what would ordinarily be a society that appreciates and respects people of all colors. And he's turning society against people of color.
Al Green, speaking the truth over here on the House floor. This is absolutely, a racist attempt to take away representation from people in Texas. Not that they had a lot of it, but of the remaining, people of color that are representing Texas. And it's massively problematic, but it certainly links up with the rest of Donald Trump's actions as president. Sort of, we have an executive branch that is now vehemently determined to, wage war against anybody that isn't white or a man or Republican. There's even been some Republican casualties in all this administration's fucking onslaught on this democracy. Okay. Well, I hate to tell you folks, the stream's over. Okay, you didn't buy that? That's fair. It's fair. It's not over. We've actually got a shit ton of stuff to talk about left, but we gotta take a quick break. Gotta take a quick break because we, we've gone 4 hours. And it is the requisite time for a space break. So, don't run away. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Alright, well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe, and hit that bell icon too if you want to make sure that you make it to every single one of these shows. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer to send your money directly to us here at the Galactic News Network, rather than having it pad YouTube's bottom line. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Just $3 a month. We get you a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So what are you waiting for? 10 cents a day is all you need to get a cornucopia of galactic bennies. So just go onto the website and find out what it's all about. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. I think you know what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream. First time noticing Gary in the spaceship. That's a new galactic avatar somebody sent me. A new patron avatar. They're always showing up on the screen, including this little guy with the pitchfork over here. I wonder who that could be. Okay, back to the office, back to the stream. Back to the third half of the Galactic Spacecast, where we are going to get this here shindig started off talking about this thing that's sort of taken over social media last couple of days. Not maybe what everybody's expecting, but Sydney Sweeney did an American Eagle ad, which is getting a lot of backlash. Let's go here, talk about that a little bit.
U.S. fashion retailer American Eagle's ad campaign with 27-year-old actress Sydney Sweeney has sparked a debate about Western beauty standards and, quote, woke American culture. The campaign, launched last week, features the tagline, Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Most of the negative reception focused on the word genes related to genetics instead of genes related to denim when discussing the blonde-haired, blue-eyed actor. Some critics saw the wordplay as a nod to eugenics, a discredited theory that humanity could be improved through selective breeding for certain traits. The idea gained popularity in the early 20th century, and Nazi Germany embraced it to carry out Adolf Hitler's racist belief in an Aryan master race. Others on social media say people are reading too much into the campaign's message.
Oh, everyone's reading too much into it. Of course, that makes sense.
Conservatives like U.S. Senator Ted Cruz and former Fox News host Megyn Kelly celebrated the ads and taunted the critics. In a news release,
wow, what's up with Megyn Kelly all of a sudden looking like
Fox News host
what is that woman's name? What is that woman's name? I can't think of it. Oh God. She was in Beverly Hills Cop 3, wasn't it? Or was it 2? No, it was 2, wasn't it? She's been in a bunch of shit. I just can't think of this woman. Someone's gonna get to it before I do it, honestly. Bridget Nielsen. Why is Megyn Kelly turning into Bridget Nielsen? Can anybody help me with that? Why? What's happening here? But what I found fascinating about this Republican pushback on the outrage over this ad, like, oh, quit reading into it. Oh, stop that. Stop reading into this advertisement, which, you know, American Eagle, you know, probably spent millions of dollars on. Like, can we be fucking super real here for a second? Like, hello, like, you're telling me, you want to tell me that somehow advertising and marketing departments were not aware of the pun that they were making? They were not at all. You got to be joking me to think that, oh yeah, the executives over at American Eagles, you know, they were just completely unaware of the wordplay happening here. Like, it is, I mean, come on. Come the fuck on. You're telling me that you believe, Ted Cruz, and you, Megyn Kelly, you actually believe that the marketing department at American Eagle, not fans of wordplay. In fact, they've never even heard of wordplay. I mean, what is the argument that's being made here? Like, really, really, marketing departments not fans of wordplay, and we're somehow completely unaware of how this might seem. Like, that's a joke, right? Like, that's a genuine joke. Like, those people's jobs, like, literally, I just want you to think about ads for a second. Just stay with me here momentarily, okay? You're telling me, you're telling me that advertisers somehow unaware, they hate wordplay. They never use it. I mean, is that a fucking joke?
Give me a joke.
Like, oh, this naive ad department over at American Eagle just had no idea of the potential wordplay in the thing that they were doing that seemed incredibly intentional, right? Like, come the fuck on. Come the fuck on. That is their job. Their job is to do wordplay. Like, it is literally their job to go out there and find things that they can, that will amuse their superiors and be like, oh, look, we did a play on words today. You know, you're telling me that those people were somehow just naively traipsing through the fields and were like, we love jeans so much. And Sydney Sweeney has great jeans. Full stop. Like, really? No. You have to be a fucking idiot to accept that claim. You have to be a real dumbass. Like, you've never seen a commercial in your life. And you're like, nah, no. Advertisers hate wordplay. They hate making puns. They are adverse. They are completely averse to the idea of it. I mean, what? Really? Yeah, that's how you, really? That's where you're at? Okay, great. Good to know. Because, yeah, in my opinion, you have to be just jumping through all sorts of mental hoops to accept that claim. That somehow they were unaware of the potential wordplay in there. No, you can't sell that one to me. Now, it's possible that American Eagle's advertisers were not aware of how racist it might seem. You could make that claim to me, but they were aware of the joke that they were making, 100%. They're saying, look, Sydney Sweeney is hot. She has good jeans. But did you know that she buys her jeans from American Eagle? Oh my God. I'll bet you the fucking laughter was uproarious in the meeting that was held over at American Eagle. They thought they were fucking hilarious when they made this shit. And now they're like, oh, you're right. It does sound a little eugenics-y, doesn't it? That's what happened, okay? In my opinion, that's what happened. They've made a blunder. They should apologize for it and say, you know what, this does seem a little bit racist and we're sorry. Okay. Let's go here. Let's talk about the state of medical, well, everything health related in the United States. Talk about one RFK Jr.
Poor Chris Cuomo.
Yeah, poor Chris Cuomo.
Wait, why?
Oh.
That's usually what I say. Chris Cuomo had a moment where he definitely thought, my brother's going to be mayor. I'm going to be relevant again. Nobody would have ever called me Fredo if it wasn't for my brother. And he thought his brother was going to be a mayor and that he would get back on the scene. But no. He's just gonna be he's just gonna be another YouTube dude like us.
Yeah, just bench pressing in his basement.
Sorry, dude. Speaking of another guy who likes to bench press, RFK Jr. apparently. What was it? Where did you see it? Like he was walking around with just jeans and no shirt. Where like.
He was hiking somewhere and it was like apparently nearly 100 degrees and he was walking around with no shirt on and long blue jeans.
Yeah, but that's what he
Don't
does.
be
He works out
creepy.
of there's many videos of him working out in the gym with a nice pair of Levi's on and no shirt.
And I've just gotta
I can't
ask.
help it if I have so much testosterone that I just am compelled to go on a serious hike in the middle of like whatever I'm doing.
And it's funny you mentioned testosterone and RFK Jr. and also Chris Cuomo. Just throwing that out there.
I don't know anything about Chris Cuomo, but I will tell you that like
He also loves to post workout videos, and they also have that red-faced bloat thing going on there.
It's cool to work out. I just don't understand the wearing of jeans. Like, it makes me so unbearably uncomfortable to look at that picture.
It's my impression of a blue-collar man. I've never
No,
met
they wear
one before.
basketball shorts from like 2004 still that they got.
There is literally nothing worse than wet jeans.
Track marks, bro.
Jesus. Denim impressions are
let's
old
play
legs.
this together.
Those are
Let's
actually
play this
jeggings.
together.
Jeggings, they're made of nylon.
Let's put it up.
Thinking about it, and I'm sure I know as a matter of fact.
I gotta
you've
say,
experienced it personally, people threatening you.
I gotta say, I think it is preferable that RFK continues to wear jeans and does not switch to jeggings. I think that that's just best for humanity. Nobody needs to see RFK in jeggings.
That's too much, man!
Sure, I know as a matter of fact, you've experienced it personally. People threatening you just because they don't agree with you, wanting to hurt you, wanting to hurt your family. That's not how it's always been. What do you think?
I think it has for that family.
Bobby, what
Yeah, I was gonna say.
have you figured out while you've been in the
Pause
role
it. Does
and actually
Chris
been inside?
Cuomo not know that? Did he not hear about JFK or RFK?
He was talking about the 40s, I think.
Political assassination.
Yeah,
Don't even look
they
into it.
probably
Don't look to any weird connections surrounding either of
Had
them.
he not heard
like it
about
used
the
to
stuff
be.
about JFK
They
being
just didn't-
Catholic or
They just didn't like the way that JFK looked. He had that look, you know, had nothing to do with politics.
Come on!
what about the stuff around Ted Kennedy? I mean, okay, whatever. That's fine.
Like I said, it used to be much better, right? Kennedy.
Agree with you, wanting to hurt your family. That's not how it's always been. What do you think can get us to a better place, Bobby? What have you figured out while you've been in the role and actually been inside the machine?
Oh, pause it for 1 second. You know, we should also remind people that these guys were almost, I mean, I don't know what the technical term. Kennedy was Andrew Cuomo's brother-in-law. I think
right.
his first marriage was to a Cuomo. And so
I was actually unaware of that relation. Who knew? Who here knew that? That RFK was engaged to one of the Kennedys. I honestly never heard of that. Sasha G coming out of nowhere with 5 sweet galactic gift memberships to the community. Getting us even closer to our goal of 19 emotes. It's like right on the horizon at this point. We are getting so close. Who got them? The Letter Hack. Wow, a celebrity, a YouTube celebrity got a gift membership. Kali A. Frizzla, who I think last time I checked was in this chat. Powdered Toast Face Killer. Okay, I like that one. Powdered Toast Face Killer. And Kiska Sweetie Belle. Well, thank you, Sasha. Incredibly generous. At this point, I think I do need to check again to see where we're at on the membership goal right now, because we are getting closer and closer to that sweet 19th emote. I just don't want to miss the opportunity at this point to add that emote.
these guys are almost like, I don't know, cousins-in-laws, but I don't know what you would call it. Go ahead.
Well-
Squash buddies.
Yeah, and another reason you would think that Chris would be a little bit more up on the family history, but I don't know.
Nah, come on.
He's making a point.
You know, I try to stay within my guardrails,
I try to look at the things that I actually can change, and we're looking at the contribution of SSRI drugs, which are new in the experience of humanity.
What is happening over here to my browser? It's getting all weird. It's probably because I'm doing this over here. God, we are really at the verge. You're like right on the cusp of just constantly lagging. If I do like anything over here on my screen, it totally fucks everything up. Okay, good to know. Well, alright, sit here with me for a second. It's gonna take me like literally 15 seconds to figure this out. I just want to be sure of how far we're moving on this memberships number. Because the fact is if I miss it, if I don't notice that we go over the number of members necessary to get the new emote, and somehow we lose members before I notice it, and I don't add an emote, well, we lose our opportunity to get that 19th emote, which is why it's so important for me to stay on top of it. Oh boy. Wow, we are 6 members away. 6! Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not from getting a 19th emote, but for getting to the actual point in time where we are genuinely working toward that 19th emote. Because we already have the 18th, but it's a sliding scale that YouTube uses. So 6 more members and we will be on the road. We will have taken the turn onto the road to 19 emotes. So I think that means we're close. We're like something like 30 away. Because I think it's like 25 to get to 19 after we get to 18. So we are freaking super close. It's been a while since we were up here. I think we'll get 19 this year. I think it's going to happen. Could even happen this summer. Okay, let's go back. Let's try and make this work again. Back to talking RFK Jr.
Of SSRI drugs, which are new in the experience of humanity, at black box warnings against violence, against suicidal ideation, against illegal homicidal ideation. We need to look at the contribution that they have to the generalized violence. We need to look at the declines in public health, which are dramatic.
Pause it for a second.
And the food supply.
Pause it for a second. Pause it for a second. I'm certainly open to the idea that SSRIs may be overprescribed in certain instances. But if you look at the past, let's say, I don't know, 30 years, and listen, incidentally, there's a lot of things that have not existed in human history, like these newfangled airplanes that have been around for literally just a blink of the eye relative to humanity. But we still, we still fly. Cars, for that matter. I mean, bicycles, not around that long. But if you track the uptake of SSRIs in this country, and then compare that to the rates of crime over the past 40 years, illegal, you probably could not find 2 graphs that are going in more of an opposite direction. Now, I'm not saying that crime is down because of SSRIs. And it's conceivable that in some instances, SSRIs have these side effects. They are very, very cautious when they put these warnings on these labels. That comes from the FDA, incidentally. But the idea that there's somehow an increase in crime as a function of SSRIs is just completely without any basis whatsoever.
Well, that didn't stop him with vaccines, so.
But we're at a level of. Sorry, don't let me get in your way.
Well, issues. Go ahead, sir.
No, it's just we are at a level of crime that, like, for 3 years in a row, we've had the lowest or the highest percentage drop in murder rates since the pandemic. In New York City, it's the lowest. The murder rate is at its lowest in the first half of the year since 1960. So if we're gonna, maybe it's SSRIs that helps lower the murder rate. How about that, dude?
I mean, look, there's a lot of evidence, at least circumstantial, if you look internationally and nationally, that the biggest drop, the biggest cause for the drop of crime is the outlawing of leaded gasoline and all the lead remediation. I mean, you can see it internationally. There's a very, 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 very strong correlation that 20 years or so after leaded gasoline has been outlawed, that crime rates drop precipitously. We've seen this internationally, like I say, and nationally. But regardless, it's just to say the words that this violence is a function of SSRIs is just like a lie on both ends.
They also didn't know
he has no problem with increased gun laws. This guy came from Nevada with a car full of guns to go shoot up people in New York City. There is no doubt in my mind this guy has, some type of untreated, emotional or mental issues. But he should not have been able to get a carload of guns.
Right.
Yeah. The fact is that RFK is not a doctor. He's not even a scientific researcher and has basically no qualifications for the job which he currently holds. And he's constantly saying just nonsensical things when it comes to health policy or health statistics. He just makes them up. Or he's heard it on, I don't know, TikTok or something. And he's like, oh, this is a huge problem. He's like on Rumble one day. And I don't know. InfoWars is like, oh my God, SSRIs are creating a race of lizard people who are gonna do crimes all over the place. But like, RFK just has none of the faculties necessary to do the job which he is enlisted in doing, and it is disturbing to me. And the fact is, like, here's the thing, like, about all of this right now that always comes to my mind over and over again is the children. Okay, you're growing up. Just put yourself in the place of a child right now. You're old enough to understand words, make sentences, perhaps. But you're hearing all of this stuff directly from people in the government, people who are being given responsibility and importance, right? Like, and essentially, like, what's the word? Like license, right? License to distribute information to everybody. And so whether it's on health, whether it's just genuinely like any of the rhetoric that we're hearing, we have an entire generation of kids growing up in this who are, going to look to people like RFK for just to understand their world, and are going to be like, oh, look, SSRIs are making people do crimes or something like that. Or you hear Donald Trump or Stephen Miller talk about how, we're being invaded by immigrants and all this other shit. And, these kids don't have the ability, like, when you're that young, you don't have the ability, generally speaking, to push back unless you, like, happen to grow up in a family where all they talk is politics. You have almost no faculties to differentiate between true and false, and it's authority and non-authority. Somebody in a position of authority is telling you something that's fake, but you have no way of distinguishing that fact, and so you're left to your own devices, and we just make America a little bit worse day in, day out. Don't worry though, while our system of health may be under threat, and our access to health care under threat, and people continue to not get vaccinated and all this other stuff, which is leading to things like the measles epidemic, or well, not epidemic, but outbreak. Don't worry, Trump administration has big plans to solve the problems with U.S. healthcare. Get ready.
Today, the dream of easily transportable electronic medical records finally becomes a reality. This will allow patients to easily transmit information from one doctor to another, even if they're different networks and
This already exists. I just want to point this out to everybody if you're not aware. A system already exists to do exactly what Donald Trump is talking about right now. An electronic system. If you change primary care doctors, you can very easily, tell them, hey, I need you to send all of my records over to my new doctor. And they just press a button and boop. You got a sign thing or something like that. And then, boop, they send it right over. So this thing that Donald Trump is talking about already exists.
different record-keeping systems. No matter what system they use, they're all transferable. The new standards will also make it simple for patients to access their own personal health records. I don't want to see mine, please. I don't want to see. I don't know about you. They have all sorts of things, sir. They can tell you exactly what your problem is going to be in 6 years. We can do it. They have all these different things. I don't know if they work or not, but I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear it. If I got a problem...
Okay, so this is Donald Trump's solution to something that already exists. So he's creating another system to do the exact same thing that already exists. What's great about this system is that it allows private individuals to have access to your data. This is from Time Magazine earlier. This was not yesterday, Wednesday, 6:48 p.m. Eastern Time. Actually, maybe I should bring this up, put it on the window for everybody to see. This is honestly disturbing to me. This one should be disturbing to everybody, because this is basically Donald Trump is basically encouraging everyone to have their data be put, their health data, their private health data, onto private. This is a private company that's going to be administrating this. I'm going to point that out to you. Here we go. Time Magazine. Donald Trump wants to track your health and allow big tech firms to do it for you. Here we go. Time Magazine, July 30th. 6:48, Chantel Lee, Brian Bennett. The Trump administration announced a new initiative on Wednesday designed to allow Americans to share their medical records across a host of apps and programs managed by private tech companies. A move that proponents say will facilitate easier access to those records across the country's fragmented healthcare system. But that digital privacy experts fear will make patients' data less secure. Yeah, no kidding. It's not as if private tech companies have ever had any problems protecting their data. Oh, what's that? There's been dozens of of hacks of private data across businesses' servers in the last year. Oh, okay. Yeah, it does sound bad. The administration secured commitments from more than 60 tech and healthcare companies, including Amazon, Apple, Google, and OpenAI. Oh, good. OpenAI is going to have access to your private health data. That sounds good. There's no way that they misuse that. I'm sure that the incredibly ethical people over at OpenAI would never just peek at your data for a little extra oomph for their, there's no way they would. Oh, God, they're not even at all self-interested over there. It's not like they care about money. There is no way that they would use your health data for nefarious purposes or allow for your data to be hacked by nefarious actors. Nice. Now, Steve Jobs and Jeff Bezos and Sam Altman can play with your data. If they protect it, good job. But there's no guarantee that they're going to protect your data with any seriousness. It's honestly incredibly frightening to me to think about that. That somehow we would be giving over all of our health data to these companies. Now, it's not clear whether or not this is going to be a voluntary system. Like I don't. It's not making 100% sense to me. But it is incredibly troubling, and it makes me feel like I need to have like a list of questions for my doctor. It's like, hey, you're not going to get on this insane OpenAI health tracking system, are you? That sounds bad. Yeah. Oh, right. Steve Jobs is dead. That's my bad. The other one. Mr. Apple. Whoever is in charge of Apple. I forget at this point. All right. Let's talk more about the Republicans and their insistence on decimating public health care services.
"60 years ago today, Medicare and Medicaid were signed into law. On July 30th, 1965, President Lyndon Johnson signed into law the Social Security Amendments of 1965 at the Truman Presidential Library in Independence, Missouri. LBJ wanted to honor former President Harry Truman, who tried but failed to pass low-cost medical care for the elderly. At the signing ceremony, former President Truman and his wife, Bess Truman, were given the first 2 Medicare cards in the country. This is President Johnson.
There are more than 18 million Americans over the age of 65. Most of them have low income. Most of them are threatened by illness and medical expenses that they cannot afford. And through this new law, Mr. President, every citizen will be able, in his productive years when he's earning, to insure himself against the ravages of illness in his old age. This insurance will help pay for care in hospitals, in skilled nursing homes, or in the home. And under a separate plan, it will help meet the fees of the doctors.
For 60 years, Medicare and Medicaid have been the bedrock of health care in the United States. Well, on July 4th, President Trump signed his controversial budget reconciliation bill into law. In order to extend tax cuts for the rich, the budget slashes nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid over the next decade. 17 million Americans could lose their health insurance overall. One estimate projects 51,000 people will die each year as a result of the cuts. Last week, organizers held a 60 hours for 60 years of Medicaid vigil as part of a broader campaign to fight back against these cuts. For more, we're joined by one of the vigil's organizers, Ai-jen Poo, executive director and co-founder of Caring Across Generations, as well as president and co-founder of the Domestic Workers Alliance. She's joining us from the airport in Chicago. Ai-jen, thanks so much for joining us before you get on this plane. Can you talk on this day, the 60th anniversary of signing Medicare and Medicaid into law, the dangers to these bedrock programs in the United States?
Well, Amy, for 60 years, Americans and our families have relied on Medicaid as a safety net to catch us when and if we fall. It's been a promise that we have made to each other and future generations that we will be supported to take care of ourselves and our loved ones. And that promise has been broken by this cut. And what we wanted to do in our 60-hour vigil was put a human face on every single one of those $1 trillion that's going to be cut from Medicaid. I think people don't realize the extent to which Medicaid is not just a healthcare program that including reproductive health and maternal health. 40% of all babies born in the United States are covered by Medicaid. but it is also a long-term care program providing direct care for older adults and people with disabilities. And that work, that program is more important than ever as we have a growing aging population in our country. When LBJ signed Medicaid and Medicare into law, he had no idea that people would be living longer, baby boomers aging into retirement at a rate of 10,000 people per day, chronic illnesses like Alzheimer's and dementia proliferating. We are a country that needs more care than ever before, and the unmet need out there is tremendous. These cuts are going to be devastating. It is a matter of life and death. Literally, Medicaid has been a lifeline, and without it, people will die.
I wanted to go to Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen from Maryland, speaking at the protest you organized, 60 Hours for 60 Years of Medicaid.
About $1 trillion was cut from Medicaid. That's $1 trillion that was going to help people with disabilities, going to help people in nursing homes, going to help people struggling with substance use challenges, going to help Americans in need, because that was the compact that we made. And so when you take $1 trillion out of that important healthcare support network to give a tax cut to billionaires, people need to know about what happened.
So that's Senator Chris Van Hollen. Ejimpu, can you talk about elder care more in detail? The aging population in this country, largely immigrant workforce that cares for them, the combined impacts of the Medicaid cuts and the crackdown on immigration.
Yes. So every day, the baby boom generation ages into retirement at a rate of 10,000 people. And because of advances in technology, we are living longer than ever before, an average of 20 to 30 years longer than when Medicaid and Medicare were first signed into law. So we've essentially added an entire generation onto our lifespan without adapting our systems or our policies to support it. And the system in place is Medicaid. Literally, Medicaid is the largest payer of long-term care in our country. 69% of all direct care worker wages, the wages of the workers who we count on to take care of our aging parents and our disabled loved ones, comes from Medicaid. There are already 700,000 people who are on waiting lists for Medicaid home and community-based services. That means the care and assistance that older people and disabled people need in order to stay in their homes connected to their communities. With these cuts, all of that infrastructure, all of that is at stake. Now, when it comes to immigrants, immigrants are a third of our home care workforce. Literally 32% of our home care workforce is immigrant. And there is no way that we will meet this country's need for care without a strong immigrant workforce. And it is an all hands on deck situation. When the number of people over the age of 85 is going to double by the year 2040, we need immigrants, we need non-immigrants, we need friends, family, neighbors, everyone to help care for the people we love. And we should be embracing the fact that there are so many immigrants who want to do this work, who see it as a calling, not terrorizing them and their families and deporting, separating families, creating a hostile environment where people are afraid to get on public transportation to see their clients. People are afraid to go to work. And these are people who have status. And a whole bunch of people are about to lose their temporary protected status. So in places like Florida, where a huge percentage of the workforce are immigrants who are here working legally on their protected status, their temporary status, This administration is revoking that status, and we're about to lose a huge amount of the workforce and infrastructure we rely on for dignity and quality of life for older people and people with disabilities.
So you have $1 trillion being cut from these essential programs to pay for trillions of dollars in tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans. This weekend, you held a vigil. Do you see this as a done deal? And on this landmark anniversary of Medicaid and Medicare, 60 years ago it was signed, can you talk about the movement that achieved Medicaid and what you see needs to happen now?
The movement that achieved Medicaid is a movement of families, of older people, of people with disabilities, and family caregivers, of workers, working class people who organized together to say, we deserve in this country, the wealthiest country in the world, to have a safety net of care.
Yeah, sorry I didn't just let that one play for a while there, but this is a serious issue that is facing our nation right now. People are, you know, I mean, the cuts are happening in a piecemeal fashion, but they're already there. They're already set up in the big, beautiful bill. And people are going to start losing healthcare coverage. And on top of that, before people's healthcare coverage even lapses, we're going to see, you know, hospitals and other sorts of, you know, healthcare institutions close down ahead of that because they are doing the math. You've already heard about this, where they're looking at, you know, because of course businesses, which, I mean, it's perverse that we have, you know, the business of healthcare, but we do in this country, and these businesses, hospitals and the like, emergency care, or what's it called, urgent care type facilities are looking at the cuts, looking out to the future, and they're saying, we're not going to be profitable next year. And, you know, are making the business decision of closing up shop. Ah, Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's go on from the business of healthcare. We're talking about the business of the U.S. economy. Got a lot to talk about with this one today, and it's going to be split up over... Oh my god. Wait, how many videos do I have? How many videos have I gotten through today? I am moving so slow today, chat. Oh my god, is this a joke? Is this a joke? Is this really how far I've gotten? I am doing terrible. I am doing a terrible job today. Probably because I have not, like, I honestly wasn't even sure if I was going to be able to do a stream today. I was still having freaking technological problems leading up to this today. I was doing test streams all day on Thursday, and, you know, finally got it looking like it was decent enough to do a stream, and I was like, all right, that's it, stream in an hour. I thankfully had a list together, but oh god, I'm just like out of my element right now. Very frustrating. I hate to say it, but I'll probably have to cut the stream short at some point. Not yet, but I'm on freaking... No. Oh my god. By the very... by the math of it, and I could be off, but by the math of it, I'm on... Our next video is video number 33 of 125. And we are 5 hours in. By that math, 33, you know, that's like 4 times as long. So this would be like a 20-hour stream if I were to do all the content today. God damn it. God damn it. How am I this far behind? And we can't do 24-hour streams, Donald. You know this. We cannot do 24-hour streams. We learned this lesson earlier this year when I realized, I think it was like in January or February, that I realized that YouTube was cutting off streams that go over 12 hours. They refused to do 24-hour live streams. Like they'll just obliterate any content that goes past 24 hours. In fact, they don't even obliterate the later content. They just start removing everything that started the stream. Like the second you go over 12 hours, it starts cutting off everything that you did at the beginning of the stream. So I can't even do a 24-hour stream. That's the thing. Because if it were the, I might even do that, but I can't. Literally, physically impossible. What if we all put money to put GSL's brain into a computer that doesn't have to sleep?
Come on! That's too much, man!
I am not about this. Do not put my brain into a computer, okay? I need my brain to survive. Without it, I would just be a lifeless corpse. Alright. Now, you may be looking at your calendar right now. You may have noticed that the day is August 1st, depending on where you are. For most people, it is now officially August 1st. Hawaii still is back in July, for now, for like the next half hour. But effectively, today is, of course, the day we've been talking about for over 3 months. It is officially Re-Liberation Day. That's right, people. Prepare to be re-liberated from your extra spending money you will now have to be spending on the tariffs. So it's basically the billionaire tithing, basically, for all people in the country. We must pay tithes to the billionaires. We must, dole out money to pay for those tax cuts that they're getting. And one way that they're justifying that is with, of course, the tariffs. It's not looking super good right now. Re-Liberation Day.
We're starting to get a clearer picture of how President Trump's trade wars are impacting Americans' outlook about the economy. Some key indicators were released today showing growing confidence among consumers, even as hiring and job openings are starting to drop. CNN's Matt Egan is here to break down the numbers. So Matt, read the numbers for us in terms of how they signify what's happening in the economy.
Well, Boris, I think the latest reports show that everyone is still trying to adjust to this new world of historically high and volatile tariffs. And that everyone includes CEOs, small business owners, and yes, all of us as consumers. So this new survey out today from the Conference Board shows that the mood on Main Street, it did improve in July a little bit, right? Consumer confidence increasing by about 2% in July. But what's really notable to me is I went back and looked. Where was consumer confidence at this point of President Trump's first term? And look at this. Back in July 2017, consumer confidence was much higher. So this does show that, yes, consumer confidence has stabilized a bit, but clearly many Americans are not thrilled with where the economy is right now. When we look at some of the internals of this report, they were kind of mixed. Good news is that recession fears continue to come down. People are feeling better about the road ahead in terms of the short-term outlook, but they also marked down their views on the present conditions, in particular.
And this is because most people are too stupid to understand what's going on with the economy. Unfortunately, but truly is the case in the United States especially. People, they live in this sort of world of contradictory ideas, mostly because it's just easier not to investigate. But people are less afraid of a recession because they think that Donald Trump is going to come up with this 200 deals in 90 days. 90 days, 90 deals. And things might get better. Look, things are probably going to get much better. And that's what they're telling themselves. But they are just too stupid to realize it. And because the fact is they're even aware that their current conditions are worse, right? Like, they know that their current conditions are worse. They've heard about what's happening, but they just take the president at his word. Basically, a bunch of people out there, millions and millions of people in the United States, just take Donald Trump at his word. But this is a blunderous sort of estimation from these people, and it is disturbing to me because it gives Donald Trump, what do you call it? like leeway on doing all this garbage. And the fact is we are about to have a lot of bad things happen over the next few months. Okay, and let's not forget the holidays are coming up, right? It's August officially. We got like 3 months into the holiday, like a full 3 months until the holidays really start kicking off. Halloween being the first of them, of course. You know, people are going to be wanting to buy things, and as they start wanting to buy things for those holidays is when we're going to start seeing the effects of the tariffs. Even though they were paused for 90 days, they are coming back. They're absolutely coming back this month. Today, technically, is Re-Liberation Day. So some of these tariffs are already going to get started. Including a 10% across the board tariff I've heard about. It's insane. All right? It is fucking insane. But it's just because of this naive optimism that people are going through life with. That somehow Trump is going to do all the great deals and there's no way the tariffs are going to come back. Even though Republicans use the tariffs to justify the deficit that they are creating with the big beautiful bill. It's like people just aren't capable of like interpolating all of this data and being like, oh, so wait, the future is in fact going to be bad. No, they're too dumb to do that. And unfortunately for them, they're going to be hit with reality when those holidays come knocking and people start going to buy things and they're like, wait a second, why is this more expensive? Why does it feel like I have less money than I did before? Because inflation, that's why. It's because inflation. And the fact is you know, right now the markets are at all-time highs, but just did my evening check on the markets in Asia, and they are all down. European markets are down, and US futures markets are also down. So it would seem like, broadly speaking, the global economy not excited about Re-Liberation Day. All right, let's see what other facts and figures these guys got over here.
Yeah, so tell us about this new report on job openings and hiring.
Yeah, that's right. We did get a new look on job openings. This is the JOLT report from the Labor Department, and it showed that the number of job openings fell from 7.7 million in May to 7.4 million. So some context, that's more or less in line with expectations. It shows that the number of job openings, it's still well above where they were back before COVID-19, but it's also come down pretty sharply from 3 years ago when it felt like there were help wanted signs all over the place. And when we look at the job openings by industries, you can see there's still a lot of industries that are hiring. There's a lot of industries that they are very much in demand for workers, including retail, information, and local schools, public schools. But there was a significant drop in job openings in accommodation and food services. That's bars, restaurants, hotels.
God damn. 300,000 jobs lost, essentially, in the food services industry and accommodation, like you're saying, hotels, restaurants, bars. 250,000 lost in healthcare and social assistance. I mean, these two things can be very easily explained. No, people are not going out and spending money right now because of the uncertainty in the economy. People are just not spending more money, right? People are just not spending money in places that they don't have to spend money. So they're not going out, they're eating at home, you know, they're entertaining at home rather than going to the movies, rather than going to the bars. And then when it comes to the healthcare and social assistance, these jobs I think can be absolutely tracked directly to the loss of funds for the healthcare and social insurance industries. Now this last one, honestly gives me a lot of concern. Like, and it's not for the reasons you may, well, or maybe you know what I'm going with this next one. But the loss of $150,000 in finance and insurance, it's one of these like it seems like almost like you could just like shrug this off and not worry about this. And I'm not worried about the people who've lost their, high-paying finance jobs. What I am worried about is what this could potentially mean, because my understanding leading into the insurance crisis that led to the financial collapse of 2009, you see similar stuff. Before the actual collapse came, there was like a bunch of layoffs. If I recall correctly, it's been like 15 years, but if I recall correctly, there was a great deal of losses of jobs in the finance and insurance sectors before they ever really, before the actual like effects of what was going on in finance and insurance were felt by the greater public, if you will. And so that one makes me think, oh boy, what do these guys fucking know that we don't know? Is there about to be some sort of a calamity in the markets? I'd like to think that I would be wrong. I mean, I don't want to see the entire economy collapse and that people lose their homes, their life savings, retirement. That'd be bad. All right, let's go here. Jerome Powell made a speech, or well, he spoke to people, press conference on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see what Jay Pow Pow had to say. Jay Pow Pow. Jay Pow Pow. Let's see what he's got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You took out the word or the notion that uncertainty has diminished from this statement. Does that mean uncertainty has increased? And I'm just wondering, the administration has struck several deals with large trading partners where it seems like we now know what the rate is going to be. Does knowing that rate add to your certainty to change policy, or do you need to wait to see the economic effects?
So, essentially,
what the fuck?
Essentially, the statement in our statement about uncertainty reflects what's gone on since the last meeting. So, at the time of the last meeting, uncertainty had moved down a little bit, but it was more or less even this time. So we took out, had diminished because it didn't diminish further. So there's not really much in that. And then your second question is, say again?
There have been several deals that have been struck, and now we seem to have an idea what the tariff rates are going to be with some of our large trading partners. Does that not add to the kind of certainty you might need, or is it you're waiting for the economic effects to show themselves?
No, I think we're still, you're right, it's been a very dynamic time for these trade negotiations, and lots and lots of events in the intermeeting period, but we're still a ways away from seeing where things settle down. We are clearly getting more and more information, and I think at this point, people's estimates, our estimates, outside estimates of the likely, effective level of tariffs is not moving around that much at this point. But at the same time, there are many uncertainties left to resolve. So yes, we are learning more and more. It doesn't feel like we're very close to the end of that process, and that's.
There you go. That was, I believe, CNBC's Steve Leisman asking Chair Jerome Powell whether or not the existence of like 3 trade deals was enough for them to have certainty about the state of tariffs, which I found to be a sort of a fascinating claim. Like literally 3 or 4 deals have been announced in the last like month, and Steve over here at CNBC is like, isn't that enough for you to just know? It's like, dude, how fucking stupid are you? That's like 4 deals out of what we were told, like it should be closer to like 200 deals. But there we go. I mean, Just, yeah, go right ahead to be like, look, everything is certain now, don't you see? We have like tentative agreements with like 3 people. Isn't that enough certainty for you? God damn it. And Jay Powell's like, actually, not quite. Not really. I mean, it does introduce more certainty than we had previously, but no, it's not going to be enough certainty. It's just, you know, I'm honestly on Team Jay Powell right now because he's 100% right about that. I mean, just because we have 3-4 deals existing right now, I guess it's like 5. It's like, what is it? Japan, Indonesia, UK, the EU, I think, technically, although I feel like there's still some stuff that's being hammered out with that. As well as, it's just, you know, like, there is not a lot of certainty. We don't know for sure what is going to happen. And also, let's not forget that Donald Trump has been just out of the blue, like, introducing new reasons for tariffs, like with Brazil, right? Like, he out of the blue came out and was like, look, we are going to levy a 50% tariff across all imported goods from Brazil, not because of the fact that we sell Brazil more stuff than they sell to us. Actually, it's because they're doing something to one of Donald Trump's personal friends, Jair Bolsonaro. Literally. We've talked about this in the past, and I think most people are aware of this, but I just got to remind everybody that literally that's a thing that Donald Trump did 2 weeks ago. He was like, how dare you investigate Jair Bolsonaro? 50% tariffs. That's it. You've gone too far.
How rude.
And who the fuck knows where the tariff landscape is, where it's going to lie in a month from now, 2 months from now? It's like, honestly, I think it's really hard to gauge. Like, it really is a very weird moment that we are living in. There's no way to know with any certainty what the tariffs will be on any country, even on the ones where we have deals right now. Because let's not forget, Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck about the deals, like themselves, like about like sticking to the deals. Like there's so many instances of Donald Trump getting us out of deals that existed previously, and for his own personal reasons, like the JCPOA, like the Iran nuclear deal. I know that's not a trade deal. My point is that, like, this is just one of a litany of things that we could bring up that would prove to us that Donald Trump has no real commitment to any of these deals. If any of these countries do anything he doesn't like, oh my God, I can guarantee you we'll be talking about double tariffs on that country for the next week. The fact is, Trump's policies, whether it be tariffs, whether it be immigration, is certainly not helping with local economies across the United States, especially as it relates to things like tourism. One city which is almost completely just utterly dependent on tourism, Las Vegas, seems to be having a bit of a problem. Let's see what Kyle Kulinski has to say.
So Trump has cooked the economy in ways previously not thought possible. You know, one of the big things that we've been talking about is brain drain. That's this idea that, like, for the longest time, we had the best and the brightest come to the U.S. because of our university system, because of our scientific and medical research. And, well, what happens when you just decide we're going to cut off all the funding for the scientific and medical research? What happens when you decide we don't want any foreign students that come into this country to come anymore?
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
The result is catastrophic. The result is, hey, we have a cancer vaccine study that's actually going along pretty well and showing some promise, and oops, now we cut the funding and everybody's fucked, right?
Sorry.
Oh, we have this multi-decade-long study.
Sorry, but you mentioned diversity in your study, which makes it an illegal government study.
illegal.
This illness or that disease, and now we just cut it off and it's done. That's one of many things where, you know, it's in the long run, it destroys this country. Cutting off the funding for renewable and green technology, for the jobs that were being created there. This is all like long-term fucked stuff, right? Well, guess what? Now we're beginning to see some of the short-term impacts of having a complete and utter fascist asshole pig running the country. So look at this. Again, this is from the New York Post, bro. This is a right-wing outlet. Disease. Ready? Las Vegas's tipped workers say their income has fallen by more than half as tourism plunges. Las Vegas workers have seen their income from tips plunge by as much as 50%, despite the recently passed no tax on tips law, which, by the way, let me just pause to say that was a bit of a gimmick. It's like no tax on tips, only up to like $25,000 or something, but they also take the money back away from you on the back end because they take your Medicaid away from you and other things as well, food stamps, etc. So it was really just a gimmick. It's total bullshit. It's not actually like the tax cuts for the wealthy are permanent, but no tax on tips was only up to like $25,000 and they stole it from you on the back end anyway. All right.
They also get what's the word? They get there's a word for this. They get sunsetted. They get sunsetted. I think it's 2028 or 2026 or something like that. So you get a couple of years of no tax on tips. How generous from our great king. 2 years, no tip taxes. We can pay for our own healthcare now. It'll be great.
Let's continue. As tourism in Sin City takes a hit from President Trump's global trade war, no tax on tips, that's a rad thing, but it doesn't really do us much good if there isn't any people to get tips from. Charlie Mungo, a 36-year-old tattoo artist in downtown Las Vegas, told the Wall Street Journal. Mungo said he has made about $1,500 a month in recent months. He added that Canadian customers, who make up about 30% of his clientele, have vanished. Quote, "We're all starting to freak out," he told the Journal. So look, in other words, even the people who were our best friends, our top allies, who had a genuine bond with us that felt like it was rock solid. Well, when Trump comes in there, and he starts threatening to invade Canada, and then he starts saying, I'm going to put tariffs on you even though I just negotiated a trade deal.
Yeah, and like not just Canada though. Let's not forget that, you know, like Donald Trump has been doing this kind of shit to absolutely everyone. Las Vegas is 100% a tourist town. And, you know, let's not forget that Donald Trump has been waging a trade war against all of Asia. And as it turns out, a lot of Asian people do love gambling. And, you know, like Chinese people probably not super stoked to come to the United States right now. You know, they might be thinking, hey, maybe I'll be detained if I show up to the United States to gamble in Las Vegas. Maybe I'll never make it to Las Vegas. Maybe I'll wind up in Alligator Alcatraz or something like that. Maybe I'll be in, you know, ICE detention for an unknown, undetermined amount of time. You know, and of course, it's not just Asian people who love gambling. People all over the world do enjoy some games, some risk taking. Fact is, though, like, coming to the United States is a much less attractive proposition than it was in the past. Hold on, I don't want to listen to this whole thing from Kyle.
Manage finances. Quote, "It feels really off." So, you know, you can see the pictures, bro, like, and somebody was tweeting as well. Somebody who I follow on Twitter was also, he was in Vegas and he was showing pictures, and it is a fucking ghost town, dog. Like, nobody's in Vegas right now. And look, it is a direct result of the Trump regime and their horrific policies and their unnecessary trade war and their unnecessary wars, right? What kind of a message does that send to the world when you launch an illegal attack against Iran? They didn't attack us. They weren't building a nuke. Like, we're just a pariah. Arming and funding a genocide that Israel's doing, we are just a pariah. And so now, who wants to come here? Nobody's going to want to come here for their education purposes because we don't even want them there. And people have to submit their whole fucking, like, social media history in order to get into the country. So nobody's going to want to come to the country in that respect, and nobody's going to want to come for tourism either. And that's what we're witnessing now. So what's kind of amazing to me is this. I always thought when empires rise and fall, the fall takes a while. The fall is like, hey, give it a little bit of time, homie. This is a big empire that we've built. It's very sprawling. It's very all-encompassing. Got to give it some time for it to wind down. That was fucking wrong. Our shit is going down like air out of a balloon. When you release a balloon and it shoots all over the room and falls out of the air pretty quickly. That's how our country feels right now.
Yep, Kyle's right. We are a quickly deflating balloon. Big ballers in Asia. Big gambler whales. Yes, exactly. This is what I'm saying. And the fact is China had already been attempting to get its own citizens to stop gambling in places like Las Vegas and instead gamble at places like Macau. They built an entire island, basically. I mean, there was nothing on Macau. They basically just built it out of whole cloth so that they could, get Chinese gamblers to go there instead of to Las Vegas and give the United States tax dollars and revenue, and instead make some for themselves. And then you start thinking about this across all these other industries, right? All these tourist specific industries and companies, and they're all going to get hit by all of this stuff that Donald Trump is doing. Whether it's Universal or Disney or any of these other big players in the tourism industry, they're all about to enjoy the fruits of their labors. Right? I think honestly, a lot of those people supported Donald Trump, and now they get to reap the rewards of that and have nobody show up to the parks anymore. Is that a fucking spider on the wall? That thing is humongous. Jesus Christ. How did that thing get in here?
Illegal.
Get out of here. Sorry, I'm distracted. There's a giant spider on my wall. Right across from my desk. Okay. You gotta stay focused. Keep the focus, StreamLord. Stop looking at spiders. Alright, let's go here to CNN. Talk more about the interest rates that are going on. Now, the Federal Reserve decided to keep interest rates at the levels which they are, meaning Donald Trump is, of course, furious. And because of course Donald Trump wanted them to lower the interest rates. Where is his tweet? God damn it. I cannot find it. Donald Trump has tweeted about the goddamn Federal Reserve way too many times. Jesus Christ. Point is let's just leave it at that. Donald Trump is upset. I can't find the tweet right now. I'll have to go through Truth Social here. But Donald Trump was very upset when he found out that the Federal Reserve decided to leave interest rates steady at where they are.
The Federal Reserve defying Trump, voting to keep interest rates unchanged for the fifth consecutive meeting. But for the first time in...
What a ridiculous framing from Aaron. The Federal Reserve is defying Donald Trump.
as if he's in charge. Like, as if Donald, like, what a weird framing from CNN and Aaron Burnett. It's almost like Aaron accepts that Donald, that is not an independent institution. What is up with this woman? I hate Aaron.
32 years. 2 Fed officials who voted actually dissented. They wanted the Fed to make cuts now. Now that's hugely significant, as I said, because it's just something you don't usually see. 32 years, you'd have to go back to see dissents like that. President Trump, during a signing ceremony for a bill on veterans housing that happened before the Fed's decision, continued his attacks on the Fed chairman Jerome Powell and predicted that the Fed will cut rates at its next meeting.
This legislation provides desperately needed relief to veterans and their families who have fallen behind on their mortgages, of which there are a lot, because we have somebody that doesn't want to lower interest rates. Probably won't lower them today. I hear they're going to do it in September.
Dan Ives, Peter Tuchman, Einstein and Ives are here with me. So, Dan, 5th consecutive decision to not cut, but there was this dissent. Okay, what do you read into this dissent? First dissent in more than 3 decades.
Yeah. It's very significant because I think it shows even within the Fed, you're starting to now see a split because the view that, okay, it's time to cut. Powell's obviously putting a line in the sand saying not just no cuts, but I think even when it comes to September, it looks like probably 50-50. Look, this is gonna, this sort of battle, not just between Trump and Powell, but I think in terms of just the overall markets, it's going to continue to fester as we go into September.
You know, Mohamed El-Arian was saying the other day that Powell needed, that you were going to get in a situation where you can't cut because you look like you're caving, even if you think it is the right thing to do to cut, and then that is a big problem for the institution. And he thought that was the reason that Powell at this point should resign. Not because he disagreed with what Trump was doing. He just said that the situation we're in. You actually think Powell should have cut interest rates today.
You know what I do? We have dissent amongst the two of us here. We had dissent, you know, because, look, I think he didn't because he did not want to look like he was caving. But at the end of the day, he always talks about that the decision is a data-driven decision. And today, if you look into the nooks and crannies of the situation, GDP came out today, right? From 2.4 to 3, that's a big move, right? That shows there is growth, right? The fear about cutting before was that there'd be stagflation if we were going to cut during a lower, slow growth environment.
But if you're growing with rates high, you don't need...
I would like to point this out to everybody. First off, the recent GDP number was in fact up. But it still would suggest that the GDP in the United States, like after that number came out, which was good, technically better than people expected, it still would leave the United States economy shrinking from last year. I also like to point out that the like the fact is if Jerome Powell lowers interest rates, it will only lower costs for some people and only for some period of time. And there's not even a guarantee of lowering those costs because it all depends on the U.S. Treasuries market, not the federal funds rate. But the like the fact is that like if Jerome Powell were to lower interest rates while inflation is where it's at. Now, I know we are constantly talking about inflation in different ways, right? And people understand inflation in different ways. And it's measured on a year-over-year basis. It'll be measured on a month-over-month basis. But the fact is that for most people just think of inflation as I'm still paying prices that are too fucking high, right? Like these prices are just too goddamn high. And lowering interest rates will do nothing to solve that, right? It will only potentially solve interest rates, payments on things like your mortgage or your car loan. And once again, not a guarantee of that. But what it is a guarantee of is that capitalists will have more access to capital, which they can then use to drive up prices even more, right? That is really what it comes down to, in my opinion. Oh, real quick, Joe47771 with a sweet super chat. She is still cute, though. What, Aaron Burnett? Is that who you're talking about? Hey, to each their own. To each their own. Thank you for the super chat, Joe. But it's just the way we talk about these kind of things. It's a little frustrating to me, especially in the mainstream media. Because the fact is, like I said, prices are still at, you know, just insane all-time highs on practically everything. And You know, like cutting interest rates right now is a terrible decision, right? Like that's not going to help prices. The last time that like before recently, right? The last time that the Federal Reserve was cutting interest rates in the way that Donald Trump is talking about, 3% is what he's suggested needs to be cut by. The last time we did anything even close to that was during the Great Recession. And what was happening in the Great Recession? Can anybody tell me? Oh, that's right. During the Great Recession, the savings, the retirement accounts, the homes of millions and millions of Americans were evaporating. Like a drop of water on a hot skillet. Okay? Like let's go back in time to 2009 when markets were collapsing, home prices were being eviscerated. Those were the conditions under which the last time the Federal Reserve was cutting interest rates in the way that Donald Trump is talking about. 3% down would be massive in terms of an interest rate move, which is what Donald Trump, like I said, has been calling for on True Social. And yet, look at where we're at right now. Home prices are at an all-time high. Stock market at an all-time high, right? And so it's a completely different scenario, right? This would just inject a bunch of capital into an already inflated market, effectively, right? And I know some people, you know, don't like this, but that's just the facts. That's just the facts. We're in a completely different situation than we were in 2009. Cutting interest rates would be, you know, a huge move, like in the way that we're talking about. And there's just no sense to do it right now. It's just a bunch of political pressure because Donald Trump thinks it'll help him with his base. The fact is Donald Trump's base is fucking misguided. All right, now let's go here. Quickly talk about this. Now, we haven't talked about this yet, and my plan is to talk about this later, if we ever get there. If I can just stop monologuing over here at some point and get through some of these videos. Canada has said that they are planning to recognize the state of Palestine following the United Kingdom and France. And Donald Trump heard about that, and he's very upset, and threatened more tariffs. See, like I was saying before, even though some trade deals have been announced, none of those are written in stone. Donald Trump could rip up those deals anytime he wants and introduce higher rates of tariffs on whomever he feels like doing it to on a day-to-day basis. Oh, you said something I don't like. Well, 50% tariffs for you. Enjoy.
Has led 3 G7 countries in recent days to say they will recognise the state of Palestine. Canada now follows France and the UK.
Canada will always steadfastly support Israel's existence as an independent state in the Middle East, living in peace and security. Any path to lasting peace for Israel also requires a viable and stable Palestinian state, and one that recognizes Israel's inalienable right to security and peace.
Mark Carney said there were stipulations including elections without Hamas. But Israel said Canada's position amounted to a reward for Hamas and accused Canada of harming the efforts to achieve
it's
a
a reward for
Gaza.
Hamas.
They need food, and they need people to be able to get them the food.
But declarations of statehood remain slogans without strategies. And without US backing, it's difficult to see how a two-state solution might materialise. Donald Trump does not support the creation of a Palestinian state and criticised Canada's decision on social media. That will make it very hard for us to make a trade deal with them, Trump said. Oh, Canada.
Wow. There we go. Canada's recognizing a state of Palestine is going to make it hard for us to make a trade deal with Canada. This is where we're at right now, people. This trade war has nothing to do with trade. It's just a cudgel. Donald Trump is just using tariffs as a broad weapon against anything and all things that he does not like, happens to disagree with. Just gonna levy tariffs against people. It's fucking insane. This is Re-Liberation Day for you folks. We are now being thrust back into a state of complete uncertainty. The only certainty is that we are about to be dealing with a fucking tornado of garbage, otherwise known as
Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Winter is coming.
Winter is coming. It's true. I'm sure that'll be good for the U.S. economy. Not coming to a trade deal with our #1 trade partner, Canada. Where the fuck is... Oh, there it is. Jesus Christ. Okay. Now let's talk about how the Trump administration has been handling the tax dollars. Apparently, Donald Trump is, according to MSNBC, skimming money from the Nuclear Safety Fund to help spruce up his vanity gift plane from Qatar. Now there's fiscal responsibility for you folks. Look, we don't need to look after the nuclear arsenal. It's fine. It's in the ground somewhere. We don't need anybody looking after it. But you know what we do need?
We keep nuclear weapons underground in this country.
We need Donald Trump to have a sweet, sweet plane.
We keep nuclear weapons underground in this country, in big, they call them silos. They are shaped like farm silos that hold grain, but instead of going up, they go down. And all over the northern plain states, we have these underground silos, these massive underground fortresses, which hold huge nuclear-armed intercontinental ballistic missiles in Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota. And a lot of them, especially the first ones that we built, are up in that northern tier of the country because they are a Cold War relic. And the idea was that you'd want them in the inland northern tier of the U.S., so you'd have plenty of time to see any incoming threat to those sites flying in from either coast. So you wanted them way inland. But B, you also wanted them way north, so you could fire those intercontinental ballistic missiles north over the Arctic Circle as the fastest path to go hit Moscow, right? To go hit Russia, or I guess the Soviet Union, since it was a Cold War thing. And there were some earlier missile silos with different kinds of weapons, but mostly what we think of when we think of those nuclear missile silos on the northern plains, mostly what we think of are the Minuteman sites for these huge 50-foot-long nuclear-armed intercontinental missiles, the Minuteman missiles. And those Minuteman missile sites in Montana, North Dakota, Wyoming, those started to go in the early to mid-1960s. And they are still there and still functioning today, because we as a country still have thousands of live nuclear weapons that we maintain in a constant state of readiness, because sure, why not? But if you're going to decide as a country to do that, one thing you can't then do is let those nuclear weapons and those nuclear weapons sites fall into disrepair, right? This isn't like old books or soccer balls that you stash in a milk crate on a shelf in your garage and forgot about, and, look, the mice got to them. Right? These are real live nuclear weapons that need upkeep and modernization. They need care and tending. So a few months ago, there was a review of the physical condition of these decades-old silos, where to this day we keep hundreds and hundreds of these huge nuclear weapons. And at the end of that review, the Air Force reported, we need to dig all new silos for our nuclear missiles, Turns out these silos we dug starting in the 1960s aren't going to last forever. They're leaking, they're crumbling, they're no place to keep live nuclear weapons and the crews that watch them and maintain them and stand ready to launch them 24 hours a day. So we need new silos. We need new physical sites for these ground-based nukes. And if that sounds expensive, you are right. But also you've got to, right? I mean, maybe we shouldn't actually have these nuclear weapons. That's an argument that might be worth having. But if we're not having that argument and we are going to keep these nuclear missiles, all these thousands of them, right? Then we do have to keep them safely. If we're going to have the nukes, we've got no choice but to maintain them and upgrade them as needed to keep them safe. Right. Right. We can all agree on that. Right. Right. Well, President Donald Trump is now robbing the ground-based nuclear missiles safety and modernization budget for himself. He is robbing that budget. Quote, no one wants to discuss a mysterious $934 million transfer of funds from the Pentagon project to modernize America's aging ground-based nuclear missiles. But that amount, $934 million, was slipped into an obscure Pentagon document sent to Capitol Hill as a transfer to an unnamed classified project.
Ooh, unnamed and classified. Now, it turns out that unnamed classified project is the renovation of the free, quote-unquote, jet donated to Donald Trump by the Qatari, what do you call them? My brain just broke. The leaders of Qatar. $1 billion. Free. It's a steal of spending $1 billion to upgrade a free plane. Nice. Good use of money. Now, apparently, Donald Trump wants to build a ballroom at the White House for some reason.
This is ridiculous!
Not entirely clear why or who suggested it. But let's talk about how that's going to get paid for.
Mr. President, can you talk about your plans for the new ballroom that was announced today?
Yeah.
And the $200 million, that's going to be paid for by yourself as
By
well
me,
as
yeah.
private donors?
It's a private thing, yeah. I'll do it, and we'll probably have some donors or whatever, but it's about $200 million. So we've been planning it.
It's a private thing. I'm going to pay for a little bit of it, and then some donors are going to pay for a little bit of it. This is super fucking weird. Is anybody else weirded out by the idea of Donald Trump and some random donors building a fucking building at the White House? Oh my god. In a ballroom. Why a ballroom? Donald Trump really never struck me as a man who likes to dance.
A long time. They've wanted a ballroom at the White House for more than 150 years, but there's never been a president that was good at ballrooms. I'm really good. In fact, I looked at one that we just built in Turnberry. And
we never had a president who was really good at ballrooms. I'm sorry, what?
A what now?
We never had a president who was really good at ballrooms. Jesus Christ. One of the dumbest things I've ever heard anybody say.
A ballroom at the White House for more than 150 years, but there's never been a president that was good at ballrooms. I'm really good.
Never a
in fact, I
president
looked
who was
at one
good
that
at
we just built in Turnberry in Scotland, and it's incredible.
It's
we're
so
good at
good.
Building. I'm good.
We
at
built it. I built it. My bare hands. I went to Scotland, and I put in the parquet floors and the gold leaf and the sconces and all of that stuff. I was great. I'm a great master builder.
Things, and we'll get it built quickly and on time. It'll be beautiful. Top of the line.
Top of the line
We've
ballroom.
Retained the best architects and engineers, everything else. It'll be built over on the east side.
State-of-the-art ballroom. Huge technological advances with this ballroom no one's ever seen before. Get ready, folks. You've never seen a ballroom like this one before. Now, my understanding is ballrooms haven't changed a lot in the last 200 years, aside from maybe the advent of electricity. It's weird. I'm trying to imagine this state-of-the-art ballroom right now. State-of-the-art ballroom.
It will be beautiful. It'll be views of the Washington Monument. It won't interfere with the current building. It won't be. It'll be near it, but not touching it, and pays total respect to the existing building, which I'm the biggest fan of. It's my favorite. It's my favorite place. I love it. But they've wanted it, and you know, when they have big events, you entertain the president of China or the president of any place, China, and you have big crowds. They've always had to get a tent. And you've probably been to some of them, Bobby. When it rains, it's a disaster. But I always said I was going to do something about the ballroom because they should have one. So we'll be leaving it. It'll be a great legacy project, and I think it'll be special. You saw some renderings of the initial. I think
you saw some renderings of the initial. It's going to be great. It's going to be great, everybody. The Trump ballroom. Okay, hold on. Let's go here. This is what Donald Trump. I think this is an AI photo. I could be wrong. Yeah. Okay, here's an, well, it might not be AI, but here's an architectural rendering of what the new ballroom is going to look like. Just a sea of white and gold. Look at this fucking thing. Jesus Christ. This is Politico. Trump plans massive renovation of the White House. The $200 million effort will add a state ballroom to the White House grounds. Look at this opulent piece of shit. The White House will undergo a $200 million extensive renovation of its East Wing, President Donald Trump's latest construction project of the executive mansion. Construction will begin in September on an approximately 90,000 square foot White House state ballroom with a 650-person seating capacity. Press Secretary, White House Ministry of Truth Representative Caroline Leavitt announced on Thursday. Trump and other Patriot donors will pay for the 200 Patriot donors. Oh, thank God. Patriots. Patriots like who? Like Elon Musk? Great Patriots will be paying for the $200 million renovation, according to the White House website. It's going to be like a clubhouse. Prior presidents and Trump have hosted large events at the White House in large tents set up on the South Lawn. The East Wing will also undergo a modernization that requires the offices it holds, including the First Lady's office, to be relocated during construction. Maybe this is just some elaborate ruse to get Melania out of the White House. Gotta move the First Lady's office. Sorry, Melania. I'm just trying to be best. I am just trying my very best to be best. Fucking insane. It's gonna spend $200 million on a ballroom. Guess when you're a billionaire and all your friends are billionaires, you can build a private public building on the White House lawn, I guess. Now that makes sense. That makes sense. So good to see fiscal responsibility from Trump. At least the taxpayers aren't paying for it. Jeez. Okay. All right, here's another business, or yeah, another businessy story involving the monies. Let's go to Tennessee, where in Nashville, a terrible tunnel is about to be built. Who's gonna build the tunnel? I'll give you 3 guesses. Elon Musk, that's right. Elon Musk, the Boring Company. We're gonna make a boring hole.
Let's take a live look at Nashville, where Tennessee
underneath Nashville, Tennessee. Because the first one didn't go well, might as well build a second one.
Let's take a live look at Nashville, where Tennessee Governor Bill Lee says an underground tunnel will soon connect key locations throughout the city. The governor today announced plans to break ground on the so-called Music City Loop this fall. Now, spearheading the project is Elon Musk's Boring Company, the same group that built the Vegas Loop. The high-speed underground transit system will stretch 10 miles, connecting Nashville International Airport to downtown. Let's bring in CBS News correspondent Nicole Valdez, who is live for us in Nashville. Nicole, what is Musk's company hoping to accomplish with this project?
Hey, Liz. Well, the idea is really to create a new way to get from downtown Nashville over to the airport. It's actually a place that has had some pretty incredible traffic issues in the past, and it's why we're seeing state leaders, including Governor Bill Lee, call this project transformative and a game changer. Nashville would only be the second city to have a project like this.
Transformative. Yeah, that's a good one. Tell me another joke.
Give me a joke.
That is funny. Now, let's. I would recommend to the governor of Tennessee to, you know, ask. What was it? Where is the other tunnel? Las Vegas? I think it was Las Vegas. Might have been. Or California? It was California or Vegas, something like that. None of these tunnels have been all that successful. In fact, most of them have not been successful at all in improving anything. Traffic, you know, it is fucking idiotic. But here we go. Nashville, you get a boring tunnel for electric vehicles only. That is probably not going to be all that effective at improving transportation in your city. Get excited. Get excited. I'll bet Elon Musk is getting massive tax breaks for this thing. Can almost guarantee it to you. Only Teslas in the video? Well, that's because only Teslas and electric cars can even use these tunnels. So, like, it's just an exclusionary transport system for a small group of people. Like, it is just nonsense. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. My God. I started this stream super late. I forgot it's a Thursday night. Okay, we're going to be right back after these brief space messages with the fourth half, possibly the final half, because I have to end this at some point and get ready for tonight's stream. And also, it's just crazy right now. I have made almost no progress tonight. I have done such a bad job at doing my job. Jesus Christ. I'll try for 5. I'll try for 5 halves. If I can manage to keep it all together. Alright. Break time. Alright, hope everybody's been enjoying the stream tonight. If you haven't already, hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe, and hit the bell icon too, so that you don't miss a single episode of this stream. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. Thankfully, we have a number of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships. Also have Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to producing the show, rather than helping pad the bottom line of YouTube. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. 10 cents a day, $3 a month is all it takes to become a Galactic patron. So why aren't you doing it? The amount of benefits that you would receive by becoming a Galactic patron are incredible. So many, I'm not even going to list them all right now. Most of you know what is available to our patrons. But if you're still curious or somehow don't know, go click the link in my bio on YouTube and you will find yourself on the Patreon page, where you can find out all about the benefits afforded to our members. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. You know what that sound means? It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So get back in those seats, space fams, otherwise you're gonna miss the latest from the Galactic News Network. Let's get to talking about environmental issues here. This Thursday stream. Let's start here. PBS NewsHour from last week. How the National Park Service is struggling amidst drastic funding cuts.
Summer is the height of the visitor season for the National Park Service.
Last year, there were nearly 332 million visitors to U.S. national parks, monuments, and historic sites, a record that will likely be broken again this year. Stephanie Tsai has this report.
That surge in visitors continues despite staff and budget cuts imposed by the Trump administration, with no end in sight. The big, beautiful bill rescinded $267 million earmarked for park improvements, and the administration has proposed a further 38% budget cut next year. Advocates say it's already having a dramatic impact on park operations. We spoke to some of them.
My name is Jesse Chakrin. I am the current executive director of the Fund for People in Parks. Previous to that, I spent over 20 years working for the Park Service between Denali National Park and Yosemite.
My name is Kevin Heatley, and I'm the former superintendent of Crater Lake National Park in Klamath Falls, Oregon.
My name is Ken Yeager, and I've been in Yosemite since 1976, and I am currently the president and founder of Yosemite Climbing Association.
I will say that morale is as low as I have ever seen it. In 24 years. Many friends and colleagues are near tears or in tears on a daily basis. It is heartbreaking, to say the least.
Yep, people at the National Park Service are living in a state of misery and uncertainty, not knowing whether or not they will have their jobs, not knowing whether or not their friends and colleagues will continue to have their jobs, whether or not they will continue to have the funding to properly do their jobs. All of that is being called into question in this Trump administration, and really it's less of a question and more of a certainty. We're not going to have the necessary funds to protect our national parks and wildlife. That just seems to be the fact, considering that the Trump administration is removing seemingly as much of the funding from the National Park Service as they possibly can manage. All right, let's go here. CBS Evening News from 3 days ago. Why is fresh water around the world vanishing?
The global supply of fresh water is drying up. A new study reveals over the last 20 years, 75% of the world's population lives in an area where drinking water is decreasing. You see the impact from Tehran to this country's southwest. ProPublica has written extensively about the alarming new data, and editor-at-large for Climate, Abram Lustgarten, joins me now for tonight's interview. Thank you so much for being with us. Tell me why this is happening.
Well, as the climate warms, the precipitation patterns around the planet are changing dramatically. It's getting wetter in some places, but in more places over a larger area, it's getting drier. Precipitation is falling, temperatures are increasing, droughts are becoming longer and more extreme. And as that's happening, people are drilling into the ground and sucking more from these groundwater reserves called aquifers. And that overuse is steadily depleting the global supply of fresh water.
And is it entirely a question of weather and climate change, or is there also mismanagement, or in some places affected by the choices of the people who live there?
Did you even listen to him at all just now? He literally just got done talking about the aquifer and the overdraw of resources from that by landowners. He's like, is there anything, what? Is there anything else going on?
Mismanagement, or in some places affected by the choices of the people who live there?
Well, the two are tied together inextricably. I mean, water use by civilization is by default a reflection of how that water is managed and the decision that civilization makes. So, you know, when there's a groundwater reserve, which is what this study focused on slightly more than other water supplies, that groundwater has a sustainable level where it can recharge at a certain rate and be withdrawn at a certain rate. And we are overdrafting those aquifers is what the researchers found. So we are making a decision by policy to take more water than can be replenished.
And where in the U.S. is this situation most pronounced?
Yeah, the researchers mapped this drying effect across the continents, and for North America and for the United States, it really, characterizes the southern and western third or half of the country more than anything. So it's no big surprise to know that our Southwest, Arizona, Southern California are stressed for water. But this research found that that drying area is spreading really into the high plains part of the country, across Texas, and then down into Mexico and into Central America.
The authors of the study called this a, quote, critical emerging threat to humanity. Spin out for us, if you will, the impact and effect of these trends as they take place across the globe.
Well, all the researchers that I talked to point to the ways in which water stress can lead to food production stress and food scarcity and other stresses on industry, on economies. And so that quickly translates to stress between borders and between countries.
Mm-hmm. Like between Pakistan and India, which we saw earlier this year. And this is going to continue to become more and more of a problem if we don't, deal with our resources in a more intelligent way, but also if we don't change what we're doing to the climate. Because more evaporation is happening now than ever before, which is also adding to this drying effect that they're talking about. Maybe rather than giving all of our water to industries seeking to make a profit, maybe we should first make sure everybody's got as much water as they fucking need to feed and hydrate themselves, to shower, and things of that nature, before you worry about the profit incentives of agriculturalists. Because unlike with the bank account, you can overdraft a bank account and put more money in there. Can't quite do the same thing with an aquifer, unfortunately. Can't just make water out of fiat. And people are going to need water throughout this weekend, as dangerous heat alerts are going out to literally half of the country. 170 million people in the United States under dangerous heat alerts.
to severe storms and this life-threatening heat. 170 million Americans on alert. Tomorrow, it'll feel like 104 degrees in Philadelphia, 103 in New York City. And tonight, some of New York City's subways overcome by the 100-degree heat index, a power outage shutting down multiple lines. Meteorologist Lee Goldberg with the forecast and ABC's Mola Lenghi right here in New York.
Tonight, unrelenting heat straining the power grid, taking a toll on the nation's largest transit system.
We are talking about trouble across nearly the entire alphabet of subway lines.
The New York City subway hit with massive delays from a power outage during the morning commute. Passengers sweltering on platforms.
At this point, it would appear that the heat stressed the system a bit.
The dome of extreme heat spreading south and east. Savannah felt like 113 degrees, even hotter than yesterday. Our Victor Oquendo is there.
They have seen it all here in Savannah over the last 24 hours. Emergency crews responding to calls to people fainting, cramping up, heat exhaustion, and heat stroke.
In Orlando, volunteers for Meals on Wheels, delivering food to the elderly while keeping a watchful eye.
We'll look for disorientation, just the inability to carry on conversation.
Heat fueling storms again overnight, spawning this massive tornado near Dixon, South Dakota. Well, David, today it felt like 100 degrees here in New York City. Heat alerts are in effect for Philly, New York, and Boston again tomorrow, and heat index values could hit 104, David.
Mola Lenghi with us here tonight. Mola, thank you. Another rough day ahead tomorrow.
There we go. People getting hammered by this extreme heat all across the East Coast and the Southeast. All right. Let's go here. Remember how Maryland had that insane flooding that led to the death of, I think, 2 people, including a child, earlier this year? Remember that happening? It was pretty terrible, pretty horrifying, the flash flooding that occurred there. I think this might be one of the first, at least it's among the first examples of Donald Trump politicizing federal relief funds, as the Trump administration is denying disaster relief for Maryland. This has honestly been, I think, the goal. Ever since they were talking about cutting FEMA funds, shutting down the agency, and then making it so that Kristi Noem had to sign off on every single expenditure which the FEMA were to want to make ahead of time before they can even act, is to politicize this aid relief, right? Is to, you know, basically either force people to succumb to the whims of Donald Trump or not get aid relief money. He threatened it to California at the beginning of this year, before he even was actually inaugurated as president. And now it's all coming to fruition.
This morning, Maryland Governor Wes Moore is slamming the Trump administration's decision to deny FEMA funding to his state. So this is in response to devastating flooding back in May. The governor had asked the federal government for millions of dollars to rebuild severely impacted roads, bridges, and also buildings in 2 counties.
I told the Trump administration directly that I thought this decision was petty, that it was partisan, and that there was no basis for it. It is unprecedented for a governor of Maryland to be able to put in for emergency disaster federal relief, especially when we not just hit the criteria, we exceed the criteria.
A FEMA spokesperson telling CNN when we had asked.
I'm starting to think it'd be more efficient to just have an actual civil war than deal with this fucking bullshit. This is fucking disturbing to me. Maybe I'm the only one who's disturbed by this, but this is fucking insane. Okay, like, if you just think about it, just think about this. The federal government is withholding funds from states for emergency relief to help people rebuild their homes and just survive. In this, and they're like, no, you voted for Kamala. You have a Democrat for a governor. You're gonna need a vote for a new governor if you want money.
this, that it worked closely with Maryland officials to evaluate the request for aid, noting, quote, this decision, just like all disaster requests, was based on policy, not politics. Joining me now, the mayor of one of those Maryland towns hit very hard by this historic flooding is Judy Hamilton, joining us from Westernport. Madam Mayor, it's good to have you with us this morning. I see your town was hit hard. I mean, there was clear devastation in so many areas of the town. What is your understanding of why this FEMA request was denied? Was it policy or was it politics?
We really wasn't given a clear understanding. We are hoping it was not politics. During emergency disasters, politics should not play a part in it, regardless of what party you're associated with. We're very confused as to why it was not approved. We were hopeful, but that unfortunately we are going to fight and do the appeal process.
I mean, this is fucking insane. And honestly, like, what is the response that we're supposed to have to this? Right? Like, what? Not even now. I'm talking about in the future, right? Like, is the next future I mean, the way that they've now set up FEMA and everything else, it is going to be rest upon Democrats to ensure, if they get reelected in 2028, to ensure that everybody gets their funds from FEMA, because it'll be solely lying with the FEMA director. Should Democrats just cut off all aid to red states? You know, next time a hurricane comes rolling through the South, tornadoes slash the Midwest, should Democrats just withhold those funds? You know, I know there's probably like 0 Republicans in this chat right now, but like, I'm just wondering out loud, what is to happen now in the future? Are aid funds just going to be political from now on? And if you're in the wrong state with the wrong president in office, you just can expect to get 0 help from the federal government? Is that basically where we're at? Because it feels like that's where we're at, and it's a terrible place to be. You know, like, politicizing just help. That's what they've done across the board. It's fucking insane. You know what else is insane? Well, let's go to the EPA. Let's go to the EPA and see what the fuck they've been doing over there.
The Trump administration said on Tuesday it will repeal the long-standing finding that greenhouse gas emissions endanger human health. The move removes the Obama-era legal foundation for all U.S. greenhouse gas regulations. Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lee Zeldin announced the repeal at an event at a car dealership in Indiana, calling it, quote, the largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States.
Wow. 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 The EPA announced the rescission of guidance on on carbon emissions at a fucking used car dealership. Wow. We got the used car dealer president right now in office. That's where we're at. That's where we're fucking at. At a used car dealership, rescinding the EPA guidance on fossil fuels. And you know, I find that fascinating that somehow, so we are to believe, according to our government, that actually greenhouse gases are not bad for human health. That's fascinating. It's fascinating. So would it be good if people started just breathing like directly out of the exhausts of their vehicles then? That's good for your health now? Is that good for us? Huh. Weird. Fucking weird. All right, let's go to something that's been happening basically during the stream. Storms have hit the Northeast, slamming residents with heavy rains and flooding. This is in Queens. You can see 16-wheeler stuck, Honda Civic underneath the water. Some guy in a freaking pickup truck trying to make his way out of there, but he's definitely not getting out. Yeah, flooding all over New York. It's been happening in the last, I don't know, 6-10 hours or something like that.
Aaron McLaughlin tonight joins us live down. Aaron, you have much more on those Maryland rescues happening right now?
Yeah, that's right, Tom. I want to show you this harrowing video out of Maryland. It shows first responders carrying 2 children from a submerged car to safety. You see them cautiously wade through the waters, rescuing those children. It's a shocking scene and the latest from this dangerous summer storm. Tonight in New York, a severe storm slamming the city with pounding rain, leading to scenes like this. Chaos on the roads in Queens, a tractor trailer and cars submerged. And in Manhattan, a major expressway underwater.
I thought it was going to be like light rain because I saw the forecast yesterday and they said it might rain at 3, it might rain at 6, and I'm like, whatever, all right. I just didn't expect Bayside Lure Station to turn into a river.
The city's trains also impacted and businesses closed.
You may not be able to tell right now, but I'm completely soaked.
Nearly 50 million Americans are on flood alert from Virginia to Connecticut.
Came down really, really fast as rain was coming sideways.
With multiple water rescues reported in Maryland and a state of emergency declared in Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
On our way, we're going to go try to see if we can get a sump pump.
Parts of the subway flooded in Philly, while in Plainfield, New Jersey, water once again overtaking entire neighborhoods. Even a tornado warning. Less than a month after the streets look like this. When you heard tornado, what went through your mind?
That we had to evacuate, that we had to leave. I mean, my husband loves the house. I love the house, but I love my life better.
2 weeks ago, rushing water swept through Alexandra Esparza's North Plainfield home. Now she's terrified it could happen again.
Yeah, I just want this to be over. I want to sell the house and I want to move on.
Meanwhile, at airports up and down the East Coast, stormy weather spelled flight delays and cancellations. In Florida, the latest SpaceX launch scrubbed.
Hold. We are standing down for a violation of what?
Okay. Wow, it's quiet in here. I don't mean in chat, but I only got like 24 people watching this right now. I suppose people weren't expecting a super late night stream from me after 3 days of no streaming. That would make sense. All right. Let's go here to the New York Post. They got some footage for us. So no protection from the pollution. That's correct. That's correct. In fact, I mean, they're perfectly healthy for humans, according to Lee Zeldin, a non-doctor, non-scientist who's now in charge of the EPA. Is telling us that for human health, actually, it's fine. Just start sucking up, exhaust emissions wherever you go, and you'll be fine. You'll be perfectly fine. No, it won't kill you. Sure, people say that, but that's ridiculous. Our own government just told us that's perfectly healthy. Perfectly healthy. Get all that carbon monoxide in you. Fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Well, goddamn. That's weird. Why is there water on that bus? That's not where the water is supposed to go.
Come on! Any traffic agents over here. Look at the
I'm about to get copyright struck with that music. Okay, there we go. Pretty wild. And the state of emergency has been declared as of a few hours ago. Just in case you're not aware, that's not a river. That is a train track. There we go. State of emergency declared amidst extreme flooding in New York City and New Jersey. Yeesh. All right. What do we do now? This is not totally in the wrong fucking spot. Why is this over here? That don't make no sense. Okay. All right, let's go across the pond to Europe, where in Greece, wildfires are raging once again. Greece has already been hit by a number of powerful wildfires this year, and it would seem that they are not done.
Residents say this fire arrived within seconds. Fueled by soaring winds and a week-long heatwave, it travelled uphill and connected with another front. Suddenly, Krioneri, the town northeast of Athens, was burning.
Quickly, 2 houses caught fire, one on this side and one on that side. Fire was advancing from both directions, surrounding us.
We hope the wind calms down. People's property has been burnt. Efforts of a lifetime. We are battling, but what can we do?
Greek authorities say residents received 3 text messages telling them to evacuate to safe areas. But many chose to stay. With makeshift means, they joined more than 200 firefighters who were battling the flames on land and by air.
Today we stayed because in seconds the fire was to our right, to our left, all around us. It surrounded us. And we were shouting to put the fire out. Our house is burning. We would have been left without a home.
Emergency services have also requested another 6 water-bombing aircrafts from the EU's civil protection mechanism. as several fires burn across the country, including on 2 of its largest islands in the southwest.
There you go. Greece. Fighting horrifying wildfires. Requesting additional help from the EU, which I believe they did get. I believe they did get that help eventually. That was from that was actually from four days ago. I just figured I would cover some of these stories. The fact is, you know, a lot of stories in here that have been accumulating over the last few days. This is what happens to me when I don't stream. I wind up having lists that are spanning the decades. All right. Now, right next door to Greece, Turkey, still also battling its own wildfires. This is from Forbes breaking news from 4 days ago.
An 8.8 magnitude earthquake, one of the strongest ever recorded, struck Russia's Far East early Wednesday, triggering tsunami waves in Japan and Alaska and prompting Pacific-wide warnings. Here's a look back at some of the most powerful earthquakes in recorded history. Known as the Great Chilean Earthquake, a 9.5 magnitude quake struck a central region in Chile in 1960. More than 1,600 people died in the country and beyond. Most deaths were caused by a resulting tsunami.
That was a random fact. Well, there you go. Multiple countries on the Mediterranean suffering extreme wildfires, and of course, extreme heat has gone along with those wildfires. We're living in a terrible time right now. Alright, let's go here to Romania, where a few days ago floods struck and killed at least one person in Romania. Here is Reuters on that story from 3 days ago. At least one person has died as floods devastate villages in Romania. Jesus Christ, look at this. These images are becoming more and more prevalent, more and more normalized, but this shit is fucking insane. This is the world that we have created. That, you know, we have had ample opportunity to at least prevent to some degree. I'm not saying the floods will stop if we solve climate change, but the regularity of floods like this would absolutely precipitously drop off if we did solve climate change, if we did solve our, you know, carbon emissions problem. Much of that would at least be, you know, mitigated. Instead, these images are becoming more and more normal. I find myself falling into that when I look at these. I'm like I don't know. It's like this state of apathy almost that I feel like I'm living through. Oh God. The local inspectorate said some 890 people were evacuated as a precaution. Seems like a smart precaution, if you ask me. And even with that precaution taken, at least one person died. While we're talking floods, let's go to China, as once again China has been inundated by flood waters. Here is the South China Morning Post from Tuesday. Are the stairs supposed to have water on them like that? If it's not on fire, it's flooded right now. That's the world we live in. If it's not actively burning, it's probably underwater. Whoa, the fuck? Why would you do that to me? Why would you do this? This is incredibly rude.
How rude, how rude, how rude.
Jesus Christ. Come on. You are screwing me right now.
This is the suburbs of Beijing after days of
Please,
heavy
ma'am, I
rain.
need you to shut up.
Beijing's largest reservoir has overflowed, discharging a colossal amount of water, which triggered panic.
Please, ma'am. Shut your mouth. There we go. God damn it. Okay, we did it. I solved it. Not a big deal.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Let's go here. TRT World, 3 days ago. Dozens killed in Beijing as heavy rains continue.
This is the suburbs of Beijing after days of heavy rain. Beijing's largest reservoir has overflowed, discharging a colossal amount of water, which triggered panic.
I'm almost 70 years old. I've never seen so much water before.
Shelters have been set up in schools and public buildings.
We were notified to evacuate at 3 a.m. in the morning. Thankfully, our village party secretary was still awake. Otherwise, our village would have been flooded too.
The government has allocated $7 million in emergency funding for relief efforts, and locals are lending a hand.
We did some preparations, but we had no idea that there would be this much.
China describes itself as one of the world's most climate-vulnerable countries. It is facing hotter and longer heat waves and more frequent and unpredictable heavy rain as a result of climate change. Hotter air can hold more moisture. For every 1 degree Celsius more that the air warms, it can hold about 7% more water.
Yes, thank you, TRT World. Climate change is absolutely fueling these fucking storms. Thank you for the reminder. Let's stay in Beijing. This is horrifying. Dozens of people died due to these floods. South China Morning Post, once again, from Tuesday. This is horrible. We are living in the worst timeline imaginable. Jesus, look at these two guys. Walking through chest-deep water. Sorry, I should be reading the subtitles. My bad. Days of heavy rain have turned streets into rivers in northern China. No shit. I mean, this fucking car is just bobbing around. That is such a creepy vibe, seeing cars just sort of floating around the streets. That's not what they're supposed to do.
This is ridiculous!
Video circulating on social media shows trapped motorists being rescued from their vehicles. The car drifted down. There were 3 people inside crying for help. At the time, the car door could still be slightly open and the windows could be rolled down. 30 is the number of people killed during these heavy rains in Beijing, according to China's central television. And 80,000 is the number of people being forced to evacuate Beijing as of July 28th. Miyun, a mountainous district in northeast Beijing, was badly affected. Heavy rain since July 26th sparked flash floods and landslides in the area. A landslide crashed into a 2-story car repair shop owned by a woman and her son in Miyun. We came over to take a look. The house is right next to the mountain, so we got worried and rushed over. By the time we got here, the landslide had already crashed into the house. Horrible. Alright, we're going to keep going through some of these videos here. France 24 English.
The district of Miyun, northeast of Beijing, is best known for being home to part of the Great Wall of China. But on Monday, the area was left defenseless as torrential rains caused rivers to overflow and mountain soils to crumble.
Wow. Too soon, Joe4771 gives water park a new meaning. It's a good pun. It's a good pun. Well played. I'll give you that much.
In the town of Taishitun, tree branches and debris were swept downstream on the River Chao, one of 3 that converge in the locality. Locals described an unprecedented sight as rain continued falling for 36 hours.
There hasn't been a storm like this in a century. I'm almost 60, and I've never experienced such rainfall. This is the first time in my life.
Zhuang Zhelin's building materials shop was inundated by the flooding, causing almost 5,000 euros in damage.
The flood came rushing in. In no time at all, the place was filling up. We didn't even have time to move things. We tried to, but before we could, the water was already pouring in. It was all so quick.
The flooding also caused mountain topsoil to come loose and bury buildings in landslides. Guo Shuzhen told of how her family's...
Jesus Christ. These sort of things are just going to continue to get worse. So long as we don't do anything to stop, you know, the continued warming of the planet. Alright, let's go here to BBC. Some of the last ones I have on this horrifying flood in Beijing, eastern China.
At least 30 people have died in severe flooding on the outskirts of Beijing. The worst hit areas have been in the mountains near the Chinese capital. Around 130 villages are without electricity. 80,000 people have already been moved to safer locations. The rain triggered landslides, bursting riverbanks and washing away cars. 41 rivers across China are reported to have flooded. Our Beijing correspondent Steve McDonald sent us this update.
In the mountains around Beijing, there's been a mass mobilisation involving the People's Armed Police and other emergency teams. As you can probably see behind me, there's a roadblock here, and there are many like this all around the Miyun Reservoir, stopping people from entering the worst hit areas. The government's view is that there have already been too many people dying in this disaster. They don't want more names added to that terrible list. We've just come from a relief centre. There are 400 people there. Now, they're staying in dormitories. They're being given food, and they're pretty happy that they're now in a safer place, and they're just waiting to be able to go back in a few days' time after the flooding recedes a bit. Down in the city, ordinary citizens have been told not to come to work, but up here in the mountains, it's more a question of the authorities controlling all the roads, controlling where people are going. The good news for the emergency teams, though, is that the rain has stopped. They've been operating in really terrible conditions with driving rain, heavy, strong flooding. Now they've got a bit of a break to reach some of these villages that have been cut off with no electricity, where roads have been washed away. But Xi Jinping has warned them, look, you've got to really muck in now because we don't want any more casualties. However, the rain is going to come back.
Yup, the rain is coming back. And there are multiple places that have been hit multiple times this year, which is wild. Freaking wild. But this is where we're at this year. Things are getting worse and worse. People die every year from the monsoon rains. Of course they do. Yeah, like I said before, you know, I mean, floods are going to happen regardless of whether or not we tackle climate change. But those death tolls are just going to continue to rise every single year so long as we don't do anything about it. All right, now let's go to this. I wouldn't necessarily call this an environmental story. It's really a geological story. It just seems like the place to put it. I'm sure many of you heard about what happened 2 days ago. That being one of the strongest ever recorded earthquakes, which happened on the peninsula of Kamchatka in Russia, triggering tsunami warnings across, well, not across the globe, but across the Pacific, Hawaii, the west coast of the United States, Asia. Let's start off here.
Breaking news tonight, tsunami alerts have been triggered for the entire U.S. West Coast as well as Alaska and Hawaii after a massive earthquake hit near Russia. It measured 8.8 magnitude, one of the strongest earthquakes on record. Tsunami warnings are in effect for Hawaii and parts of Alaska tonight. Still unclear how big the tsunami waves could be, but it is set to hit Alaska just before 12:30 a.m. Hawaii will see the waves at around 1:15 in the morning Eastern time.
Right, so that was like the first one that came up when I saw this. This is showing people evacuating Hawaii. Forbes breaking news. This is in Honolulu. You can see just bumper-to-bumper traffic here on this Hawaiian highway. People trying to leave as quickly as possible. This dude is a dick. This dude is being a dick. I hate when people just go all the way to the end of the dotted line. Just merge. Just merge already. Stop it. You stop that. There we go. People were freaking out. Not gonna lie. It was an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. Like I said, one of the strongest earthquakes ever recorded by humans. So not shocking that people were a little bit concerned.
Мы оперативно провели оповещение населения, провели эвакуацию, на возвышенности. Люди там будут находиться до отмены команды цунами.
Sorry, I forgot. This is from Russian state TV, I believe. We have promptly warned the population and carried out evacuation to upland. People will stay there until the tsunami mode is cancelled. Tentatively, housing stock hasn't been significantly damaged. There are some minor disruptions. Chimneys destroyed. There are cases of power supply disruption. There's some pretty wild footage back here, though. Seeing all this stuff just getting washed out into the sea. All these shipping containers and things just getting lifted up and into the ocean like it's nothing. Okay. I keep going through the videos on this thing. This morning? No, this was on Wednesday? Tuesday night? Technically, I think. I guess it depends. I mean, technically the earthquake occurred in Russia, which is like, what? How many hours ahead is Russia in Kamchatka? It's like 13 hours ahead. How many hours ahead is it? It's a lot of hours ahead.
An 8.8 magnitude earthquake, one of the strongest ever recorded, struck Russia's far east early Wednesday, triggering tsunami waves in Japan and Alaska and prompting Pacific-wide warnings. Here's a look back at some of the most powerful earthquakes in recorded history.
Trouble and ruin in the Pacific port of Concepcion in Chile.
Okay, we don't need to go through the historical earthquakes. I just wanted that initial footage, which was pretty wild looking. Okay. 2 last videos, and I think we might wrap it up here. We're going to do a late night after hours Galactic chill stream. Because it's so quiet right now, I feel like I should just save the rest of this content for tomorrow. Because we're going to do a full week-ending report on Friday. And boy, oh boy, do we have a lot of news to get through. And technically, at this point, the Earth half is fully set up for a week-ending report. I got stuff going through all week and going back to the weekend. So I think it just makes more sense. Not that I don't love you all. I love you all very much. And you deserve all the content, but I don't know, we have a dwindling audience right now. 15 people on chat. I feel like it would make sense for us to do this all on the frickin' week-ending report tonight. Which is coming soon. I'm going to try and start it early, too. I'm going to try and start tonight's report now that we at least have the stream software functioning, rather than starting at 11:30 like I did today, which was ridiculous. And that's on me. You know, I think I'll just start it early and we'll do a friggin' groundbreaking type of weekending report. Just a big ol' guy. Let's go here. More footage of this earthquake in Russia.
Очень сильный камнепад. Мы сначала не поняли, что произошло, просто как будто какая-то пелена из грязи начала сыпаться с вершины острова. Остров сам скалистый, и буквально, наверное, секунд через 20 мы поняли, что это землетрясение, потому что сивичи начали массово прыгать в воду, начался какой-то аврал, я не знаю, как по-другому это назвать, у сивичей. Они сильно перепугались, и начался страшный грохот. На самом деле нам не было страшно, потому что мы понимали, что на лодках нам ничего не угрожает, и судно, люди, команда находилась на судне.
I just think it's kind of crazy watching all of these sea lions fleeing the cliffs. Fleeing the cliffs as rocks come tumbling down. Oh my god, Omega Star. An incredibly generous super sticker. You are amazing. You, Omegastar, you're the amazing one. My God, incredibly generous donation from you. Jeez. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. All right, people. I didn't declare it. Okay, this is the penultimate video. We will do one space video after this. But since it's so late / early and it's so quiet, we're not gonna do the Earth half. I'm sorry. I hate myself for it too. We can hate me together. Let's go here to CNN, penultimate video, talk about the global impact of the 6th largest earthquake ever.
One of the strongest earthquakes ever recorded struck off the Russian east coast a few hours ago.
This is the largest earthquake we've had in over a decade worldwide. And it's among the top 10 earthquakes that have been measured by humans in the last century and a half. And so it's quite a large earthquake. What happens is that close by the earthquake on the coastline of Kamchatka, the tsunami was probably quite enormous and damaging, but the coastline itself is very sparsely populated. The main city in Kamchatka, about 150,000 people, is actually in a harbor that's somewhat protected from that. But when the wave that's set up there, again, this earthquake basically moves the seafloor upward by roughly a meter, a few feet, something like that, and that leads to a bulge of water that starts traveling across the ocean.
Tsunami alerts in force for millions throughout the Pacific region. The tsunami threat triggered by a massive 8.8 magnitude.
I just realized that the volume was like at 20%. Ah, damn it. One of the problems right now is I'm having to run this. Yeah, I know, I see you. Thank you, Frizzla, for the reminder. I see it. Unfortunately, I'm having to run this stream software in performance mode. The only way that I'm able to get this stream out without lag right now. Ever since Sunday, I've been having these fucking problems. But being in performance mode, I can't actually see the levels. I can't see the levels moving up and down, and which is usually one of the things that reminds me to change the volume when I go back and forth between things with subtitles and whatever else. So I made an unfortunate mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
One of the strongest earthquakes ever recorded struck off the Russian east coast a few hours ago.
This is the largest earthquake we've had in over a decade worldwide. And it's among the top 10 earthquakes that have been measured by humans in the last century and a half. And so it's quite a large earthquake. What happens is that close by the earthquake on the coastline of Kamchatka, the tsunami was probably quite enormous and damaging, but the coastline itself is very sparsely populated. The main city in Kamchatka, about 150,000 people, is actually in a harbor that's somewhat protected from that. But when the wave that's set up there, again, this earthquake basically moves the seafloor upward by roughly a meter, a few feet, something like that, and that leads to a bulge of water that starts traveling across the ocean.
Tsunami alerts in force for millions throughout the Pacific region. The tsunami threat triggered by a massive 8.8 magnitude quake that struck Russia's Far East hours ago. The first waves hitting Russia and Japan, where nearly 2 million people have been evacuated. This is video from Japan's second biggest island, Hokkaido, where people fled to the highest rooftops that they could find.
A mega thrust earthquake.
Oh my god, am I the only person? Oh my god. For 1 second, I thought we had a headless horseman situation going. This woman is wearing this white hat, which matches perfectly with the ground, and it just makes it look like she has no head.
This is video from Japan's
Look
second
at
biggest
it.
island,
You just,
Hokkaido,
like it just blends in so well with the background. Like, oh my god, the headless horseman is in Japan.
fled to the highest rooftops that they could find.
A mega thrust earthquake. It happens in a subduction zone. A tectonic plate is going under another, and part of the surface of the ocean is thrust up. Think of a continental plate being thrust up, and it's the push of water from down below that creates the tsunami. There's a lot of energy being pushed out. Now, if you are standing on a boat in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, you might not even notice.
We are getting some pretty remarkable images from where this earthquake struck, when it first struck, off the far east coast of Russia. At the time this happened, doctors in a cancer center were performing a surgery and had to basically hold the patient, as you see there, hold on to the equipment in the operating room as well as steady themselves. Just an indication of how dramatic this was.
Over in Hawaii, there was a lot of chaos in the hours leading up to the waves coming ashore there, where there was flooding and there were waves almost to 6 feet high. And as they told people to evacuate, there was a logjam of traffic as people were trying to make their way up to higher elevations, up to buildings 4 stories or higher. Here in Southern California, officials are the most concerned about the current. They're asking people here in LA County to stay out of the water. They're clearing the beaches. They've cleared all the...
There you go. Impacts of this earthquake seen in multiple places. Thankfully, the tsunami was not as pronounced as people thought it was going to be. But honestly, better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry. It could have produced something massive. It genuinely could have. Alright, last story of the evening, then we'll transition to the after stream. Once again, my apologies to everybody for cutting it short here today. I honestly need to get back into the swing of all of this. I mean, I take a 3-4 day break and I feel like I'm like, I don't know. Like, it's fucked up. Oh god, it's fucked up and weird when I don't stream for multiple days in a row. Honestly, it gives me incredible stress. I hope you know that when I'm not streaming, I'm actually probably upset about it. And that I'm sad that I'm not bringing you content. Alright, now, to finish off this stream tonight, let's talk space news. As in California, space news came down to Earth.
What? What'd you drum up?
Let's find out. What am I talking about? Who knows? I don't know things. What? That's ridiculous.
Blink and you might miss it.
But Jessica Ortiz didn't.
Like, I'm going crazy. I'm literally going crazy. Like, I'm losing my mind. And I took the phone to my son. So I was like, can you check this for me? I was like, am I seeing things, or is this what I'm seeing?
What do you see? Here it is paused. It's from her ring video from June 5th in Southern California.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. It's an alien walking the neighborhoods of California.
Here it is paused. It's from her ring video from June 5th in Southern California.
He's like, Mom, it's an alien. Call the police. And I was like, I'm not calling the police on an alien.
But is it an alien?
What does that look like to you? Does that look like a human? It does not look human to me.
Do you think this alien video is real? It looks pretty real to me.
Jessica is not 100% sure.
We didn't even know what to do. Like, I'm not going to call the police. I'm not going to go outside. I guess I'm going to have to live with the doubt because I'm not checking.
Scott Roeder is a little more confident.
Most likely, we're not alone here on planet Earth. I think we share this space with beings and creatures that we are not readily able to recognize or acknowledge that are there.
He's a crime scene reconstruction expert. With Jessica's information, he worked on an incident report and even this 3D model.
Based on the totality of circumstances of the evidence we had, we estimate that the creature is about 3 feet tall, with 2 arms and 2 legs, walking at what we would consider a normal pace.
But are you ready for the bubble to pop?
I think it's a human.
And why would you say it's a human, even though the shape is so weird?
What we see really in the camera is not necessarily what you will see in your eyes, right? Because it goes through all these image compression and it goes through the transmission, all these processes.
Dr. Sean Pang is an expert in digital cameras and imaging at UCF. He says the low light and the video compression is what fools us. And while he's confident a human walked through the camera, he can't say what the person actually looked like in the first place.
Now, you know what I think it is? I am fairly certain that this is that woman's son playing a prank on her, something like that. That's my sense, is that this is a prank that this woman is not a privy to. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. And it could be an alien. But my guess is this is some kid wearing like an alien costume or something like that, walking in front of the Ring camera. You know, kids, they like to, come up with fun, fantastical stories and pranks and things like that. I remember doing things like this when I was a kid, trying to trick our parents into whatever thing we could come up with. I'm pretty sure this is one of those situations. But hey, I could eat my words later after the invasion. Knock on Spacewood. I didn't see any spacecraft make its way down to planet Earth in recent days, so I could be wrong. I could be right. I could be wrong. No way to be for sure. Omega Star. Let's see them aliens. Let's see them aliens indeed, Omega Star. By the way, thank you for your generous contributions. Just showed up to chat and started the money guns over here. Really appreciate that. Taking 3 days off was not good for my for my bank account, I'll tell you that much. Taking 3 unintended days off at the very end of the month really didn't help. Really didn't help my my mood. I was already upset. I was already dealing with health problems starting on Monday. Kind of subsided at the end of Tuesday, but on top of that, not having the stream working, not being able to make money, all of that was very stressful. And you're making me feel a lot better right now, at least on the outlook for next month. As it's technically already August. I appreciate that. I really do. What can I say? Without space fams like yourself, I would cease to exist. I would just go floating off into space, never to be seen or heard from again. All right, chat. Well, unfortunately, like I said before, we're going to hold off on the Earth news for tonight's stream, which I'm going to try and start super early, which is why I definitely need to take a nap, like, immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If I'm going to do that at all. What was I saying? I was saying a lot of stuff. I feel like there was something else I was wanting to say, and now I'm just... I think it's because I'm ending the stream at a sort of surreptitious time here. It's throwing me off. Alright, yeah. Well, don't forget, everybody, we're going to do a full-on week-ending report later today with a heavy dose of Earth news. Don't worry, though, chat. The stream's not officially over. We are going to, of course, still have a late-night after-hours Galactic chill stream. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed the stream. It was quite long and a little bit difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. It's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Mehdi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, and Columbia Rican, New York. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. Where's my face? Oh, there it is. Whoopsies. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. What's stopping you? Are you not entertained? By the way, in response to a question from Frizzla, is there a way to wire me money from Germany without PayPal or Cash App? I don't use those. You don't want to give YouTube a cut. Patreon is going to be the best way, although you can't really wire me money. You could become a Galactic patron, and there is higher tiers of patronage than just being a Galactic patron. You could be a Galactic philanthropist. But yeah, the best way, I mean, is still Cash App and PayPal if you want to send more than whatever, $12 a month. No. Actually, I don't think we do have another way of people sending funds aside from YouTube or Cash App or PayPal or Patreon that I can think of. I don't think we have anything like that set up. Although I've been considering working out some other things as it relates to donations. I'm also hoping to at some point get Twitch back up and running, but unfortunately, right now I can barely keep the one stream up and running, let alone getting the dual stream going, even though I would genuinely love to get us back to the multi-streaming, which, you know, for us has been a very good way of getting out there. Maybe at some point I will figure out a solution to all of that. Till then, just gotta live with what we've got working here.
Our air controllers need to be updated in terms of the
Right, a little bit of late night after hours galactic chill stream action for you folks. Oh, I forgot to put the message in to the chat. We can't start the galactic map. What the fuck? Who's in charge of this shit? Yeah. Here we go. I see the ones in chat.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill. And I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster, you can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, he's a billionaire, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election those arguments will not be made again, and I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept of giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair link. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raise the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received, as one family, about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the vice president recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point.